Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.
The Critical Thinking in the Age of AI syllabus is here, and I'm so excited. So, this is how to stop deep frying your brain in vegetable oil or whatever oil you use. I'm joking. No, but I'm super excited. My series, Critical Thinking in the Age of AI, has been the most popular video on my YouTube channel, and I'm so excited to be officially creating a self-guided course. If you're new here, I'm Shay. I'm a PhD candidate at Harvard, as well as the founder of Analog Social. And Analog Social has gone through multiple iterations, but at its core, I've always wanted to create a platform and community for deep thinking in a very distracted, digitally saturated, and now AI-driven world. There is a deep desire for wisdom in the sea of knowledge and information. And I want to create a platform and a community where all the deep thinkers can just nerd out. And I often talk about my experience at the University of Chicago, which is the best decision I made in my 20s, attending the University of Chicago for undergrad. My favorite part of college wasn't necessarily the classes, it was the conversations I had outside of class. It's the really smart people that I would stay up till 2 a.m. waxing poetic about philosophical inquiries. That socialized learning. That is where we really spark new ideas. Like when we're at the University of Chicago gave us this phrase, living the life of the mind. And that is a lifelong journey. You do not have to be in college. Honestly, even for this course, Critical Thinking in the Age of AI, it's mainly for like lifelong learners, like people who are outside of college but want to stay sharp, because in reality, like we have to keep up our cognitive abilities. We can't allow anti-intellectualism to allow us to deteriorate as human beings. Like my biggest fear with AI is that over-reliance on AI is creating a segment in society of thinking and unthinking people. And it's essentially this idea that when you offload all of your cognitive abilities to a machine, you therefore lose it, use it or lose it. Those wonderful, unique synapses that are inside of your brain are amazing. They are what makes you, you. And yeah, I've just been like on a deep mission. I've been on like flat on mission to make sure that we are all critically thinking and making sure that we're retaining our cognitive abilities. So that's what all of this is about. So I created like a little mini syllabus and I'll go over it. I have my laptop here. That's why I'm like looking down. So I found out you guys aren't reading and I almost crashed out. Guys, you got to read for pleasure, to learn something new, to explore a different topic, to see a different perspective. Like reading is so crucial. I know it's really hard, trust me, with our digital lives and the ability to spend all day on a screen. It can be really easy to like doom scroll because it's like a mindless activity. But in reality, like reading something light is really helpful. I don't want us to lose the enjoyment and the pleasures of reading. And that's why this certain book is on the syllabus. Okay, so let's go over it. So these are the core texts that you should read over the course of however you're structuring how you want to do the syllabus. So the first is Thinking Fast and Slow, which you've seen in my series, Critical Thinking in the Age of AI, is such a classic book. Highly recommend. The second book is The Miniature Guide to Critical Thinking. So there is a foundation for critical thinking that has been around since the 1980s or the 1990s. And Richard Paul and Linda Elder wrote this miniature guide. It's so helpful. It's like what I used to teach. It's been helpful to me. They actually have a really good textbook on historical thinking as well, which I'm happy to do a video on because I think it's chef's kiss, spot on. Okay, second one, which you've also seen in my series, is How to Read a Book, classic text. And the last one is, not the last one, second to last one, is Alan Jacobs, The Pleasure of Reading in the Age of Distraction. Just so you can understand why we have a sense of taste and pleasure and relaxation when it comes to reading. Because let's say you're just coming out of school or you haven't been in school for a while, reading can seem to be like a very tedious task, and we want to add more enjoyment into that. So let's make it fun. And then finally, the number one challenge I would say for this course is you read a novel that's more than 350 pages. And in the syllabus, which you can download by going to and subscribing to the Analog Social newsletter, you'll see that I have examples. You have George Eliot's Middlemarch. You have Toni Morrison's Beloved, which is exactly 352 pages. I just said it has to be more than 350 pages. See, I'm giving you guys options. Or you have Minjin Lee's Pachinko. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Pachinko? Yeah. So you have a lot of different options. Just choose one novel. The importance of that is to have long, sustained focus and to retrain your brain to focus on one thing at a single time. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to finish this novel. Honestly, it can be Infinite Jest, it can be Twilight, it doesn't matter. Just reading for long, sustained periods of time, it's just so good for your brain. So that's why it's on there. And I've also curated different reading lists as well that I have on here. I have a What is AI playlist, not playlist, oh well, reading list. I have a reading list on how to stop doom scrolling and the importance of regaining your attention. And then essay collections by Black women, which if you have been following me for a while, some of you guys have followed me since 100 historic Black women. 100 historic Black women you should know by election day, which is my first podcast I ever did online. So if you've been following me since then, hello. But yeah, we have essay collections, which you can read. Now, the core videos are the ones that are on my channel for critical thinking in the age of AI, which focuses on reading and writing and things of that sort. So let's go through the weekly challenges slash workouts and stuff like that that are going to be good for your brain. And I think I'll be incorporating space for reflection in the Analog Social newsletter so that you guys can actually talk, once again, learning is a social process, actually talk about how these weekly challenges and things of that sort has gone for you. So week 1, save 3 long form articles, more than 2,000 words, and read that instead of doing scrolling. So make sure you save it offline if you're like reading on a device, or you can like print them out, or you can save them to like a Daylight, which is what I use, or Kindle. I also have Kindle. However you read, just save those. I love different websites like Long Reads. You can save your favorite Beehive newsletters or your Substack newsletters, wherever you get your long reads. The New Yorker, Harper's, like Aeon has really good long reads as well. Just find 3 long reads, save them, and whenever you feel like doom scrolling, just read those. So, feel free to pause and take your time, but just have those ready for yourself. Okay, so week 2 is when you actually start to pick up the long novel. You're going to continue reading it at your own pace, but feel free to track your progress. Once again, it's not about how long it takes you. It's just the fact that you finish a long read. You can literally check back in on this video a year later and be like, hey, Shay, I just finished my long read. That's still just as fine. I'm going to be like, congratulations. It's just about getting back into that habit. So this is like a starter course for getting into really good habits. Week 3 is practice bias spotting, which is every single day you're going to find one argument, whether it's on social media, in your conversations, wherever you get your information. And then you're going to identify logical fallacies or incomplete information or evidence that you may find that runs contradictory to an argument that someone is making, and just get into that habit of making sure you understand perspectives of what you're reading, but then also potential information that can like contradict what you're reading, if that makes sense. So yeah. Okay. So we're bringing back book reports. I'm joking. Like 90s kid. No, I think 80s kids too. 80s and 90s kid like summer tradition of doing like summer reading challenges, at least where I'm from. Okay. So week 4 is you write a 1-page reflection each week, not typed, but handwritten. Writing is so good for your brain. I remember in college, I took a political philosophy class, still one of my favorite classes ever. And we were not allowed laptops in that class. And at first I was like, oh, what? But then he explained how handwriting is so good for developing cognitive memory. And let me tell you how, till this day, I still remember like 95% of the slides, 75% of stuff I'm reading. Like, even as I'm writing my dissertation, I'm still thinking about some of the theories I learned in that class. Wild, wild. But no, it's like really good. And I don't know where I put it. I just got the prototype a couple weeks ago for the Analog Social notebook. Let me make an announcement mid-video. But yeah, I'm going to test it out with my own like writing routines and stuff like that. But yeah, I just want to create a notebook for our beautiful community to help us get into the habit of writing again, and also creating our own archives and libraries, which I'll talk about a little bit later in the syllabus. Okay, so week 5 is hosting a thinking salon. If you've been to any of our salons, comment below. Whether in London, DC, wherever we're at, you know that I love a good salon. And in reality, salons are just a space for you to think out loud and to engage in different ideas with different people, and to just have the ability to test out ideas and theories. And it's so important, like as a PhD student, candidate, I keep forgetting. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so old. As a PhD candidate, I cannot underscore how important intellectual community is. So for this week, you're going to invite 2 to 3 friends or like people you just want to think alongside to discuss one book chapter or article. It can be the novel you're reading. It can be one of the long reads that you chose from week 1. Just sit down, talk about it. Talk about why you find it interesting. Talk about some of the ideas that came up and why you're like thinking through them. Like, trust me, guys, we're going to bring back the public use of reason. Come on, Habermas. I feel like doing a whole video on Habermas and how decline in reading cultures and the reading crisis that's happening globally right now is also like correlated with declines in democracies around the world. Like having a robust, intellectually rich society is also positively correlated. Once again, going back to Habermas's idea of like public uses of reason correlated with like democratic like values. Okay, see, I said the reason I'm like looking all over the place is I feel like I just started drafting that whole video inside of my head, and I want to write it down. But let me finish this video. Okay. So week 6 is a digital detox exercise. So you're going to replace 1 hour of screen time. I know it's hard. 1 hour of screen time with analog thinking. So that can be journaling, mind mapping, have a conversation with a friend, like thinking out loud, enjoying boredom. Yeah, we need to bring back boredom. Your brain needs you need to like almost retrain your brain to have a steady baseline for dopamine, and boredom can help you do that. So oftentimes, like, and this is why you see me doing this a lot, I'll like look outside my window and just contemplate. And contemplation is good for our mental health, our spiritual health, our physical health. Like, don't forget me started. Like, contemplation is the key to dopamine regulation. Did I just rhyme? Hold on, did that rhyme? Okay, let me stop. But yeah. And then week 7 onwards, you are going to create your personal archive. Okay, I've been online since MySpace. And what I have found is that we put so much online and we have so much in our like personal libraries, but none of that is like organized into our own personal archives. Like, for example, well, I'm a historian and I'm very conscious of my own archives. So that's why I do this. Like I have my old Twitter archive from way back in the day. Shout out to the people who followed me since I was like yapping on Twitter. Like that's wild. Like every time I see y'all, I'm just like, or like every time y'all recognize me, I'm like, I was a baby back then, but yeah, I was a certified yapper. I love saying that. Okay. So I have a history newsletter, which is shapethehistorian.substack.com. And over there, we'll be talking specifically about curating your own personal archives and saving receipts and making sure that we are creating also a collective and community archive of this present moment, but also of our past lives that we can then pass on to later generations, our family, our friends, the world, like whatever your desire is. I think it's important to curate your own personal archive to understand how that happens. So we'll be talking about that in detail over at Shade the Historian, and we already started talking about it. So feel free to subscribe there. But yeah, that's the syllabus. You can grab a copy of it through the Analog Social newsletter, and I'm so excited. So I'm still thinking about doing discussion sections because a lot of my paid subscribers are also yappers. I think a discussion section would be really nice. So if you're interested in discussion section, let me know because I ran the idea briefly by them and they were like, oh my gosh, yes. So yeah, I think I'm going to keep the weekly discussion sections for my paid subscribers over on my Substack. Although I think I just turned on memberships for YouTube as well. So I'll distribute the discussion section links there. But yeah, I'm super excited. I'm so happy all of you guys are here. I'm here to keep you smart, sharp, and ever creative in our new world that we're living in. And I'm so glad that you're here. And back to writing my dissertation. See you guys. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe and share this video. I want all of us to be critically thinking. It's good for our creativity skills. We need to reinvest in the arts and humanities. And I definitely, if you've watched my other videos, I believe Renaissance thinking and Renaissance education, creating a holistic, well-rounded human being is going to be the way forward. And while I'm here, let me share some Analog Social updates. So one thing I've learned with running Analog Social is that you guys just want a place for deep thinking. I've done salons, I've done walk and talks, I've done so many different types of things. And you guys are just like, I want to chat, I want to yap shay, like I want to talk about big ideas. And I'm like, that's why I love you guys. So yeah, I'm trying to create more of a platform for academics, intellectuals, experts to have actual debates. Because we look at the culture of debating right now, especially within America, sometimes in Europe, but let me just speak about America. It's not like actual debates. Like when I think about debates, I think about Noam Chomsky versus Foucault. I think about Buckley versus James Baldwin, like, like actual formats for discussing ideas and disagreeing without being disagreeable and like yelling and fighting each other and stuff like that. But also creating a platform for academics to share amazing ideas outside of the academy, because increasingly we're finding that, yeah, we just don't have the same funding or support anymore for the actual sciences, the actual sciences. For education in general, we're seeing, quite frankly, an attack on higher education. And because of that, it's like learning still lives on, inside and outside the academy. And I think analog social can play a critical role in helping really smart people get their ideas out there and interact with other people. And just because you're not in college anymore, or you're not doing like a PhD or something like that, that doesn't mean you don't care about these ideas. Like, you know what I mean? Also, school's expensive. So trust me, you do not have to go back to school to have a good intellectual time. And that's why analog social is here. From the very beginning, our motto is where thinkers think. And I'm so proud of what we're building and so excited for what's to come. So, yeah, if you would love to contribute to how we're thinking about structuring these debates and these like mini lectures or so, let me know. We have a bunch of polls going on in the Analog Social newsletter. But yeah, so excited to be here. And so excited for all that is to come.
All right, everybody. Oops. Good morning. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Good morning. Good morning, J-Dub. What was I gonna say? Oh, you know what? It sounds kind of, I don't know, what people on the right might call woke. She's absolutely right. We have lost something. We've gotten away from reading, and I've observed this just in my son's high school career. Even in AP English classes, they don't. I think they might have read like 2 full books, which is ridiculous. Like when I took AP English in high school, the teacher assigned like 7 books for the summer. She didn't even wait till school started. At the end of my junior year of high school, she basically said, here's the syllabus. I expect all these books to be read over the summer. See you next fall. So her website, I really ought to drop her website because I've seen her before. I have not explored her website, but she does seem like she's going to make someone a great teacher. Don't know what she's doing her PhD in at Harvard, but good luck to her. And Chicago is a great school. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe and share it out. One note, I had like 10 shares last week, which is kind of a record for me. So as everyone can see, I'm just I was 3. Now I'm 4 subscribers away from the big 200. And I do expect to lose a subscriber or two every now and again. In this particular space, I guess I'm a bit controversial, but good morning, DiCapriono. So anyway, let's get to the news. It being a holiday weekend, a 3-day weekend, there really isn't that much news. For me, though, the biggest news, and I am waiting with bated breath, Congress returns with not much time to dodge a government shutdown. Now, how the fuck do you shut down the government when you've got all 3 branches of government? Only MAGA could figure this one out. So there's no opposition. For budget bills, you don't need 60 votes. Certain types of budget bills, you don't need the votes in the Senate. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you don't need 60 votes. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. How does a MAGA-led Congress and a MAGA president in a conservative court manage to be this close to a shutdown?
Junior.
Yep.
Lady.
We cannot
Yeah,
do
they have
these
it.
damn commercials.
Games alone. So find your jumbo size.
Time to dodge a government shutdown. A news story written by Riley Began, Theodoric Meyer, and Jacob Bogage.
Good morning,
Read by an
TMKC.
AI-generated voice. When Congress returns to Washington on Tuesday, lawmakers will have around 4 weeks to fund the government and avoid a shutdown. It's still unclear how or whether they'll pull it off. Most congressional leaders acknowledge they'll probably need to pass a short-term funding extension, known as a continuing resolution, given the time crunch. Government funding expires at the end of the day on September 30th, and much of the government would close without action. Congress may struggle to pass even a stopgap fix, though. Republican leaders will need Democratic support to clear the 60-vote filibuster threshold in the Senate. But Democrats, angry from months of party line maneuvers from the White House and congressional Republicans, haven't settled on a strategy. Also, Republicans are divided on whether to support a short-term extension, as many deficit-minded lawmakers insist they will only support regular appropriations bills that cover the entire next fiscal year or a full-year funding extension for the whole government. That idea is not popular with Democrats, who argue it effectively cuts spending because of inflation. Further complicating matters, President Donald Trump moved last week to rescind nearly $5 billion in foreign aid without congressional approval, infuriating Democrats who warned it would make it harder to strike a deal. It's going to be tough to avoid a funding extension that would buy lawmakers more time to craft full spending bills, said House Appropriations Chair Tom Cole, Republican Oklahoma, before lawmakers left for a month-long August break. Would I like to be somewhere else? Yeah, but we haven't had the schedule to do it. Congressional leaders don't know how long such an extension would last or whether it would be clean, extending current funding levels without policy changes. The negotiations to avoid a shutdown are one of many challenges confronting Congress when lawmakers return Tuesday. House Republicans will need to deal with an effort to force a vote on compelling the Justice Department to make public the files related to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And Senate Republicans are considering changing the chamber's rules to allow them to confirm Trump's nominees more quickly. The spending negotiations, though, are expected to dominate the agenda. Trump has said he will meet with House and Senate Democratic leaders this month to discuss a funding deal. But he also has said that it's almost a waste of time to meet because they never approve anything. Asked last month whether a continuing resolution would be needed, Trump said, "I guess so," and that almost every Republican is expected to vote for it. It's a politically delicate place to begin a month-long sprint to avoid a shutdown. In March, Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat New York, and 9 members of his caucus joined with Republicans to extend government funding through September, even though they had no input on the measure. The vote avoided a shutdown, but it left the Democratic Party divided and the base livid. Then Republicans successfully pushed through a sweeping legislative package to implement GOP priorities, such as funding Trump's deportation efforts and rolling back much of President Joe Biden's inflation.
Yeah, I'll stop this here. As always, if anybody wants any of these links, they are generally in the show notes, or I can drop them directly into the chat. TMKC asks a good question. I did yesterday. I covered a couple Chicago stories. Is it Brendan Johnson, Chicago's mayor, signed an executive order saying that Chicago police are forbidden to work with the National Guard. So I don't see how Trump's going to be able to do it without declaring some sort of like national emergency, or he would have to do something extraordinary. Governors control the National Guard. In sending the National Guard from other states, don't think that's going to fly. So, but what they are doing, and I've got a story somewhere in the mix that I'm going to talk about a little later on. ICE is going to step up its activity in Chicago, and Chicago cannot interfere with that. So Trump's going to get in there one way or the other. I don't think it's going to be the National Guard. I don't think he can do it. And I don't think it's politically viable for him to do it. He can do what he wants to do, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't have enough political capital to pull that one off. But yeah, Chicago's mayor, and that's obvious what that's like kind of the best he can do for in your face. And then Illinois' Governor Pritzker is a potential 2028 Democratic candidate. So the other thing is, you go messing with someone who could potentially be the Democratic nominee in 2028. Yeah, I'm not sure that's not the kind of thing you want to do politically. So I'm going to stick with some more congressional news here. Jerry Adler, I think he's from California. Oh, no, it's New York. He has decided he is going to retire, and he's been in office for like 34 years. So, it's not that surprising, I guess. But he was prominent. He was chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the House when Democrats last held it. And more congressional news, the House Oversight Committee. They're investigating the Russia thing from, 10 years ago? It's forever ago. Robert Mueller of the special counsel who investigated the Russiagate stuff has been it's been announced he has Parkinson's, and they're basically not going to bring him in, which is surprising. Of course, he may not be in a state that he can even travel, but so no Robert Mueller for the House Republicans to abuse. And let's talk about this. This is actually kind of a big deal. There's an appeals court ruling that basically invalidated a lot of Trump's tariffs. And apparently Trump is mighty upset about it. He doesn't get his will. So it'll probably wind up, in front of the Supreme Court.
After court defeat, Trump warns of economic chaos from loss of tariffs. This article is by Tony Rahm and Anna Swanson and read by an automated voice. President Trump spent the weekend decrying a court decision that invalidated his most punishing global tariffs and suggested he would soon take his fight to tax imports to the Supreme Court. Mr. Trump and his top aides directed their ire toward a panel of appellate judges for its decision, issued late Friday, which found that the president had overstepped his authority by using a 1970s law to slap tariffs on nearly every major U.S. trading partner.
By the way, Congress controls tariffs. The president has to, again, a lot of this stuff that Trump has done has been by declaring emergencies and using war powers type acts, like the Alien Enemies Act. That's always been used during an active shooting war. So I don't know why he's all upset. He should have expected this.
Partner. Mr. Trump has maintained that any erosion in his ability to impose levies using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act will inflict damage on the United States by robbing it of both revenue and leverage. Without tariffs and all of the trillions of dollars we have already taken in, our country would be completely destroyed, and our military power would be instantly obliterated, Mr. Trump wrote in a social media post on Sunday. While the federal appeals court on Friday ruled against the administration, it left Mr. Trump's sweeping tariffs in place until October 14th, allowing the White House time to appeal the case to the Supreme Court. It is unclear how fast the administration might do so. It also remains unknown whether the Supreme Court would agree to hear the appeal, and if it did, how it might decide the case. A loss at the Supreme Court related to the emergency powers would severely undercut Mr. Trump's hand when it comes to imposing tariffs. it could also undermine the centerpiece of his economic strategy to force companies to invest in the United States. While Mr. Trump has other tariff tools at his disposal, they are more limited than the emergency powers that he has invoked to impose levies of between 10% and 50% on countries across the globe. A loss at the Supreme Court could also force the administration to pay back billions of dollars in revenue that Mr. Trump has bragged about collecting so far this year with his new duties. A spokesman for the White House did not respond to a request for comment. On Friday, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit ruled 7-4 against Mr. Trump and his use of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, finding that it was unlikely that Congress had intended to grant the president nearly unlimited authority to impose tariffs as part of that law. The statute, which primarily allows the president to impose sanctions, does not specifically mention tariffs, but Mr. Trump has invoked it repeatedly to issue withering global duties, most recently in an executive order imposing taxes on imports from about 90 countries in early August. Mr. Trump also used the law in the first months of his presidency to impose tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico, actions that he said were in response to those nations' role in the fentanyl trade. Angela M. Santos, a partner at the law firm Aaron Fox Schiff, said that the ruling was great news for importers and might give them some hope that they could be refunded for the tariffs they had already paid to the government. However,
wow. That would be difficult, and I'm going to stop this here because I think we get the gist. It's important to remember that tariffs actually are taxes. The government is raking in cash, not from other countries. They're raking in the cash from companies that do the importing. and basically what happens is companies will pass on the tariff costs to consumers. Now, the way this works is, we want to make foreign made goods more expensive, so people will look towards American manufacturers. That's if the product that's being imported is available. I just don't know why people aren't more up in arms over these tariffs. It's a tax, and it gets passed on to the consumer. So let's move on. TMKC talked about Chicago. Well, let's just skip ahead here, and then we'll do this story next. Okay, Chicago braces for federal immigration enforcement operation while Trump criticizes local officials. Let's see. Well, you know what? Let's just play Governor Pritzker here.
The Trump administration is preparing the next phase of its immigration crackdown, this time expecting a major enforcement operation in Chicago. And this could get underway as soon as this week. And this is separate and distinct from, as you mentioned, that crime crackdown that the president has previewed both on social media and in his public comments, but both examples of the federal government seeking to exert control over American cities. But as far as this immigration crackdown, we are expecting plans underway to surge federal agents to the Windy City as well as armored vehicles. And this operation is expected to kick off by Friday, September 5th. It's expected to be larger in scale compared to some of the immigration enforcement operations we saw in Chicago at the beginning of the president's second term in office, and modeled off of the similar operations that we saw in Los Angeles earlier this summer. But we heard from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as she previewed more resources coming to Chicago. Listen.
Well, we've already had ongoing operations with ICE in Chicago and throughout Illinois and other states, making sure that we're upholding our laws. But we do intend to add more resources to those operations. We will continue to go after the worst of the worst across the country, like President Trump has told us to do, focusing on those that are perpetuating murder and rape and trafficking of drugs and humans across our country, knowing that every single citizen deserves to be safe.
Now, over the weekend, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson signed an executive order ahead of this immigration crackdown that directs the Chicago police in part not to collaborate with federal agents on the topic of immigration enforcement. And separately, we heard from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who is warning that he hasn't heard from the Trump administration.
They ought to be coordinating with local law enforcement. They ought to let us know when they're coming, where they're coming, if it's ICE or if it's ATF or whoever it is. But they don't want to do that either. And I must say it's disruptive. It's dangerous. It tends to inflame passions on the ground when they don't let us know what their plans are and when we can't coordinate with them.
Now, taken together, all of these plans setting up a major political test for how the city and state's Democratic leaders respond.
Now, it is possible that Trump can do a Los Angeles and say, hey, the National Guard is being, deployed to protect federal assets, including the ICE agents themselves. There's litigation. I'm guessing Trump won't pull that play because whether he can, deploy the National Guard without the governor's permission, that's still being litigated. So I'm not saying he can't do it. I don't think he will do it, and a lot of it might hinge on what what the judge, and I can't remember the judge's name, but it's Trump's declaring everything an emergency, and it's almost like crying wolf. At some point, it's gonna stop being a tactic he can just do on his own. Jawali, what's up? Good morning. Let's see. Next story, and this is something that I said a couple weeks ago. You can only deploy, say in DC, he can only deploy the guard there for 30 days. At some point in time, what is the plan after the authorization for troops and reassigning federal assets? What happens when you either A, run out of money, B, run out of time, because Congress eventually has to get involved to extend the stay of the Guard units in DC? And what happens when you run out of political capital? What people don't seem to talk about a lot is DC is not that chocolate a city anymore. I put up the demographics of DC. I think it was a few days ago, maybe last Saturday or Sunday. DC is 37% white, 40% black. So it's not that chocolate. And then, the remaining are Hispanic or Asian or, other. So white people have a little bit more political influence than one might think in DC. Gone are the days of Marion Barry. You might as well just say DC is half and half.
Trump crime strategy may work for now, but not for long, experts say. This article is by Tim Arango and read by an automated voice. In the days since the president deployed hundreds of National Guard troops and federal agents to patrol city streets, crime has continued to drop in Washington. The question is whether the trend will last. Local politicians, along with people who study crime for a living, say probably not. In Washington, local elected officials have called President Trump's deployment of the National Guard to fight street crime a power grab, just a temporary show of force unlikely to produce any durable reductions in crime, since leaving hundreds of troops on the ground indefinitely is unsustainable. The reason that surges are not particularly effective and are generally disfavored by crime researchers and others who look at this stuff for a living is because it's a resource-intensive way of temporarily reducing crime, said Thomas Apt, director of the Center for the Study and Practice of Violence Reduction. If it does in fact reduce crime, that doesn't address any of the underlying conditions. If the president is interested in long-term solutions, experts suggested a number of other ways the federal government could help drive down crime rates in a more lasting way, from funds for training and recruitment for local officers to ideas that are less obviously focused on crime. One is something Mr. Trump himself has already floated, a $2 billion spending project to spruce up Washington's public spaces, including fixing sidewalks, improving parks, and adding new streetlights. It's going to be beautiful, all those light bulbs, Mr. Trump told reporters recently. Light bulbs actually do have a role to play in cutting down on street crime, lighting up dark spaces, planting grass on vacant lots, refurbishing abandoned homes, and otherwise fixing up the city landscape are widely seen as simple and effective ways for cities to reduce gun violence, backed by studies in Flint, Michigan, and Philadelphia. Urban spaces that are well lit, with pleasant places to gather, mean there are more eyes on the street watching for trouble. They also promote tighter community ties among neighbors, preventing violent episodes. The idea is not dissimilar to older ideas about combating crime, known as the broken windows theory, which focused on cleaning up streets and cracking down on disorder. But one difference is that the older model was often coupled with policing tactics that have since been criticized as discriminatory. The president's plan to beautify the Capitol would be a welcome component of an earnest crime-fighting strategy, researchers say. But it would have to include the parts of the city where most of the gun violence and other crime occurs, not just the areas around the White House and the mall that Mr. Trump has promised to beautify. If he did that, that could be helpful, said Jens Ludwig, an economist and director of the University of Chicago Crime Lab. Just because Trump proposes it does not mean that it is necessarily a bad idea and a contradiction of evidence. Mr. Trump has suggested his takeover of the Washington police and deployment of the National Guard to the city is a dress rehearsal of sorts for an influx of federal officers and soldiers onto the streets of other major cities, with Chicago likely up next. He has portrayed American cities as dystopian hellscapes, even as violent crime has declined sharply in recent years after a surge during the coronavirus pandemic. But Mr. Trump's diagnosis of crime as a major issue in the country resonates with many Americans, including scholars, who say that while crime may be down, the country still suffers from unacceptable levels of violence, especially compared with other developed countries. Many people in Washington, though dismayed by the president's approach, agree that more should be done to reduce the city's crime levels. The problem is that it's not an earnest effort by the president to actually reduce crime, said Peter Moskos, a professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and former police officer in Baltimore. Mr. Moskos said the federal government could do a number of things if it wanted to help cities lower crime. It could boost funding for grants to recruit more police officers, help clear more cases by dealing with backlogs and testing rape kits and DNA samples, and build national training facilities for the
That's another thing that hasn't been highlighted. DC, I think Ryan mentioned that DC's down like 500 police officers. They've got like 500 slots. So the Metro Police at least is a little bit shorthanded. Well, a lot shorthanded.
For the police. There's so much that could be centralized, he said, but no one seems to be serious about this. Other experts said the federal government could increase funding for the Community-Oriented Policing Services, or COPS office, within the Department of Justice. The program began under President Clinton as part of the 1994 crime bill, and for the last 3 decades has disbursed grants for higher...
Duale, your question here, when did this history of basically, associating crime with Black people, just like they associate welfare with Black people? I'm being a little bit facetious when I say 1661 or 1662, but slavery in pre-America was basically racialized to African slavery in 1661 or 1662 in either Maryland or Virginia. They were like, one was 1661, one was 1662, and I can't remember which is which. Basically, it has always been this way in the United States. Crime is it's just always been associated with people of African heritage. That's why I say America is a fundamentally racist country. There's a book called Slavery's Constitution, which turns out to be essentially a history of Virginia from basically Jamestown forward, 1609 forward. That's an excellent primer for some of my thinking on how fundamentally racist the United States is. And I talked about it yesterday. I'm not going to bore people, with my little, drunken soliloquy from yesterday, but America is a racist country. It was literally ensconced in the Constitution. And even after the Civil War, with the 13th, 14th, and 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, you still had things like Plessy versus Ferguson happening. And then we still have 2025. It's way better than it was 100 years ago, but too many people are willing to rest on their laurels. Okay, hey, we're where we need to be. And the answer to that is no, we're not. So the history literally started in some people would say 1619, but I'll give a little bit of grace and just say the first laws in either Maryland or Virginia that basically said you inherit the status of your mother if you are basically of African heritage. If you're a slave, basically you inherit status from the mother. And they changed that from, traditionally it had been you gain status from your father. That's why firstborn sons, primogeniture, that's why firstborn sons were so important. But anyway, I don't want to get too far afield. I'll go on for days with this sort of stuff. So let's see. We will shift gears here. Lawmakers push for answers days after Border Patrol detains crew workers helping firefighters in Washington State, like the biggest fires in Washington State history. And I'll read a little bit of this. Just days after two crew workers helping battle Washington's largest wildfire were arrested by Border Patrol, Washington Representative Emily Randall, who represents the district where the men are being held, was denied entry to the facility, calling the situation disgusting in an interview with CNN affiliate KOMO. This would have been my fourth visit yesterday to the ICE facility in Tacoma, there in my district, Randall told CNN's Frederica Whitfield on Sunday. I'd done two previous announced visits and one previous unannounced visit, which is the statutory authority of Congress, the oversight body of ICE and Homeland Security. The statute prevents the Department of Homeland Security from using its funding to stop certain people, like members of Congress, from entering facilities where immigrants are held if they are there to do oversight, but Randall was denied entry on Saturday. So, again, Congress not just basically being neutered by the executive. Trump is basically trying to ensconce the executive as first among equals of branches of government, unitary executive theory. So, and we've talked about that before. Let's see, what would Dave say? Would this country be less racist if blacks founded America and whites made up 13%? Well, I'm not in the mood for dumb questions this morning, Deacon Dave, so do better. Let's see. What's up, Black Man? Good to see you. And Dave, take that in the spirit it was intended. Do better. What kind of a crime slave is able to commit? He is the victim here. That's my question. I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, are you talking slave revolts? That happened a lot. You'll have to rephrase it a bit better. I'm not sure I understand the question or where you're going with this, Diwali. So anyway, the two crew members, I am interested to figure out why ICE felt comfortable disrupting firefighting. that's we're gonna stop these people from fighting the biggest like wildfire to arrest them. That is weird. No, my non-answer, dude, Dave, you know me better than that. It was a stupid question. I don't do what if, I don't do woulda, coulda, shoulda, I don't do whataboutism. That question was a little bit of all of that. So it's a non-answer to a non-question. How about that? You get up on the wrong side of bed this morning, Dave? Let's see. Trump says this is a doozy. Trump says he's awarding former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Oh, wow. President Donald Trump announced he is awarding Rudy Giuliani the Presidential Medal of Freedom following his recent traffic accident injuries. So he's getting that medal for being injured. Giuliani was injured in a car crash in New Hampshire where a Honda HR-V struck the Ford Bronco he was in. Giuliani has faced legal issues, including criminal charges in Georgia and Arizona related to the 2020 election, which he denied. Ruby Freeman and Wandrea Moss won a defamation judgment against Giuliani for his false claims regarding ballot fraud in the 2020 election, causing them significant fear. Yeah, Giuliani actually got, it's one of the few times, he's one of the few people to actually suffer consequences for that bullshit around, the 2020 election. He literally had to sell stuff to pay these two women, and what he did just caused them. I don't think he could actually pay. There's no amount of money for what these two women in Atlanta had to go through. Okay, Dwali, my question is, how is historical that whenever crime is mentioned, it is automatically a black thing? Like I literally just told you, Dwali, the prejudice was formed back when blacks were declared essentially non-citizens, non-humans. Go back and I recommended the book. I'll drop the link and you can read it, and maybe that'll answer your questions better than I can. Poor people get associated with a lot of prejudices. So do black people in the United States. And it's like that in Germany. It's probably like that in England. You know the answer. And I just told you the answer. Black people have been associated with crime since the slave revolt days. But I'll drop the link to that book. Hey, Kelvin. There was something I wanted to ask you, Kelvin. Hopefully I'll remember what it was. It was specific to you. So, you know what? I ought to just do this. And I'm not, let's see here. I think I'll wait on this one. But the woke myth, which is somewhat similar or somewhat associated with Dwali's question. So, with drones and IEDs, Mexico's cartels adopt arms of modern war. And, this is actually going to wind up justifying Trump in sending the U.S. military into Mexico. That's my hunch.
With drones and IEDs, Mexico's cartels adopt arms of modern war. This article is by Paulina Villegas and read by an automated voice. The explosions began before dawn, shaking the ground and rattling windows in the darkness. With them, residents said, came the telltale buzz of drones. "We knew the devil was coming," said Anna, a mother of 6 who grabbed her children and ran as gunmen moved in to do battle. Weeks later, her town still bore scars. Holes were blasted into roofs where drones had dropped bombs. Craters gaped where landmines had exploded. Spent .50 caliber shells glinted in the dirt. The clash was not in a war zone of Ukraine or the Middle East, and the combatants did not belong to any army. They were criminal groups, armed with military-grade weapons, and fighting just a few hundred miles from the U.S. border in Mexico's western state of Michoacán. Some of Mexico's most formidable cartels are locked in a vicious arms race on multiple fronts. On one side, they are battling the Mexican government, which is under intense pressure from the United States to crack down on the drug trade. But they are also fighting one another for territory and resources, leaving a deadly toll among their members and the civilians caught in between. Now, President Trump has ordered the Pentagon to begin using military force against certain drug cartels designated as terrorist groups. The directive has infuriated Mexico's leaders, who have rejected the idea of U.S. forces on Mexican soil. But despite their disagreements about what actions to take, officials and security analysts in both countries agree that cartels are amassing new levels of firepower, transforming some groups into full-fledged paramilitary forces. Drug smugglers and cartel gunmen no longer wield just handguns or automatic rifles, officials and experts say, but also Claymore landmines, rocket-propelled grenades, mortars built from gas tank tubes, and armored trucks mounted with heavy machine guns. They are burying improvised explosive devices to kill their rivals and modifying drones bought online to make attack drones, loaded with toxic chemicals and bombs. "We cannot continue to just treat these guys as local street gangs," Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in an interview with EWTN, a Catholic television network, last month. "They have weaponry that looks like what terrorists, in some cases armies, have." Mexican officials say that most of the military-grade weapons that powerful groups have acquired originated in the United States, and that up to 500,000 firearms are smuggled south each year. The officials say that criminals also reverse engineer weapons, sometimes 3D printing parts to build them. Nowhere are the consequences of this varied and growing arsenal starker than in the rugged hills of Tierra Caliente in Michoacán, a swath of fertile farmland and lush mountains that has become a strategic corridor for drug cultivation. The battle for control there between rival groups, including the Knights Templar, La Familia Michoacana, and the group with the most military power, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, has pushed the fight into a new, more brutal era. A war transformed. Like other armed groups around the world, the cartels combine old and new weapons to deadly effect. Drones circle overhead in Michoacán, while roads and footpaths used by soldiers and civilians alike are seeded with IEDs. Over the past 2 years, the state has recorded more mine explosions than anywhere else in Mexico, a chilling marker of the drug war's evolution, experts say. Caught between the shifting front lines of gangs and security forces are dozens of farming villages. Their lemon and avocado fields tucked deep in the hills. Many have no phone service, effectively leaving them to fend for themselves. Anna, the mother in the attack town El Guayabo, gave only her first name for fear of retribution by criminals. When fighting nears, most residents flee, sometimes for weeks or months. Some never return at all, leaving towns deserted. In nearly 2 years, more than 2,000 people have been displaced in Michoacán, rights groups say. Those who stay risk being trapped in the crossfire. In the past 5 months alone, at least 10 civilians, including a 14-year-old boy, have been killed by hidden explosives while tending crops or walking to school. According to Julio Franco, an advisor with the Human Security Observatory, a group tracking violence. Security analysts and Mexican officials say the cartels began to militarize in the mid-2000s when Los Zetas, a group formed by former army members, brought battlefield discipline, encrypted communications, and heavy weaponry to organized crime. As Las Zetas acquired more of a military arsenal, so did its rivals, trying to compete. Mexico's security forces, too, responded with ever more sophisticated equipment and tactics. The United States has also brought its own technology to bear, including by recently using drones that hunt for fentanyl labs. In 2015, a sign of the transformation underway became evident when cartel gunmen in Jalisco state brought down a Mexican army helicopter with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, killing 6 soldiers. It was the first time a criminal group had destroyed a military aircraft in Mexico. By 2022, Mexican military intelligence reported that criminal groups were routinely deploying IEDs, drones, and new tactics. We are witnessing the latest phase of the war, a move toward paramilitary-style tactics and capabilities, said Alexei Chavez, a security analyst who has advised the Mexican army. Just as drones, cheap and easy to modify, have proliferated in the battlefields of Ukraine, their use by cartels for surveillance and precision bombing has surged drastically in recent years, according to government officials, security experts, and analysts. Drones allow criminals to attack rivals or security forces with far greater precision than the crude bombs they once relied on, said Vandefelba Brown, an expert on non-state armed groups at the Brookings Institution. With drones, she said, the cartels have gained the ability to strike deep into enemy territory, to hit targets that would have been unreachable before. To prepare for heightened pressure from the Trump administration, criminal groups also started importing scanners to detect government drones and hiring more people with experience using and tracking the aircraft. Cartel operatives have said in recent interviews with the New York Times. As another step, the operatives said they increased arms shipments from the United States. 18 officers, thousands of bombs. Facing these new threats, Mexico's police have often found themselves badly outgunned. They've been a step ahead of us for years, said Alfredo Ortega, Michoacan's former state security chief, who stepped down last year. They have unlimited resources and access to weapons and technology our local forces simply don't. They came at us with Barrett .50 caliber semi-automatic rifles, and our local police forces didn't even have anything close to that. To counter the threat, Mr. Ortega in 2023 formed a specialized anti-bomb unit of police officers, many with military backgrounds, led by Captain Carlos Gomez, a former Army officer and expert in explosive ordnance disposal. In one operation last year, Captain Gomez stumbled on sprawling compounds that functioned as assembly plants, he said. Inside, workers had welded makeshift armor onto vehicles, fashioned homemade explosives, and built improvised mortars from gas tank tubes, packing them with explosives. His unit of 18 members is severely outmatched by the scale of the threat it faces, he said. Even Mexico's military lacks mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, known as MRAPs, like those developed by the United States to shield troops from IEDs in Iraq and Afghanistan. As improvised explosives became a hallmark of insurgencies, militaries around the world adopted the armored vehicles to save lives. Mexico has not, Captain Gomez said. In July, Captain Gomez and his men responded to a farmer's call about a possible roadside bomb. After they arrived, they found an entire cartel complex nearby and recovered 258 improvised explosive devices, disarming each over 14 hours in the sweltering heat. The next morning, their convoy was ambushed by gunmen, said Captain Gomez, who had a bullet tear through his hand that left a long, swollen scar. In the past 2 years alone, he said, his team has seized more than 2,000 IEDs and homemade bombs meant to be used with drones or simple mortars. Most are rudimentary contraptions. Casings are commonly made from plastic bottles, cut drain pipes, and even fire extinguishers. The devices are fitted with steel, glass, and plastic fins to stabilize the bombs in flight. Inside, they pack homemade gunpowder and ammonium nitrate fuel oil, an explosive often used in mining and construction. These artifacts can deliver a blast almost the same as factory-made bombs, Captain Gomez said, pointing at a display of dozens of improvised bombs deactivated by his unit. And they're always experimenting, always finding new ways to cause more harm. In one recent discovery in June, he said, his unit found a 40mm grenade modified for drone delivery, the first of its kind documented in Mexico. Cartels are also increasingly making chemical bombs, the authorities say, loading drones with compounds like aluminum phosphide, a toxic pesticide that can trigger hypoxia and circulatory failure, as well as other pesticides and poisons. In April, a cartel dropped such bombs on 3 towns in southeastern Michoacan, where residents told local news outlets that they felt itching, burning skin, and in some cases, a feeling of suffocation. Mr. Ortega said the surge in drones and IEDs coincided with the arrival of Colombian nationals, former soldiers recruited to train cartel fighters. In only 7 months, the state authorities have arrested 53 foreigners accused of having links to organized crime, among them 23 Colombians and 22 Venezuelans. The Mexican government, under pressure from Mr. Trump, has pursued an aggressive crackdown, deploying thousands of troops to states like Michoacan, but officials have also blamed the United States for fueling the violence by manufacturing the guns that wind up in cartel hands. President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico said in March that any real strategy against organized crime should begin by cutting off access to high-powered military-use weapons. She said that 70% of those in Mexico came from the United States. The government has pursued 2 lawsuits against American gun makers, accusing them of sending an iron river of weapons into cartel hands. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously rejected one of those suits, ruling that legislation shields gun makers from liability in certain cases. The U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives said in a statement that it works closely with both domestic and international law enforcement partners to counter illegal firearms trafficking. The agency recently noted that cartels use a range of weapons, including the Barrett M82.50 caliber semi-automatic rifle, a gun designed to pierce light vehicles and fortified positions. It is often used by snipers. The cartels themselves frequently flaunt their weapons, with gunmen posting videos and photographs online or in WhatsApp groups. In one recent image, a squad in military-style uniforms bearing the Jalisco cartel insignia cradled weapons, including a Browning M2.50 caliber heavy machine gun, a battlefield staple for the U.S. Army and militaries worldwide. The weapons leave a path of destruction in their wake. Pablo Fajardo, a resident of El Guayabo, recently returned to find his 2-bedroom home a charred ruin, holes in its roof from bomber drones. Fear and sadness, that's all I feel, he said. All that effort and work I put into building my little house, and it was destroyed in a matter of days. Emiliano Rodriguez Mega contributed, reporting from Mexico City.
Yeah, that was a little long, but it was actually pretty interesting. I knew that the cartels were well armed, but they look like ICE agents basically, or soldiers with this 50 cal right here. So who knew? How did they come up with 70%? Let's see, what else do we have here? Trump says Israel losing public relations battle, warns of declining support in Congress. No kidding, huh? U.S. President Donald Trump stated that the pro-Israel lobby in Congress is losing its influence, particularly among younger Republicans, during an interview with the Daily Caller. I didn't know the Daily Caller was still around. A March Pew Research Center poll indicated that 50% of Republicans under 50 now have an unfavorable view of Israel, up from 35% in 2022. So 35% disapproved under 50 years old, and now that's up to half. Trump noted that 60% of voters oppose sending more military aid to Israel, marking the highest disapproval since the October 7 attacks by Hamas. Critics, including Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, have claimed Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, highlighting rising skepticism among younger Republicans. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is over 50. And then we've covered a lot of what's going on in Gaza, so I won't get into that just yet. And then in some the last couple articles here, Nestle dismisses chief executive over relationship with subordinate. So the world's largest food company named Philip Navratil, a longtime employee to replace Laurent Fries. I don't know how you pronounce that. Nestle's a Swiss company, I think, Swiss or German. But let's listen to this. Apparently, these rich CEOs are
Nestlé
human.
dismisses chief executive over relationship with subordinate. This article is by Cade Metz and read by an automated voice. Nestlé, the Swiss multinational conglomerate and the world's largest food company, has dismissed its chief executive, Laurent Freeks, over an undisclosed relationship with a subordinate, a breach of the company's code of conduct. Mr. Freeks will be replaced by a longtime Nestlé executive, Philippe Navertil, the company said in a news release on Monday. Nestlé said that Mr. Freeks' dismissal followed an investigation into a romantic relationship he had with a direct subordinate. The investigation was overseen by the company's chairman, Paul Bulka, and led independent director, Pablo Ayla, and included outside counsel. This was a necessary decision, Mr. Bulka said in a statement. Nestlé's values and governance are strong foundations of our company. I thank Laurent for his years of service at Nestlé. Mr. Navertil, who replaces Mr. Freeks effective immediately, was previously senior vice president and head of the company's coffee strategic business unit, overseeing global strategy for the Nescafé and Starbucks brands. He began his career at Nestlé as an internal auditor in 2001 and was named country manager for Nestlé Honduras in 2009. In 2013, he took control of the company's coffee and beverage business in Mexico. Last year, he was named chief executive of Nestlé Nespresso, and he joined Nestlé's executive board this year. I fully embrace the company's strategic direction as well as the action plan in place to drive Nestlé's performance, Mr. Navertil said in a statement. When Mr. Freeks was named chief executive less than a year ago, Nestlé's stock had dropped nearly 40% from its high in early 2022, as a new breed of weight loss drugs began to shift eating habits across Europe and the United States. After spending nearly 4 decades at the company, he was tapped to replace the longtime chief executive Mark Schneider, who was one of only 2 Nestlé chief executives hired from outside the company.
All right, and then one more interesting food related news item. Kraft Heinz to break up its food businesses. Kraft and Heinz are separating.
Kraft Heinz to break up its food businesses. This article is by Lauren Hirsch and Julie Cresswell and read by an automated voice. A decade after merging and creating a global food giant, Kraft Heinz said early Tuesday that it planned to split into 2 separate companies. It plans to spin off its slower-growing grocery business, which includes well-known brands like Oscar Mayer, Kraft Singles, and Lunchables, into a new entity. The remaining company would house sauces, condiments, and products with faster-growing sales like Heinz Ketchup, Philadelphia Cream Cheese, and Kraft Mac and Amp Cheese. Most large food companies are struggling as consumers purchase less of what they sell. In some cases, the slowdown in spending is from consumers who, after 2 years of food inflation, are making tougher choices about where they spend their dollars in the grocery store. But many consumers also are veering away from so-called highly processed foods. Executives at Kraft Heinz are betting that the company will be worth more to investors, split into 2 separate entities. That's a reversal of the argument made a decade ago, when Kraft and Heinz combined in a merger that created one of the largest food companies in the world, with more than $28 billion in annual revenues and a plethora of household staples, from Kool-Aid to Velveeta. That 2015 deal, which was put together by the Brazilian investment firm 3G Capital and Warren E. Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, was in many ways a gamble. The idea was that its Brazilian backers could run the brands more efficiently than traditional food industry executives. But aggressive cost-cutting contributed to the fading of many of the company's offerings, at the same time as grocery stores were expanding their own brands. In the past several years, Kraft Heinz has sought to remake its food empire and shift its focus to stronger-performing products like Heinz Ketchup and Grey Poupon. That effort has involved the sale of a number of its businesses, including part of its cheese business for $3.3 billion in 2020 and its nuts business to Hormel for $3.4 billion a year later. But the company, like many of its peers, continues to face pressure as consumers veer away from packaged foods in favor of fresher options. inflation has added to the pressure on shoppers, who have turned to cheaper, private label foods. Kraft Heinz said in May it was looking at deals that might increase its performance. The food giant reported in late July that global net sales fell nearly 2% in the second quarter of the year from the levels a year earlier. As the company bumped pricing up in several categories, particularly coffee, consumer demand for cold cuts, coffee, frozen snacks, and powdered beverages fell, the company said. The move would be the latest shuffle in the food industry as giants look for ways to bolster their underlying businesses and keep investors happy. The Kellogg Company spun out its cereal brands, including Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, and Rice Krispies in 2023, while holding on to its faster-growing snacks business, renaming the company Kellanova. Mars, the company behind M&M's and Snickers, agreed last year to acquire Kellanova in a deal valued at $35.9 billion. Earlier this month, Ferrero, the Italian candy maker that sells Nutella and Tic Tacs, announced plans to buy the cereal business Kellogg as part of its efforts to grow its U.S. presence.
So if you like processed foods, this will impact you. This last article is our science-ish news story that I promised EAE that I would try and do a better job of. I've always had a fascination with maps. If I had enough money, I would actually like collect maps. The African Union wants to go to the traditional map that you're used to seeing, say, on a globe, or when you were in high school or grade school, is a Mercator projection, and it essentially corrects for the curvature of the Earth. It basically renders the 3D Earth into 2D. And if I recall, its main reason for doing that was navigation, I think, if I recall, because I've actually had to navigate an ocean once or twice. There's a Mercator projection, which we're used to seeing. And then there's something called Equal Earth, which basically emphasizes more the actual land masses versus the curvature. And please excuse me. I want to hear this story, as boring as it may be. For those of us who like maps, it's interesting. What's more interesting is it's the African Union that's driving the request.
You're listening to Here's How Africa Wants to Redraw the World Map, a news story written by Maham Javed, Janice Kai-Chen, and Tim Miko, and read by an AI-generated voice. In 1569, Flemish mapmaker Gerardus Mercator synthesized existing ideas in navigation and cartography to create a new type of world map. It has stood the test of time. Billions of people would recognize it today from their classroom walls and navigation apps. Crisscrossed by rail straight lines that correspond to constant compass bearings, the Mercator projection was ideal for navigation in the age of sail, at the expense of showing the actual size of landmasses. The farther from the equator they are, the larger they appear. Greenland might look the same size as Africa, rather than 1/14 the size, as in reality. But at least an adventurous crew could sail from one to the other without constantly recalculating their course. The projection is just as useful, it turns out, for zoomable web maps, which work seamlessly over its simple grid system. But its longevity has come at a cost, critics argue. The African Union earlier this month joined a campaign calling for the replacement of the Mercator projection with maps that show Africa's accurate size. Maps shape how we remember and understand the world, said cartographer Tom Patterson, a creator of the Equal Earth map, which the African Union has endorsed in the Mercator's place. The kind of misrepresentation in Mercator's projections can deeply influence how people see the world, and in misleading ways. Such critiques, which have long simmered among cartography nerds and in decolonization discourse, have gained new traction thanks in part to Correct the Map, a campaign now backed by the African Union with the weight of its 55 member states. The Dutch and English use the Mercator projection to map their growing empires, said Matthew Edney, director of the History of Cartography Project and a professor of cartography at the University of Southern Maine. The Mercator remains inextricably bound up in that history. The weight of the map is thoroughly tied to the connotation it has to marine power, navigation, and the support it provided to imperial sentiments, he said. While Greenland and Africa's apparent similar size is the most widely cited example of Mercator distortion, many areas, especially in the north, are stretched drastically. The United Kingdom appears to be almost 3 times as large as it is, and North America appears over 4 times its actual size. Even in the 19th century and before, there were grumblings about the way the Mercator distorts, Edney said, but maybe because no one body was in charge or publishers already had printing plates prepared and they didn't want to make new efforts. Or because people liked how you could make the projection fit any size, it stayed relevant. The demand to use different projections is political. It might seem to be just a map, but in reality it is not. Selma Malika Haddadi, the African Union Commission's deputy chair, told Reuters, the idea is to turn away from a colonial-era map that critics say has diminished Africa's importance in the popular imagination. The Mercator misrepresented Africa as marginal, Haddadi said, when in fact it is the world's second-largest continent with more than 1 billion people. The AU did not respond to requests for comment on its map policies. While the criticism is gaining steam, the Mercator's simplicity and usefulness have earned it many defenders. European civilization is guilty of centuries of crimes against the global south, but the Mercator projection is not one of them. One letter writer to The Guardian argued, since all projections are flawed, best to simply use a globe, another wrote.
I'm going to actually just interrupt it briefly here. I agree. Anyone who's ever been associated with navigating, land navigation doesn't really, it doesn't matter here. But if you were trying to get across an ocean, I don't know why it even matters, to be honest. The Mercator map is obviously more useful. I understand, hey, we want, Africa in proportion, to the other land masses. But I'm struggling to figure out, how many people actually look at maps? So I'm kind of struggling. It's more a rhetorical argument than anything.
EU endorsed Correct the Map campaign, led by advocacy groups Africa No Filter and Speak Up Africa, favors the adoption of the 2018 Equal Earth map, created by Patterson and his colleagues. Like the Mercator, it is optimized in one area at the expense of another. While the Equal Earth map shows the true relative sizes of land masses, their shapes are distorted. No map projection is perfect. It is impossible to fit the spherical globe onto a 2-dimensional surface without compromises, Patterson said. Maps can be equal area, conformal like the Mercator, or equidistant, which means all distances are equal as you radiate out from a vector point, Patterson said. You can't have more than 2 properties in any flat map, and the Equal Earth map only has one of these. Before the Equal Earth map, there was the Gall-Peters projection, which is an equal area map, but it does not retain the familiar shapes of continents. And there was the Robinson projection, which was visually attractive but not equal area, Patterson said. Patterson and his colleagues aimed to create a map that was pleasing to the eye and displayed the continents without size distortion, he said. The African Union's endorsement is a historic milestone, said Farah Ndiaye, co-founder of Speak Up Africa. It transforms our cultural demand into a political one. Ndiaye said that the AU was using the Mercator projection on its websites, but that her organization was working with the bloc to change them. The campaign has called on numerous international organizations to replace their maps. On Google Maps desktop, users can choose between Mercator and GlobeView, said Caroline Bordeaux, a spokeswoman for the company. On mobile, Google Maps only offers Mercator. The World Bank uses the Winkle Triple or the Equal Earth projections on its static maps, and its internal maps use the Robinson projection, not the Mercator, according to a statement sent by email. While some other mapping apps still using the Mercator projection, we are replacing them with Equal Earth, the statement said. The World Bank Group is committed to ensuring accurate representation of all people on all platforms. The U.S. Geological Survey uses the Web Mercator projection for its base map services, the background layers of information for building maps. The Mercator remains industry standard for web mapping because of its ability to preserve angles and shapes, said Jason Burton, a spokesperson for the USGS, adding that it is working on upgrading its base maps to eventually allow users to apply custom projections with minimal distortion. Moving away from the Mercator projection would change how the world understands Africa and how Africans understand their own continent, NDIA said. It means children in Africa and across the world opening a textbook and seeing their continent represented at its true scale, she said. Maps are not neutral. They were never meant to be.
Well, why not?
It shapes how
Why
we
not
learn,
do
how we
both?
imagine
It's a
power,
textbook.
how we see ourselves.
Well, Kelvin, you're right. They do have bigger concerns. But why can't you do both? Now, I know in textbooks, textbooks are so expensive because of the pictures and graphs and charts and stuff. But surely, you can pay $1 more and put both maps in. I don't. It's a little bit of, in my opinion, and I tend to lean left. This is a little bit of an esoteric argument. You see in 4D. You know what? Well, what do you see in 4D? How do you see time, Brian Nichols? So this next article is somewhat related, and I'm going to spare you the auto reader and skip to the part that I find interesting. If I can find it, should have left it there, I guess. Give me one sec here. Oh boy, let's see here. So this is about basically the title of this is called The Woke Myth. It's by Robert Reich. And if you remember, he was Bill Clinton's labor secretary. He's an economist and a lawyer who I think he still teaches at Berkeley. He may be emeritus now, but he's got his own Substack, and he does wind up on Talking Heads TV every now and again. And so the woke myth, he's asking. Well, let me just start here. Let's see. Trump has has for years condemned what he terms the liberal bias in the media, calling journalists the enemy within. So he's defunded PBS, NPR, The Voice of America, and Radio Free Europe. He has sued ABC and CBS. His Federal Communications Commission refused to allow CBS's parent company, Paramount, to be sold until CBS purged itself of commentary and programming critical of Trump, including Stephen Colbert's late-night comedy show. Are Trump and Vance, J.D. Vance, correct that museums, universities, and the media have a left-wing woke bias? Reich is saying it's the wrong question. It's the question that Donald Trump would like everyone to be asking, but it obscures the more important question: should government be determining the content of museums, universities, and media, or should the responsibility rest with these institutions? And I think that is actually the fundamental question. And, what Trump, MAGA, and the right broadly would say, well, you know what, if it's being paid with taxpayer dollars, taxpayers should have a say in it. So Wright continues, logically, someone has to decide what a museum will display. Usually this is left to people known as curators. Someone has to decide what courses universities will offer, should be which courses. Usually this is left to university professors and professorial staff or professional staff. Someone in media corporations has to decide what stories they're going to report and which news items they'll feature as important. Usually these decisions are left to managing editors and senior producers. We'd be concerned if wealthy donors or advertisers played roles in these choices because their economic interests may conflict with our interests as members of the public in learning the truth. It's never, that's a question that's never going to be, answered satisfactorily because people believe differently. There are plenty people like Ryan, good morning, Ryan, who think, hey, taxpayer dollars are the people's dollars. And my contention is that once you sign, your income tax form, stamp it or put it in an envelope, stamp it and mail it, it's no longer your personal money. You can make an argument that, public money should be accountable to the public. But the way the country is right now, the public can't agree. There's an internal pushback, along right and left, colloquially, the liberal and the conservative sides of the population. So I honestly think that what Trump is doing is dangerous, and it's assuming that there'll never be another Democratic power. Democrats will never be in power. If the pendulum is swinging too far and MAGA through Trump doesn't have common sense enough to know where the line is, you can step over a line where instead of left bias, you get right bias, and either bias is bad. So I don't even know. Trump basically, Trump is just not the best judge of what should and shouldn't be. And most of his cabinet, most of his cronies, J.D. Vance is not the best judge. Maybe we ought to do more referenda instead of letting strongmen or wannabe strongmen like Trump be the judge. So that brings us to the end of our regularly scheduled news articles, and where to go from here is interesting. I thought about listening to what do they call her? Sexy Red to Muse. I listened to her for the first time the other day and actually kind of enjoyed it. And this is called Friend Zone, a Male Perspective. And I don't know her. One of these days I'll hop in her chat and introduce myself, but it's an interesting topic. And then there's a Shamika Michelle thing I will show next. And then there is also a new book out that I probably won't get until, towards the end of this month. Talked about slavery again, and people are starting to add more nuance to the American Revolution, that time period. And there are more and more people thinking that the 1619 Project had it right as far as the slavery played a part in the American Revolution, and it's always been downplayed to a point to where it's not even mentioned. And as it turns out, it is easily documentable, if that's a word. Slavery played a part in, in one of the reasons, not the main reason, but it did definitely play a part in why America wanted to break away from England. And to me, it's always been kind of obvious. 1772 is the Somerset decision. 1776 is what's credited as the start of the American Revolution. That's 4 years apart. How could one how could one not be affected by the other? Um, so anyway, let's listen to how she's gonna start here, and this is called Friend Zone: A Male Perspective.
Let's get into it. What we gonna get into today? I don't need your approval. What? I don't need your approval. I'll be mine.
You know what? I don't know. Is this an original rap?
What? It's from a male perspective, so I thought what he said was interesting. So he is hilarious. I didn't know he was that funny.
And we're not going to listen to the whole thing.
Please hit the like, share, and subscribe. If
And
you
by the way, it's
haven't
live.
already.
I guess I should
And then
drop
we
her
got
show.
some other stuff to get into. But we got some other stuff to get into as well. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, here y'all go.
Guarantee you,
This shit was hilarious. I did not know. The man said he don't want to be friends no more. He was tricked into the friend zone. He said he wanted to clap. But my thing is with men, if you wanted to clap, if that's what you wanted to do, then why don't they start out with that? Instead of trying to be your friend, knowing that you're going to put him in the friend zone. The woman said, oh, I had a man at the time. So what are you talking about? And she said, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm cool, because he ended up calling her, which is crazy.
It's the black community, right? Because a lot of times, a lot of us men, we was birthed in a family of women, right? And a lot of times they projected how they believe how men should operate onto the boys. And we grew up with a sense of accommodating for women. Ooh. And this is the reason why we have friend zones today, right? The reason why we have friend zones today is only because we was accommodating for women, and women taught us how they thought they want to be treated. But here's the conflict of interest. A woman can't teach us men how to treat her.
You right.
And Tell how us. To be. And I think the problem, and I think the issue is men is constantly getting emasculated as far as like
how are men emasculated?
His actual
That's
nature
crazy
has been criminalized and getting looked down upon, right? I had a female friend that I used to be friends with that I wanted intimately at one point.
Here we go with the bullshit. Hit the light.
Because she told me we just want to be friends. We just gonna be friends.
What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Okay, cool. Because that's what mom and them aunties.
He said, okay, cool. So as a man, you can't think for yourself, girl. ADS, come get your friend.
That you gotta be a woman friend first. 90 days. I went through the 90 day. That shit turned from 90 days to 120 days to 365 to 10 years.
From 90 days to 10 years. How did we get here?
Till I realized I had to stand up for myself. Like,
that's right, black man.
This is
stand
not
up
what
for
I signed up for.
What?
And I truly believe
I
that
like
now.
This name.
Granted, men is not trying to force women. Men don't want women that he got the force for.
Chop, come get your boy. This man, I ain't fooling
them to do something with him.
Oh,
but
shit.
Just because you think a man is a man that you're not attracted to want to be intimate with you, he's not a creep.
Whoa. Back in this, he already solved all of every question he answered it in the first 7 minutes.
That he got the force for them to do something with him. But just because you think a man is a man that you're not attracted to.
So you're not the one. So the woman's not attracted
to want to be intimate with you. He's not a creep.
And he never. So because my thing is that is creepy because if you didn't set your intentions in the beginning, that is. I mean, 10-year friend zone. I'm impressed where this woman she needs a gold medal.
Here's the deal. It sounds to me that, and I've been hearing about JP everywhere. Everybody wants him. Everybody wants him on their panels, except me, apparently. Why do we listen to the least of us the most? There are people that are saying, JP is right about this and that. And I'm just like, literally, JP does not speak for all men and black men in particular. Why do we listen to him? And, I don't know what the fascination with JP is. I don't know if chaotic is still in the chat. Maybe he can enlighten us. But essentially, he's making the white incel argument. So if a woman doesn't find him or a man attractive, she doesn't know him shit. Hey, life is full of disappointments, and it doesn't seem like JP takes disappointment very well. So he didn't get some pussy. That's hey, move on, son. There is someone for everyone, and there's even someone for JP. Apparently, he has kids. So this is, I'll listen to a little bit more of this, but I'm not sure I'm that interested now that I've listened to it.
But my thing is if you
And I see Sugar Bomb is over there.
Say that. Don't go along with the bullshit and then get mad because you didn't get your way. That's the crazy part to me. Hey, what's up, man? Of tomorrow. Good to see you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. A whole fool. A whole motherfucking fool. Watch somebody take my shit. I hate when you niggas take my shit and you don't even give me credit, but that's okay. I'm a steal your shit too. How about that? I'm talking shit today.
You actually attracted to.
I'm on it.
When that same man wants.
Some of you, I don't care. Some of you, that's fine. I let that. I don't care.
Hey Ryan, is it just the intelligent? Is it just the intelligent whites who know this? Give us black people some credit there, Ryan. We know he's an outlier too. So anyway, I love her voice, by the way. I will listen to a little bit. Shamika Michelle is what I actually was gonna watch, but this is fascinating.
It's fuck you. There you go.
Have the same desire.
If I like you, it's fine.
As the man that you friend zone.
Good morning, Speak Radio. Good to see you.
I think that we've been allowing.
Oh, the big bad black woman been stopping the black man, girl. Meanwhile, these niggas' rights getting taken away every minute that we speak.
A lot
the
of
last
stuff,
8 months.
We've been allowing women to basically dumb us down. Dumb us down.
Why would a quote real man blame women for all his problems? There's that weird like mental pretzel logic. Okay, a man is a real man, wants to be treated like a real man by women, but you blame women when you fail? I don't get it. I don't get it. But this is what's going on in the blackosphere, apparently. And I've seen more than one person go, well, maybe JP's on to something or something. And I'm of the mind, I know a lot of people think that JP is like a draw. Hey, John Galt had him on his panel, and John Galt literally has a show titled, JP, Be Brave, and John Galt, basically we're against, it's us versus the world, and we are right. That's essentially the spirit of it. And I'm like, all three, I'm like, what the fuck has America come to? So that's kind of how I feel about it.
emasculate us to the point where we's afraid to be a real man, right? And I'm a man. I don't believe in no man. 100% of men that approaches women wanting them intimately. Right?
Then why didn't you say that? Then if that was the case, then why didn't he say that? Why didn't he tell her? I just want to clap cheeks. He didn't. Some men will stick around, stay around. For what?
That's why they
I don't
approach
know.
you. They approach you because they found something sexual.
We have all been, ADS says we have all been friend zoned at some point. What I've learned is friends ain't so bad. I've had plenty of women as friends who have introduced me to other women. See? Thank you, ADS. Thank you for putting some logic into it. Because that does, like, why wouldn't you want to be friends? What's the point? This probably sounds silly, but if you're friends with a man, do you want to clap cheeks with him? No. So why the fuck? Honestly, I did friend zone as a teenager. I was doing it out of respect. I didn't want to pressure. That's what's up. Stank thoughts. Ladies, only you can stop dumb niggas from spreading this dumb nigga seed. Absolutely. Shout out to that woman.
And just because you don't want that man from an intimate perspective.
M. Mills, good morning.
Well, you shouldn't be that selfish and feel as though you don't have to get.
So not giving away the coochie is being selfish.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Intimacy, but you want his time, you want his presence, you want his company until you find you another man that you actually sexually desire you with. I think that's foul. I think that's self-centered, and I think that's.
Look, all I have to say is capitalism has been skewed in this man's mind. He seems to think that, intimate relationships or romance or, male-female, relationships should be transactional. And that's really the root of all this black pill bullshit. They basically want like relationships to be transactional. If I give you money and my time and my attention, you owe me something. That's literally what it's coming down to. And these people have influence. And there are times when a real man knows he needs a haircut and a shave and shouldn't be walking around in a wife beater. Let's start with the basics. And mothers, and like my mother taught me, hey, woman's going to be attracted to you if you look like this. Get a haircut, trim that beard a bit, present yourself better, and good things will come. No one has taught JP this, apparently. So I'm ready to move on. This is Shamika Michelle, who I always disagree with, but she's always worth watching. And this is called Colorism, the real anti-black. And leave it to a conservative like Shamika Michelle to talk about what the real anti-black is. The real anti-black.
Shamika Michelle.
When God looked at man, he said it's not good
mental
for man
delays.
to be alone. He gave him a woman. He didn't give him a village. He didn't give him the community. He said, be fruitful and multiply to this
absolutely,
man and this woman. So
Napstar. You are absolutely right.
husband,
That, you know what? That is an excellent point. It is so annoying hearing people talking points. It's obvious he hasn't spent a whole lot of time cogitating on these topics. So, yep.
Always do what you always done. You will always get what you always got.
Hello. Welcome to the D Worley Show. I'm just kidding.
You're hilarious.
But it's kind of like that because you do, you can be a little chatty just like I can. But
it's a problem.
Yeah, I appreciate you joining me today for Colorism, the real anti-black. we will get to that. And you said you all called it what? Where you were
Being
from?
color struck. So when
Yes.
I was growing up, we always said it. Somebody was color struck.
Yes.
But that may be an Alabama-ism. I'm not
No,
sure.
I think I've heard that too. So we
Okay.
have that as well. So we're gonna get to that in a second, folks. But just to kind of start us off, we're gonna talk about some hot topics. And this is Feedback Friday as well. So hop in the comments. We may read your comment and bring it into the discussion. The Diddy trial. What do you think? I'm seeing some people say it's not enough evidence. He's going to get off. I saw someone say they only need to prove 2 of the things that they're charging him for it to be a RICO case, and it's the landslide. I've heard people say that the feds do not bring charges unless they absolutely know they're going to win. So what are your thoughts on what's going on with the diddler?
Yeah. So I kind of vacillate back and forth. And it depends. I think it kind of depends on the day, right? Depending on what's going on in the trial. I mean, during the Cassie testimony days, it was pretty damning. And it seemed like there was, she pretty much laid a solid foundation for, kind of like the Stockholm syndrome thing, where you kind of sympathize with your abuser, or you sympathize with your captor, and then you can get kind of brainwashed in that process and not really be able to. It's almost like a hypnotism. You get kind of just trapped in the cycle of it all.
Right.
And so because she was catching a lot of criticism, people were saying things like, and I don't think that there's not credence to this. Like kind of like listen. You knew who he was, and you knew what you were doing when you got involved with him. Yes, she was 19 years old when it started, but this was a decade-long situationship, right? This was a long time that she was with him, and the abuse was, I feel certain that it was going on almost from the beginning, probably. But I go back and forth. Sometimes I think that the defense is celebrating, and that even though, the Southern District of New York does not basically go to market unless they know they're going to sell and convict, I feel like that there's been some holes punched in the prosecution's case. And I don't know if the RICO charges are going to stick. And RICO is, and I've also heard things like the baby oil, because it was spiked, it is an automatic life sentence for that amount of baby oil. And because it was spiked with basically elephant tranquilizer, that's a felony, that is an automatic life sentence. And then you hear somebody else talk about it, some other, expert lawyer talk about it. One of the 1 gajillion firms that's weighing in on this, and they say, no, that's not true. And so it's hard to really understand what is going to stick or what could stick. As it relates to the felonious charges, right? Because what would really put him away for a long amount of time would be, the trafficking, the RICO stuff, and anything that has to do with children. So I don't. It's difficult to tell. I don't think the defense did itself any favors. Sorry, I don't think the prosecution did itself any favors with. So the 800 line and all the people coming, all these women coming forward and saying, me too. I think that kind of dampened their chances of having sort of the ace in the hole. So I don't know. I go back and forth. What about you?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. I felt like having more people come forward would help. Only because once they showed the text messages where Cassie was saying, I can't wait to the next freak off, or I'm ready for a freak off, or something like that, then I was like, I don't know. And then I try to put myself, like, what if this was my daughter? Thinking about my kids at 19, like, would they run off and do some silliness like this? I don't think so, because we have such a great communication that I think they would say, oh, wait a minute. I've gotten myself into some hot water. So I don't know. I've been back and forth as well. I do not like his arrogance. Like, even when I think about making the band, just the way he kind of talked to them and the way he carried himself, I wouldn't mind seeing the book thrown at him.
Yeah, same. I mean, there's no question he's a monster. I mean, I don't think that's up for debate. He's an animal, right? But is anything he did illegal is really the question. And he's going through due process. Because he's not an illegal alien, he's allowed due process. We can talk about that too. But he's going through the process, and I feel like that the defense is celebrating. I feel like that they feel like that they've got some leverage, and then I feel like they know something we don't know too. And I think he's an absolute monster. In general, but every narcissist is, right? And he's clearly a clinical narcissist. And I'm gonna even use that term a lot, but it fits with this dude. He's not okay. But what really I think is going on, and you've heard some of the bodyguards talking about this, and Big Homie C and all of that, talking about how none of this would have been coming to light. None of us would even have known about any of this stuff if he had not pissed off the alcohol company. Period. So, and the major shareholder of the alcohol company is BlackRock. So this has very deep roots. This is basically sir, you thought you were running things. You thought you were, the HNIC. You thought you were, calling shots and actually ruling and running your empire. You're not.
You're not. And I wish we could have charged him for dancing around in all his artist videos.
Like Suge Knight said, 100%.
Okay, because that used to get on my nerves. I wish we could have charged him for that.
It's so cringe.
James Harden says, "What up, Shamika? What up? What's the topic? Let me read this title of the video." And all he sees is colorism. So we will get to colorism. We're just discussing some of the hot topics of the day. Next, we're going to talk about Offset asking for spousal support from Cardi B. Now, what I saw is that she's worth between 80 to 100 million, and he's only worth 30 million. Like, only worth, only worth 30 million. And at first, it seemed everything was going smoothly. He wants joint custody of the kids, but he feels like the kids' home should be Cardi's house, or that should be like, their primary place of residence. But now he's asking for spousal support. And personally, I don't know. If you have 30 million, I feel like you could, be okay. But I am a person that kind of feels like, let me just say this. If there was cheating involved, it should be off the table, point blank, period. You don't get to go out and cheat and then say, I don't want my marriage and get money. I just feel like that should not happen. In a regular instance, though, when cheating is not involved, I don't have a problem with the person who makes the most continuing to keep that lifestyle. But when you get into those millions, it gets a little bit like, come on now, are you greedy? But what do you think about it?
So one, who's Cardi B? Just kidding. I am so checked out of like that whole, I literally don't care. But for purposes of this conversation, I have done a little research, and my thing is,
I don't know. This may be covering old news. I didn't watch the video. I basically went on the title. It's 3 months old. I was more interested in the colorism thing, so forgive me. I guess I just play it through unless anybody objects, and we'll get to the colorism, I guess.
I'm like you. Once you start talking into the tens of millions with people, then now it is just kind of like a, F you, sort of because I can kind of stake in the ground. but I also, and this may be a little bit of a hot take, but I also think that there's been such a, for so long, also the state that they're in matters. So if it's a no fault state, the cheating doesn't come into play. It doesn't matter. And cheating doesn't matter. It's not a reason, which I think is wrong. But there's been for many years, as we all know, divorce does not in any way lean toward favoring the man. Period.
Let me make one point here about Ryan's comments. Look, it used to be that, pasty white was a thing. So you got a tan. There's a whole trope, at least in European culture and thus in American culture, that people who were well-traveled or could afford vacations, you'd go to some tropical place that's exotic and you come back with a tan. So there's also hey, this person has a tan, he looks like he's wealthy or she's wealthy, they can afford a vacation. So this colorism thing is way more complicated than even race, in my opinion. There are people who think colorism is a form of racism, and I tend to agree. But like any social phenomenon, you can never just make broad generalizations. I've had plenty of people go, hey, the winter, I look pasty, let me get a tan. And they're not trying to be whiter or lighter skinned. They're trying to look like, tans are assumed healthy. You've been outdoors, you've been somewhere tropical, tanning was basically something associated with leisure, vacation, that sort of thing. So nothing is ever straightforward with things like colorism or racism. There are always caveats and exceptions to the rule. And there is no rule, basically. There are trends, there are tendencies. There's no hard and fast rule.
And we've seen so many celebrities get absolutely taken to the cleaners by women who, in my opinion, have a predatory mindset, and are actual predators who have, gotten pregnant on purpose to be able to sort of lock in that they, will absolutely have to have child support or a certain amount of money for 18 years, etc. And, I think that this may be a little bit of a pendulum swing, right? Where it's, men have been got for so long. And I mean, to the tune of, we're talking about like the Phil Collins and the Paul McCartneys. These people were giving hundreds of millions of dollars to women who were with them for literally 30 seconds and had nothing to do with their careers. And it just wasn't okay. So this may be sort of like a sowing and reaping pendulum swing. Everybody is sowing seeds. We're all sowing seeds and we're all reaping harvest, right? I don't know what Cardi B's seeds are, but if she sowed any bad seeds, this could be her harvest. And I don't know if it'll play out that he will actually get the spousal support. If you are worth 30 million.
I want to make one comment, and maybe it's just a function of my age. I'm 60. I will never for the life of me wonder why, a somewhat, well, I don't know, I'll take that back. People like Shamika Michelle tend to talk about culture and politics, and I guess Cardi B can be considered a cultural topic. I've never understood why people who are inclined towards politics even care this much about, pop culture this much. But again, I'm old.
I think it's kind of a tough thing to argue, but I don't necessarily think in general, tens of millions aside, in general, I don't think it's wrong for the person who is making the most money to be responsible for maintaining the lifestyle of the other person, even if that person if the person who is making the most money is the woman.
Right. I totally agree. I saw it happen with Mary J. Blige. I think it happened with Halle Berry. It just is what it is. It should be across the board. If that's what we're saying, you have to maintain the life of the woman, and you happen to be the woman and you make the most money, then you have to maintain the lifestyle. It just is what it is. If there's a up in place, then too bad, so sad. Or as my mama would say, tough titty kitty, ain't no more milk.
We used to say tough titty said the kitty, but the milk's still good.
Oh, okay.
We're similar. We were raised similar.
So there was this, I said I was gonna, I don't even know if I bookmarked it, but let me see if I can find this tweet. That was taught, this guy was saying that he was fired by Rich Grinnell. And let's see if I can bring this up on the screen. Everybody be in my business and see my my X screen, but it's okay. I don't have anything to hide. I keep it naked.
You sure do. Naked.
Let's see. X. Okay, so he says, and I don't want, it's so long, I'm not going to read all of it, but he says, I was fired yesterday by Richard Grinnell, we call him Rich Grinnell, from the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. He says, so he goes on to say that CNN had reached out to him and for a statement because he's Christian. He's had some Christian views about traditional marriage in the past, and working for Rich Grinnell, who is openly gay, they wanted a statement. And so he says that the only thing he said to CNN was, I am honored to work for President of the Kennedy Center, Ambassador Richard Grinnell, and Chairman of the Kennedy Center, President real Donald Trump. I am united with them in their mission to bring wholesome entertainment, showcasing the best of performing arts and music to America. And so he said it was not his intention to offend anyone with his comments. I have never intended to attack or demean any person in my statements, and have always shared the mission of Jesus, striving to love others unconditionally. The amazing beauty of the MAGA movement is that we have people of many different beliefs inside our tent. We are working together in unity to make America great again. So CNN also contacted Rich Grinnell, who is a professing Christian, but he's married to a male spouse. So when they fired him, he said that he asked for an explanation of his dismissal, and both requests have been ignored. He said the only explanation is the one given to me at the time of my firing. Floyd, you must.
Hey, Sin, this isn't a fight. We disagree, and others may disagree. Don't take it. I'm debating the point, and I'm sure TMKC is debating the point. We're not fighting. we're discussing. So don't take it too hard. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please share, subscribe, and share. And the link is pinned at the top if anybody wants to come up and talk about it. Okay, well, I just want to make sure, Sin. I hope you're not. And fight, is more rhetorical than anything. I personally detest these, 9 people on a panel shout fests. I try not to do that, though it does happen, and sometimes it's fun. But we try and be a little bit more boring, sedate. This show tends to be. So anyway. And y'all, if y'all hang out, in the chat, very few people tend to do it because it tends to be a little bit more, I don't know. I would like to say intellectual, but most people just call it straight out boring. But it is what it is. And the next video is going to be even more boring because it's a history book. It's a new history book out.
Just recant your belief in traditional marriage and your past statements on the topic, or you will be fired. What?
That's in quote. That's in quotes.
Yes, in quotes.
Yeah,
that's in quotes.
And Sin, let us stop this here. That is literally what Americans, by and large, and I'm just going to say most white Americans in particular, no, America is fundamentally racist. It sees everything through that narrow lens. So you and I will definitely agree on this. There's almost nothing you can talk about that's policy or political that doesn't wind up like if you were racially ambiguous, like this lady here on the left. I've never seen her before, but I'm sure in her life people have asked her, "What are you?" It's almost like, you'll shake hands, you'll learn the person's name, and they'll say something like, "Oh, you're so beautiful. What are you?" And that's like anecdotal evidence of, America is race obsessed, not even ethnocentric. It's literally race that America is obsessed with. And denying it is part of why we can't fix it. And there's some people who don't want to fix it. It's very economically viable to make something a black thing. Jordans are a black thing. You will hear people, and they're probably right. I'm not saying they're wrong, but hey, black. As a matter of fact, Be Brave has a show coming up, I think today, talking about, it's a class topic, but Be Brave, it's going to wind up being about race. The argument that, hey, black people, poor black people, for instance, would be better off if they stopped wasting money on things like Air Jordans. So, race and economics in the United States are narrowly or joined at the hip, at least in a lot of cases, not every case, but, culture can be maddening in that it has so many facets.
So, what do you have to say about that? Because, first of all,
don't worry, no one on this panel, and it's a panel of one, is a Be Brave fan. I think he's a moron.
Apparently, according to him, doing what he was supposed to do. And let me be honest, I work with people who are gay. I've done.
Well, that's hard to believe, Sin. I've seen your picture on your YouTube page.
But I don't think gay is natural. But we don't discuss that. Like when I am contracted for an event, I do the event. I go and speak about whatever we're talking about at the time, and who we lay in the bed with never comes into question. But my beliefs are my beliefs. Like they've never said, "Oh, you have that song, Reclaim the Rainbow. We can't use you anymore." Or tweeted this, we can't use you anymore, or you said this at an event, we can't use you anymore. It just sounds crazy to me that this would actually be allowed. And of course, this is just one side of the story, but sounds pretty scandalous.
Yeah, I mean, a few things came up for me when I read your retweet about this. One was obviously if this is true and that what's in quotations is actually what was said to him at basically a dismissal meeting, then it's a hell of a lawsuit that he's going to be able to fight. I mean, that's crazy. I can't imagine that somebody would be that reckless and that careless.
Right.
However, we're in a time now where people are really taking liberties with being able to sort of go crazy and see how far they can push the envelope, or go crazy and see how far over the line they can go without being checked on it. There's a lot of unchecked, ridiculous behavior that's been allowed for a long time in the woke era, in the, you know, the DEI era, and the, like, a lot of shenanigans and foolishness has gone on, and no one's been checked on it. And people, I mean, we're seeing video after video after video after video of people of our persuasion, our ethnicity, acting insane, like every single day, and getting absolutely no repercussions for it. Getting, if there is a repercussion, it's temporary, and they're getting, you know, sort of let off the hook about it. So I think that there's been this time that we've been in for the last several years where people have just been going ham on other people, getting away with it, and overplaying. And now it's they're overplaying their hands, which evil always does. I'm not calling Rich Grinnell evil, but I am saying that if in his privilege, and I'm using that word,
That's an interesting point. Evil always overplays its hand.
Their faith
Interesting.
and what they believe. This is control on a different level. This is just compelling speech or compelling thought. This is compelling belief.
Right.
And nobody's the arbiter of that, and nobody has jurisdiction to be able to do that for another human being. All of those things, thought, speech, beliefs, those are all God-given freedoms, right? These are not people-given freedoms. So that was the first thing that came to me, is the recklessness of it all. The second thing that came to me is the prepared statement that Floyd issued. I am a communications professional, okay? And I know that for an organization as big and vast as the Kennedy Center, okay, that is that has been asked to issue an official statement to a major news outlet like CNN, there is no scenario where anybody within that organization, especially a senior person who's a vice president, who is going to be allowed to issue that statement to CNN without it first hitting the checkpoint called the communications department, hitting the PR department. Okay. There's no occasion where that's going to happen. So are they getting fired too? Because why is he the only one that's culpable for the official statement that was given to CNN when that had to go through an approval process? All of that statement, which I thought was personally pretty benign and almost centrist in its sentiment, that entire official statement that he issued was approved by somebody. So did they get sacked too? That's my question. Because if they didn't, then that really does speak to kind of just the recklessness and the lunacy of firing one person because they said they were basically cited a biblical truth.
Right.
That's basically what he's being fired for. So that's really what came to mind for me, is that this is, one, it's just, again, a symptom of where we are as a society. People are trying to control other people's beliefs now. And then two, somebody else said yes to that statement. So what's happening with them? And it's not just one person. This is a major organization, Kennedy Center.
Yeah. And I think when you say it's a symptom of society, it just lets me see where we are as far as the debauchery that we allow and that we feel is normal. When you see that, first of all, men being married to men, I'm sorry, I feel like marriage is between a male and a female.
So do I.
I just feel like, that's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah. So when we see that, when we see these men dressing as women, participating in sports and all other things that should be for females, and we see people applauding this, when we see drag queens doing story hour, it just really shows how much we have fallen as a society and what we allow and what we are now trying to make normal. Because I feel like 30 years ago, a man saying that he believes in traditional marriage, it would just be,
it wasn't news.
Yeah,
it wasn't news.
And it's nothing to get fired about.
No.
Now it's like, how dare you have your beliefs? How dare you feel the way that you feel? Because men should be able to marry men, women should be able to scissor or do whatever. They should all be able to adopt, even though their lifestyle doesn't permit them to procreate. They should be able to just do whatever. This is coming to the forefront, and I give a raised eyebrow when it's supposed to be a conservative who has this type of mentality. Like, we're used to liberals feeling this way. The left, they have gone so far left that people who were typically, saying they were left don't even feel like they belong anymore. Democrats don't even feel like they belong. They say, I didn't leave the party left me, because they are so far left. We're used to that side. But when it comes to the right side, and the right saying we should allow all of this, that, and the other, is very disheartening. And it's scary, because this is supposed to be the side, if you ask me, with morals and values, or with biblical values, at least, that the framework of.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little snarky here. It fucking annoys me when I hear a conservative say axe. It just does.
Of what is tradition and what we're trying to conserve.
That's exactly right. I agree with you completely. And not only that, but in Rich Grinnell's case, I mean, he's a conservative and a homosexual, which obviously is an anomaly, but he, from a constitutional perspective, right? I mean, obviously the biblical piece is, it is what it is, and it ain't changing. God said he is the Lord and he does not change. So what he said in Leviticus, what he said in Romans 1, what he said throughout the Bible about men, women, the union of men and women, and what happens when it's not men and women, it ain't changing, right? So that full stop.
And what's this thing Shamika says about being a homosexual and conservative is an anomaly? Boy, is she ignorant. It's no more an anomaly than any other political, ideology or just life in general. There is nothing worse than an ignorant conservative. She needs to do some reading.
That said, though, in Rich Grinnell's case, if this is true, and he sort of,
it is not an anomaly, Brian, no more so than in any other community.
If you don't recant what you said, you're getting about Christianity and the Bible and homosexuality, you're getting fired. I'm paraphrasing, but like, that's in quotes though. And Floyd went to the trouble to put it in quotes in his X post. So if this is true, and he actually did say that, that speaks to me about what's really going on at the heart of his conservatism. Is he really a conservative at his core? Does he really believe in the First Amendment, which he just violated?
Right.
And, in spades, right? So like, how do you do that? How do you say Trump, 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 Trump? And then on the other hand, you're firing somebody for actually exercising their First Amendment rights, which that also, quoting the Bible, is still a First Amendment right. You can still say, if whatever you want to say, if it's biblical, it still falls under 1A, right? So I'm questioning now everything about Rich Grinnell, if this is true, because I'm questioning, like, are you actually a Trojan horse in the conservative party? Like, who are you actually? Are you real? Or
are you a Trojan horse? Is that a tongue-in-cheek sort of comment there?
And they have been since Trump's first term, really. And all, what doesn't come out in the wash comes out in the rinse. And I think we're seeing that.
Absolutely. So for the topic today, we're talking about colorism. And I believe it is the real anti-Black. In a time when we're constantly talking about white supremacy, the white man has his foot on my neck, white people don't want to see me get ahead, or white people are holding me down, white people are keeping me from being great. I think that the Black community just doesn't tell the truth all the time about how, and I'll say we, even though I don't feel this way anymore, how we feel about each other and the discrimination that we have amongst ourselves. Colorism. Now, of course, I came up in the 80s. I was in school. I was dark skinned. And I came during that time where the insult was African booty scratcher. Okay. And
I'm sorry, but we're just funny. We're
anytime
hilarious.
Upset with me, you know, I automatically became an African booty scratcher. And no one wanted to be an African booty.
See, this is really one of the things, and I'm not going to just say it's a conservative thing or a MAGA thing, but taking your own personal trauma and then literally applying it, and it's a natural thing. You know, she is human, but you have to work hard not to see a political ideology through your own personal trauma, through that lens, through that framing. Okay, look, so you literally are going to craft a political point of view around your personal trauma. And trauma, there's no doubt it was trauma. And traumatic, you know, kids can be mean, but dude, this does not sound rational to me. Now, just let's not take your experience and then make the ridiculous point that colorism is the real anti-black versus white supremacy. This is where people like Shamika Michelle, I would literally be like a bulldog with a chew toy. I would grind that stupidity up and laugh when I did it.
Booty scratcher. This was during the time that Sally Struthers, you know, she would do that Saturday infomercials.
Yes.
The African kids, and they were so skinny.
With the flies around their heads.
Yes. And that's all I was missing. That's all I was missing was the flies. I was so skinny, right? And it's like, for just 35 cents a day, you can. So when someone called me African booty scratcher, it was like, oh no. And I had a Jerry curl. And the only time it was at its juiciest, at its peak, was like the first day. So then typically it was really dry. So during my
Cocoa was expensive. Just
okay. And my mother and grandmother, you know, I'm sure they saved for that. But that was the thing. Like, dark skin was not in. Now, by the time I got to high school, you know, I was Sir Mix-a-Lot had the song "Baby Got Back," you know, and I got a little something, you know, and so things changed. Yeah. But I think we still suffer from colorism. I'm gonna bring up this video before you jump in.
It just so annoys me.
I would guess.
And maybe I shouldn't have even picked this video to watch. It so annoys me when political points are made through personal grievance. That's literally what MAGA does.
Because you're so light. I know you weren't called the African booty scratcher, but I'm going to bring up this. I want to show this video really quickly of something that I came across on X, and it just it broke my heart so much. I'm gonna play this for us.
Okay.
I want to actually cry. I'm gonna actually cry. What sort of head?
Oh, sorry about that.
I can't even part the hair. Like, her birthday is tomorrow. I can't literally part through the hair. Every time I part through it, she's moving. What am I gonna do, guys? What am I gonna do? I actually want to cry. I just cannot, man. I swear, if I could find someone that can do this hair texture, I will pay £100. If you could do this girl's hair, like honestly, I would pay £100. I want to actually cry.
So when I saw this video, obviously I was irritated because I have 3 girls, and I just feel like if you're gonna go through the trouble to actually do a video about it, imagine what she's saying when the camera isn't rolling, right? So I see this and I think, oh my
Let me
God, this hair
let
is
me let me
beautiful.
stop this right quick and expand on this point. Look, when I talk about race, generally, it is through the lens of American culture. I'm not. I tend to focus on the United States. Basically, let's just say domestic policy and domestic issues. I don't really care, at least deeply, about what colorism might be in a place like England or a place like India. India has its own form of colorism. I tend to look at the United States. It's where I live. It's the history I like, being familiar with and studying. In America, colorism is not ethnic. Okay. Ethnic is not biological. Ethnic is tribal. It can be cultural, but not in the United States. Ethnicity is just a fancy word that we sometimes throw about in the United States. Colorism in American culture is racial, not ethnic. Okay, people don't tend to look at high cheekbones or even be that sophisticated to get that detailed into phenotype. First thing someone sees is color of skin. That's how American culture works. And then maybe eventually the details get filled in. Colorism in US culture is not ethnic, not even remotely. And I can back that up. That's not even, I don't even know why that should be an idea.
To actually do it up, and she would look great. As you see, I'm wearing my little afro or my half afro today, and I always say
Featureism, that must be a YouTubeism. I've never even heard of featureism. well, maybe I'm just the simpleton and you're educating me, Sin. I've literally never heard of featureism. So hey, I'm not going to say, let me just narrow this down. Over the years, it's what I've learned. Featureism, never heard of it. So that's a thing. Texturism. Oh my God. Oh boy, am I in for an education.
Skin color is closer to white, so your hair is closer to being a bit more manageable or longer, or what people call good hair.
Good hair.
Yeah. You would be considered Becky.
Yeah, but Sin, you gotta think it's kids doing this. Kids don't know shit. That's why I'm saying your personal trauma, and everybody has trauma in high school or middle school. Formulating it into some sort of political lens to look through culture through, it's just not objective enough for my taste. So, a 12-year-old calling you African, don't take that seriously. A 12-year-old doesn't know shit. Once you become an adult, you got to be able to, what's the term? What's the saying? You got to be able to shed childish things. Don't take what 12-year-olds say, even though it might be traumatic. Just don't take that stuff that seriously. That was my advice to my son.
Natural state It's really beautiful. It's curly, but I think that we a lot of times ignore how you would feel because we just assume life has been great for you. You were never an African booty scratcher. And, so I think let's hear your side of the story because maybe you were treated as if you weren't Black enough. And I know that that's an issue within the Black community.
Yeah,
And
but I didn't take that argument that seriously, to be honest.
than white supremacy could ever be.
And that's an interesting point.
I
you make.
completely agree with you. And you're right. I have been on the complete other side of the spectrum.
Well, I wanna ask you this specifically to you, Sin. Yeah, but you presented it as something serious to her. Yes, it was serious, and it was serious at the time. It's understandable, but the thing is now Shamika is like damn near. She's well into her 40s. She's got kids who are adults. So my point is, I personally am not, of the mind to hear why she thinks colorism is the real anti-Black based on a childhood experience of a 40-year-old woman. Have you not had time to outgrow it, think about it, maybe, think more sophisticated about it? And the first thing is they were kids. Kids are cruel. I just don't have a lot of sympathy for her argument. I'll just put it that way.
Right, where I wasn't called an African booty scratcher, which again is the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. It's just why is that so funny? I mean, it's so funny. But I also think that a lot of sort of euphemisms and ethnic slurs are hilarious. But I'm crazy. But I haven't been called that, but I have been called half breed and Creole and wannabe white and high yellow and red bone. And, so all of those things, which they weren't compliments, one, and two, no one white has ever said any of those things to me. Not one person, not one white person. So what's interesting is, growing up, I grew up in the South and I'm from Alabama. And, but I've lived all over the place because of gymnastics. I was moving around a lot when I was younger. And so I was fortunate to be, to have these experiences where I was traveling the world at an early age. I started traveling the world at age 12 and representing Team USA at that age and, that kind of thing. But also I was in this little bubble called gymnastics, which is 100% white all the time. I never had a coach who made a difference between me and my teammates because of the color of my skin, which I was obviously the darkest person in the gym. I never had, in fact, they pushed me harder, not because of the color of my skin, but because of the talent. So they were like, listen, like, if you're good at this, we're going to push the hell out of you. And we're going to squeeze this thing out and maximize your gift. We're going to maximize your talent. They don't give a crap what you look like.
And then there is what's the girl's name? Well, I guess I shouldn't call her a girl. Is it what's the young lady's the super gymnast? There was a whole thing. This woman is literally describing, and if she's actually, and she I'm not going to say she's not telling the truth. I'm just going to say that what's her name? Damn it, Gabrielle, something or another. She would tell a different story about gymnastics. So not Gabby Douglas, the little girl who's married to the foot. I keep calling her a little girl. I shouldn't do that. But I'm 60. She's a little girl. The one that's married to the football player now. There was a whole controversy over her hair way back in the day when she was actually a teenager. There was a whole thing about hair and the racism. Biles, Simone Biles. Yeah. There was a whole thing about her hair and, ponytails, and it was messy. So this lady's experience is somewhat different. I bet Simone Biles would probably it'd be an interesting conversation. I'll put it that way.
On the other hand, though, I grew up in mostly predominantly white neighborhoods, went to predominantly white schools. My 8th grade year was the first time I went to an all black school. It happens to be my favorite year of all my schooling was 8th grade. I loved that year of school. But I never got told that I was just not different. I was always told that I was different, only by the black kids though. So the black kids were, they would always comment on my hair. I heard good hair all my life. I heard, on the nice side.
Yeah, but it wasn't always that way, Sim.
High yellow. On the not nice side, it was wanna be white and bootlicker and house nigga and all of that. Like that's what I saw on the not nice side.
See, again, children are like almost like when you take tomatoes, children are the tomato paste of tomato products. They concentrate a lot of what they hear from their parents. Kids are just cruel that way. Stop whining about it now. This is coming off as whining and not to be taken seriously if you actually want to make some sort of political or cultural point even. The cultural takeaway from this is, gee, I was different. Kids are cruel. That's really the only relevant cultural fact that I take away from this. And believe me, I don't for a minute think that she went to predominantly white schools in the South and she didn't get pushback from the white students. That's bullshit. I went to predominantly white schools and I went to an all black Catholic school from 1st to 6th grade. And then from 7th grade forward, it was predominantly, PWIs, predominantly white. And there is no way she didn't get some feedback from her predominantly white schools. Now, kids are less likely to do it. Say in the early grades, kids don't really start seeing difference until maybe the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, somewhere in there. It's hard for me to believe that she had that experience unscathed.
On the nice side, which it's still not nice in my opinion to call somebody a red bone or high yellow, but whatever. I mean, people in my family call me that. You know what I mean? So it was a thing. And so growing up, I grew up with parents who I had a stepdad from Birmingham, Alabama, and a mom who was a Yankee. But they raised me purely on meritocracy, period. They said, nobody owes you anything. If you're good at something, you still have to work your ass off. And this color of your skin doesn't matter. And this is a stepfather who marched with King in the civil rights movement in Birmingham, Alabama. So somebody who had that sort of breadth of experience was still saying to me, your skin color doesn't matter and it's not a hindrance to you. This is what I grew up hearing in my house, but outside my house, it was always, again, on the mean side, it was, you want to be white. Why do you talk white? And I'm like, I'm the daughter of an English teacher. If I end a sentence in a preposition, I'm grounded. Like I'm getting a whooping for that. Like it's not happening in my house. What do you want from me?
Okay, let me comment on this. My mother was an English teacher, and no, I never got grounded. She might, of course, I spoke English well. But this thing about getting grounded, I'm sure she's being hyperbolic.
And I'm a writer. So it's just not possible for me to not speak proper English. It's the way I was raised. But there was that sort of thing that planted a seed in me.
Well,
at a very
Sin,
early
in
age
my
where I felt
opinion,
like I
Dee
was
does
not
look
accepted
black.
within the
There's no
Black community,
mistaking
that I
that.
wasn't
Just
black
from
enough,
her, I'll be a
and
a
that
featurist.
I
The
couldn't be accepted
featurism
because this is
basically makes her black. The nose
this is not something I
specifically.
can help.
So
I was born this way.
there's no way
And that I was and
she would
by
not be
extension of that,
racialized
and I
black.
don't know if this is related or not, but I personally am a person who I'm very attracted to darker men. Very attracted to darker men.
Oh, your colors.
I think that maybe at a very inherent level, I don't have children, but if I was going to have children, I think at a very inherent level, my psyche, my mindset, I decided from getting all of this teasing was that I wanted my children to be darker than me. I think that that certainly was the case with my grandmother, who was lighter than me, had blue eyes, and you heard me, and my mom had hazel eyes. So there was, and all the women in my family tend to gravitate definitely toward the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. So, and it's
My mama used to say that to me all the time because I used to cry in grade school and be like, I'm so black. My lips are so big. My hair is so nappy. And so my mother always say to me, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. When the berries are light, they have no use.
Well, that was me. She didn't need to go that far.
I wouldn't call it fetishism.
She did. And I don't know. I think initially maybe it had a little bit of a negative influence on me because then I would give like a side eye to people like you. I don't know if I ever said that you want to be white simply because I went to school with all black people. The first time I was ever in a school with someone white was 9th grade. And I think I counted like 6 people from 9th through 12th grade that were white.
Yeah.
So I was in Durham City schools and we just were predominantly black. It's just what it was. And the only time I really was around white people is when I went to baton lessons. My mother put me in baton when I was
baton.
Yes, girl. I learned how to twirl with 3 batons. I can twirl fire. I was a certified with the United States Twirling Association.
Wow. That
Yeah.
fascinates me because I have no hand-to-eye coordination.
Oh,
That's fascinating.
I loved it.
Wow.
And so that was like my experience with white people. But even then, as you were saying earlier, the names you were called was never from white people. So like, African booty scratcher never came from
Oh
when I
my
was in
God.
baton
You know what?
with predominantly white people.
Boy,
It was
this is
always
so
school
this is so
around,
weird. My
like I
experience
said,
is
I was in
different.
school with predominantly black people. I even remember Spike Lee's school days,
Yes. Jigaboos and wannabes.
Jigaboo. Trying to find
Just a jigaboo. You just
Where
wanna be better than me. Yeah.
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
is that
was,
Spike Lee?
what we experienced coming up. But it's so funny because now I see like there's this
I'm not sure I agree with this comment, Sam.
with black people, and they try to act as if this isn't the story. Whether you're dark like me or light like you, it's no.
Then Raleigh, Durham, if you're talking about North Carolina, Durham back in the 20s was actually had one of the richest, if not the richest, black bourgeoisie, if you want to call it that, in the country. It's where all these black life insurance companies started. So Durham has been, at one point in time was actually like the Atlanta of the 20s.
It's we try to put that on them, and it's not them. It's us.
Still disagree with this point.
Us. Nobody said, and
I think That's a hard argument, and it's easily countered. You got people like Boris Cujo or whatever. There are all kinds of men who are, mixed race, basically, who do well in Hollywood. Now, maybe Hollywood isn't what you're talking about. And then dark-skinned women, dark-skinned American Black women are disadvantaged in Hollywood. Sometimes not necessarily for skin, but other things. There's that whole controversy with two things. Tandy Newton had that rant some years ago. And then there's that whole controversy over those dark-skinned English actresses, like the one who played Harriet Tubman or something like that. It's way more complicated than, it's not binary. It's way more complicated to a point to where I don't even understand why we care. Too complicated to explain. There really are no rules, and the rules are very fluid.
Had the Jerry curl.
If there are rules.
Great. No white person told me that I needed to have a Jerry curl. That was
That's on the internet. That's on YouTube in this blackosphere. I don't think that actually translates to real life. This last statement here, I don't think that's real world. I think that's YouTube.
That didn't come from white people. And so even now, when people try to say that in the professional world, we have to have professional hair, it's just a lie.
It's not true.
On Fox News with an afro. I went to the White House with an afro puff. No one said a word. No one said a word.
And they won't. And they won't.
Because this is the hair, and it's, it was a white woman that said to me, I asked her, is it a problem? Because at the time I had a regular job when I first went natural, like some 13 years ago, I think. Is it a problem that I'm wearing my natural hair? And she was like, I wear my hair the way it grows out of my scalp. What would be the issue with you wearing your hair the way it grows out of your scalp?
What made you ask her that though? Why did you ask her?
All right, let's hold on one sec. Let me deal with this, but before I deal with your comments, Sin, I just got a news alert. And I wish TMKC were still here because this speaks to a topic we were talking about earlier. This says Trump can't use National Guard in California to enforce laws, make arrests, judge rules, but that doesn't sound like he needs to, doesn't sound like he can't deploy them. A judge prevented President Donald Trump's June deployment of National Guard troops and Marines to Los Angeles intended to manage protests related to immigration enforcement. The deployment occurred amid protests against immigrant enforcement, but Governor Gavin Newsom filed a lawsuit claiming that the federal government's actions breached laws limiting military involvement in domestic affairs and heightened tensions. Judge Breyer found that the administration improperly deployed armed soldiers and military vehicles to manage the protests, despite the absence of a rebellion and the capability of civilian law enforcement to handle the situation. Breyer stated that although approximately 300 National Guard troops continue to be deployed in Los Angeles, there was no uprising and local police forces were fully capable of managing the demonstrations and maintaining order. The injunction blocks further military law enforcement deployment in California, forcing the administration to halt such actions and likely face an appeal from the Justice Department. So for right now, it depends. I don't see Trump deploying the Guard to Chicago, and this was what I was waiting to hear about. DC is going to be fine because there's no governor that the DC National Guard reports to. Now, I'm trying to think about, Alabama, I think was one of the states. I think Georgia, since I live in Georgia. Trying to think about, it shouldn't prevent any National Guard deployment to DC. Where the problem's going to come in is deploying it to actual states with governors. So again, I don't see this happening in Chicago. I have no idea where Questions to Ponder is. John's about to start a show in a while. She's probably prepping for that. Let's see. Do me a favor and ask some Black women subscribers about the topic. Okay, I'll do that. Black men don't accept biracial light-skinned men as black, but will accept. Now, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Fun fact that quite the blacker comes from. Oh yeah, I know the song. Yeah, that's the part. It's so funny, Sin, you bring this up. People often leave out, the part, the next sentence from the quote. They just pick out the good parts and leave out this part. The Star Spangled Banner, for instance, the third verse literally deals with slavery and talks about the punishment, that slaves will get if they defect to England or to the other side. We often leave out the nasty bits. It's funny you reminded me of that. I hadn't thought about that. And yep, I'll ask. Dark skin. Let's see what else. Black men don't. Yeah, we did that. To be honest though, and maybe I just, I'm old, so I don't really hang out with young people other than YouTube. So I'm not going to say this is wrong. It's just not been my life experience. A good-looking woman is a good-looking woman. So I don't know. You could be right. You young folks know more. Selective memory or coping strategies? I don't think either. Selective memory, if I had to choose, it just doesn't agree. So it is select memory, I guess. So let's see, where were we? Here we go.
Because people were always saying it's not professional, and white people are going to you press your hair or
the Gabby Douglas. It was like the Gabby Douglas thing. Remember her, the gymnast? Yeah, who won the flippin' Olympics. Okay,
right.
The first Black girl to win the all-around Olympic gold medal. Okay, ever. And not white people, Black people were excoriating her on social about her hair.
It was us. But then she had like an extra ponytail that didn't match her natural texture.
No, she had like sprigs. She literally just had it pulled back like in a little bun, and she had like wispy sprigs like coming out from, because it wouldn't all fit into the ponytail holder. They absolutely shredded her.
Yes, I remember vaguely. Yes, because no one hates Black hair more than Black
women.
Yeah, and people.
You know what? This is one of the huge problems I have with Black conservatives. Okay, Black conservatives think that, we're all Americans, we're all colorblind, we're all this, Blacks are Americans, etc., except when it comes to racist attitudes and racism. Okay, where the fuck did Black people learn this shit from? Okay, the reason you don't hear a lot of white people talking about this sort of stuff is because they have black people to do it. So unsophisticated, so not well thought out. These two are actually just becoming annoying. So basically, if I were from Mars sitting here watching this, I would think that black people invented racist attitudes and racism in the United States. This is why I find people like these two so annoying. And Shamika Michelle in particular, she speaks in talking points. She has not done her homework.
Agree with you.
Yeah, and I see videos all the time of Black women complaining about their texture. And honestly, if you just get used to it and learn how to manage it, it's manageable.
And find the right products too. Like product support is key. But that woman also, I couldn't really hear the volume great on that video you played, but it sounded like she was British. Was I hearing that correctly?
They don't.
So some people call her a tether.
Thank you. There was some.
Excuse me. Sin, man, you were just coming up with all kinds of stuff here. Most white people don't really think about black people that much because there's a European standard. Most white people don't have to think about black people that much until they have to. And you can move to Idaho and literally never have to think about black people. So I think you're right here. Absolutely, this is true too. No, he's not anywhere near average. He is literally the worst. He's the worst of the lot. But we have to be Sin 7. Historically, black people do have to care about white people, not the other way around. The only exceptions were when, life was basically, life on the plantation. You did have to think about black people because they could be, they could get a Nat Turner notion in their mind or a stono or a there might be Denmark Vessies on your plantation. So you had to think about black people. They are too self-absorbed.
She was definitely giving tether on that. And because first of all, I'm like, you don't even go here. Like, why are you, what are you even saying right now? Don't. Right. And what did she have in the child's hair? It looked like paste or something. Like, what is it? Just like, you just didn't rub the coconut oil in? Like, what are we doing? But I'll say this too, though, Shamika. In general,
but too many of us think about it. Have you ever heard of the Democratic plantation? Too many people still equate plantation with the South and blacks in America and America in general.
A catch-all for somebody who's kind of trying to describe somebody who is just refuses to be held accountable. But I think it rings true here, right? Like I feel like this. We are all created in God's image. Every single person on the planet is created in God's image. Every ethnicity of person, every hue of blackness, because we come in many hues, right? All of the hues, all of the ethnicities, I don't believe in race. I believe in ethnicity. You will not hear the word race spoken in the Bible. But it's really an actually inferior term, and it doesn't really mean anything. It's not real. It's actually a psyop term. But every ethnicity, every nation, the Bible talks a lot about nations, right? So every nation, every nationality of person, every ethnicity of person, it's all created in His image. So this hatred that people have, that black people have, for whether it be their hair, their skin color, the combination of both, whatever it is, this is rooted in the fact that they don't know who they really are in Christ. That's the real net of this. They don't know who they are in God. And so that ultimately is going
good
to create
Lord.
the ultimate identity crisis, right? But secondarily, listen, I'm a person who is all about productivity and doing epic shit. Okay? I cannot do epic shit if I am down in the weeds thinking about something as infantile as skin color. Like, I cannot have this conversation. I am losing IQ points every time I have this conversation or listen to somebody else have this conversation, or God help me, listen to anyone on ESPN talk about this, which I thought it was a sports network, but whatever, neither here nor there. I can't have this conversation anymore and continue to maintain my intellectual integrity. It's just not.
Well, we don't have to worry about your intellectual integrity. And I swear, if I had to think of someone to compare D to, it would be Janine Shapiro.
Going to happen. We are getting dumber by talking about this. We are falling out of favor. We are digressing. We are regressing as a species. The more we're having this conversation about y'all skin color, like this is crazy now. Like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, and I think it's getting worse. That's what's so frustrating for me is that we are here in 2025, and I feel like myself, someone who was born in 1990.
What's up, SD?
94. Hello. I'm claiming it.
Right.
I said it and it is so.
Like, if I didn't experience all of this hatred, I know for sure the people that are online constantly being the loudest and talking the most, you didn't experience the level of hatred as, say, my grandmother, who is 91 years old. So why are we even trying to hold on to the past and constantly carry this burden as if we grew up then? We didn't. You've had a very good life, and it's so frustrating when someone gets on their $1,000 iPhone or what have you and complain about racism or the white man having his foot on their neck. It's like, girl, you are texting from $1,000 iPhone.
That's exactly right.
Freaking break.
That's
I'm
exactly right.
Sick of hearing it. Wherever you are in life, it's because of you. It's because of the things that you have done or the things that you have not done, that you have failed to do. This is not about somebody having their foot on your neck. You are not 91. You are not my grandmother. You are not my great grandmother. And so when people, they get upset because they'll say to me, oh, you don't like being Black. So then now you're telling me that a continuous Black victimhood mentality is what you call Black.
Yeah.
So the fact that I take accountability for my own life and say, wherever I am or am not in life is up to me, then I'm not Black. Or if I, there's this whole, oh, you can't say pull yourself up by the bootstraps, whatever. My mother had me at 15. So that's exactly what I had to do.
Mm-hmm. And what she had to do. She
had to do.
That's right.
She did not sacrifice the things that she did in life for me to be in 2025 whining.
That's it.
Acting as if I don't have the ability to be successful because of something as minor as the color of my skin.
It's an absurdity. And the reality is it's never been a better time in the history of the freaking world to be Black than right now.
Okay.
We literally are now we're doing all the wrong,
Okay. Of course. What, why do people like this take the obvious and make it profound? Well, obviously 200 years ago, being Black wasn't as great as it's been, a greater time as it is now. How is that profound? Why are people nodding their head? Now, I hope the next sentence will be, but we still have work to do. I guarantee you it won't be.
I want to say all of us as a collective, but many of us are doing all the wrong things with it. We are using our powers for evil.
Yeah, I thought so.
But it has never been more Gucci than right now.
More
to be
Gucci?
Black.
The fuck?
Period. It's never been better. It's
Is
never
she
been a better time to
is
be
she
Black than right now.
cosplaying a dark-skinned black woman?
But to your point about your grandmother and our parents, these are people who actually went through some stuff, who actually were discriminated against.
What is a hoe math video, Deacon
I'm going to
Dave?
say it again. My stepfather was bitten by a German Shepherd in Birmingham, Alabama. He was hit by a water hose. He lived 4 blocks from where those 4 little girls were bombed to death in that church. Okay? He was there in real time. And that same person said to me, no one owes you anything. The color of your skin does not matter. Go work hard. The end. So I
You know what, SKC? Good to see you. There is always an I implied when you write stuff like this. You don't even need to write I anymore. We just assume it's all about you.
Educated. They're all like higher education mostly is liberal bastions of indoctrination camps. But how did that happen though? How did all these college degrees happen though? So and many times there's grants that have been given. Nobody even has student loans on the other side of it. Like, how did all of this happen if it's the oppression Olympics? How did this happen? So we've got all of these Black people who are in positions of greatness. Starting when we were growing up, we saw, Cosby was real, Eddie Murphy, real, Oprah, real, Michael Jordan, real, like Michael Jackson, real, Whitney Houston, real. Like, these are very successful people. There's people who have been, who are in political office who have been very successful. Nobody says a word about Condoleezza Rice, who actually broke ground and made history. She's a sellout. She's a bootlegger. She's an Uncle Tom. There's no way to please the idiocracy is what I'm going to call it. There's no way to please the idiot. So I'm out. Like I'm logging off. And then I'm gonna let them fix it. Like, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm literally going to soldier on. I am gonna pull myself up by my bootstraps because it's what I was trained to do my entire life by my parents, by white people, by everybody in my life who literally rallied around me and said, it's our responsibility to make sure that you are the best you can be.
Exactly.
Remove all excuses.
And that's what I do for my children. Like, you will not be able to go through life, at least not around me now. I'm pretty sure they continue this thought process, but if they don't, I have instilled in them being a Black woman is not an excuse. I don't want to.
Or a handicap. It's not a handicap either.
I remember them having one of my, she's 21 now, but when she was in high school, they were doing the whole Black Lives Matter week. They were doing that. And the white teacher that she had at the time said, I want you to write a letter to a Black woman. They're the most unprotected, What would you do or say to help a Black woman? And I got that.
There are whole novels about the tragic mulatto.
Let me get her on the phone. Just because my daughter is Black is not a handicap. Just because she's a girl is not a handicap. Do not be trying to instill that in her mentality because that's not what she's learning at home. And I thought I would get some pushback. It was so funny because the white teacher said, oh my God, thank you. We have this Black Lives Matter week and I was just trying to do what I thought. I was just trying to do what I thought was best, but I don't believe in it. I think it's terrible.
It's insane. It's insane.
It's insane. Listen, so Tariq Clement says D is sexy, right? Feedback Friday.
Oh my God, really?
4:15.
I received that in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Tariq.
Give a shout out to Chad Jackson. I love his content.
Me too.
Yes, so he joined us
I
today.
swear, D looks like the
Jambalaya
Grinch.
Talk says
If
the
you,
black
when she smiles big again, she
community
literally looks like the Grinch who
yes,
stole
has
Christmas.
gotten so steeped in victimhood that it has lost its ability to fathom that it is the cause of its own demise.
That's exactly
I
right.
agree. Because what in the world? Y'all are doing this to yourselves. And what's so frustrating is we used to carry, and I say we as a people, with dignity and class. When
Oh
I
my
look
God.
at pictures of my great grandmother, my grandmother, they're not turning their ass to the camera shaking. The men were not wearing
Yeah,
their
here
pants so
comes
low
the
that they could barely
respectability
walk.
politics,
They
folks.
carried themselves with such dignity and class. It was like, I want to be them.
100%.
And now we're not doing that. And so you can't blame anybody but yourself. I don't want to hear it's because of poverty. You know, we do this because of poverty. My great grandparents weren't rich.
That's
So
exactly
I
right.
don't hear it's because of poverty. No, that's not the cause.
That's exactly right.
And this is literally, and I'm not going to just say people on the right do it. And I consider Shamika to be literally MAGA, which I literally consider far right. This is what the right does. And I tend to notice it more because I tend to be more antagonistic to their politics and worldview. The left does it too. But this, this personalizing everything. Don't tell me about poverty because my grandparents were poor too. It's a bullshit point. It's personalizing something that really has no relevance to, a trend or correlations. There's no getting away from. Poverty correlates to crime, and Black Americans tend to be the least, or the Blacks tend to be more poor than other demographic groups. Okay, it's got nothing to do with Shamika's grandparents or her parents. It has to do with a trend. It has to do with data. It has to do with correlations. And every time, I love it when people come up here and want to pull that, well, my grandparents or fuck all that. That I love shitting on those types of points because it really does not mean anything. We're talking about big picture, not your granddaddy.
Niggerish tendencies.
That's exactly right.
You've been talking about
Well, of course, you know what? Let me rewind this a little bit. It has a special sweetness when I hear Shamika say something like this.
That's exactly right.
Your niggerish tendencies.
That's exactly right.
You've been talking about Black.
And see, Shamika's quote niggerish tendency is to say axe.
Okay, it's not even Black fatigue. It's what Chris Rock said. You have your Black people, and then you have your niggas, and the niggas, they're messing it up.
Hard ER and A, both.
ER and A. It's
That's
like
right.
it's they are messing it up because they're so loud and they're so upfront,
Loud and
they
wrong.
feel like they're right. Yes, but you got it. They're loud and wrong, and it's
Yeah, this Black conservative tendency to talk about other Black people in the third person, this separation. There is no separation anxiety, apparently, with Black conservatives like Shamika Michelle. You know what? In Sin, I agree with you. This has gone on way too long. If Shamika had ended this 15 minutes ago, I'd have a better opinion of this video and of her than I do now.
No.
Yeah. But it's also, I think that this is also, there's a, I always have to bring everything back to like the spiritual component.
Just a little country. Is that what you call it?
Spirit before it happens in the natural, right? And there's been zero, and I mean zero, effort to hold each other accountable, right? And that a lot of that stems from the fact that we have left, a biblical worldview. We have left a bit, the sensibilities of the groundings that the Word of God provides, right? And it's easy to say, oh, you're just get off my lawn, and you're that's antiquated, and that's the white man's Christian, whatever the hell they say about the Bible. I rebuke it. I'll say this: when weed, video games, things like vaping, and I'm gonna say it, and we grew up with, like, I grew up with 2 Live Crew and NWA and all that, like that was like, and I've listened to more than my fair share of Ice Cube and all of that.
But she rebukes it now.
Is this, I'm gonna quote the immortal Nene Leakes. Growth is a beautiful thing, okay? Right. And when you sort of get to a place in your life where you're like, okay, listen, I kind of am understanding now that I'm actually paying taxes and what the implications that has on my life. I'm understanding that like home ownership and the implications of the rest of my life and how I want to build wealth and I want to build a legacy and have something to give to somebody else and not just live my life.
Yeah, and you know what? This video is the perfect counter to that to that point. No, we're as fractious, and fractious is actually a word, folks, as any other demographic. We're no special. I mean, there's some historical things that make Black Americans special, but we're not that special.
For me, we are living in a time where, and I'm going to say it as a collective, where many Black
that is true,
are so selfish.
Sin. It's yeah, that's absolutely true.
So self-interested that, and they bought into this whole new age bullshit of self-love and take care of yourself and look out for you and we have now.
You know what? Shamika needs to shut this down right now.
On Section 8 housing.
Oh, good. You know what? I do have another video queued up, but maybe I'm kind of wanting to watch this this train wreck so I can clown these women. This is just turning into a rhetorical shit show.
Food stamps and EBT, like this is not. My friend Norris Johnson said he's a pastor. He's an itinerant minister. He's not a pastor. He's an itinerant minister. Norris Johnson. He's very, very popular on Instagram. And he said, somebody said to him something about generational curses, and he said, "You're not operating in generational curses. You're operating in generational choices." And that is what we are dealing with. We are
wrong.
Black people are teaching generationally. Get over. Get past. Get through, get around.
Jesus
don't do things
Christ.
square, don't do things the right way. Don't do things the way that you're actually going to be establishing legacy. But find the shortcut and take it. Find the thing you can take advantage of.
And white people don't do it. This is, oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous. It's the American way. It's human nature to take the path of least resistance, ma'am. The fuck is she talking about? The path of least resistance is not a Black thing. It's literally a fucking natural law.
Entire generation of people, of women who have raised now young women and young men, but the people who raise them hate men. It's a bunch of young men and young women who were raised by women who hate men. Think about that. Let that sink in. They hate men, and they've raised young women and raised young men, And now we have an entire generation of people who were raised by women who can't
Ooh, I love that point, SKC. Yes, it was the path of least resistance in that Thomas Jefferson didn't have to hoe his own rows. He could sit there and think beautiful thoughts and write Belmont. Motherfucker, of course slavery was the path of least resistance. Thank you for that bit of profundity, SKC.
men. This is craziness. I'm not among them. I love men, but so much.
Yeah.
Don't put milk in that cream of wheat. What are you doing?
Please, I want as much testosterone around me.
Oh, Sin, don't do that.
Like I want male dogs. I want male everything. All of it.
Yeah.
Less estrogen, more testosterone. High T. I like high T individuals.
We have generations of women who say, I don't need a man, and generation of men who don't want to be one.
100%.
That's where we are. And when it comes to Nene Leak,
Yeah, SKC, weak tea. Yeah, of course it's what isn't a part of human history? Every day is part of human history, SKC. It is literally the sort of point that's like doesn't excuse America from its original sin. Okay, America founded as a slave state with the Constitution that we have was hypocrisy. You know it, I know it. Thomas Sowell knows it. Clarence Thomas knows it. And you basically cheapen American exceptionalism if you believe in such a thing. When you do this, it's part of history argument. It just means America was just another empire. There'll be others. There were some like it before. See, either America is exceptional or it's not exceptional. And that's the dichotomy you and your ilk have not been able to explain away. It's a question that y'all need to answer. I do know the answer. But, I'll let you find it out for yourself. America ain't that exceptional if it was a slave state.
my favorite quote is so nasty and so rude.
I love that woman.
Yeah, I do.
It's amazing.
You know what? Actually, God damn it, Sin. You are infinitely interesting. I saw when you typed that in Nightish's chat, and I was gonna ask you, you're eating oysters this early in the morning? So would you roast them in like a burlap sack? I've never eaten oysters, roasted oysters. Usually, like where I grew up, you put them in a burlap sack, throw them on top of a grill. Now you soak the burlap sack in water so they get steamed. So it's just an interesting menu choice, but I don't think it's that dangerous. As long as like you caught them yourself or you live on the coast. Now, if you bought those oysters from like Publix in like in northern Georgia, that is eating dangerously. I don't eat seafood if I don't live on the coast, other than like farm raised catfish from the grocery store.
Yeah, the men who don't want to be men and the women who hate who don't want a man or say they don't, they really do want a man, but they say they don't. They were all raised by women who hate men.
Oh, absolutely. Treasure says when we hold our people, friends, family accountable, they become defensive.
See, this is the other thing that folks will do. I hear America is exceptional from your president, SKC, all the way down to you, SKC. You don't have to say it to exude the attitude. You steps into it, path of least resistance is sin now. No idea what that means. What I'm saying, the path of least resistance can be sin. You as a devout Christian should know this. As a matter of fact, it's almost certain to be sinful to take the path of least resistance. But then give blacks a slap on the wrist for the path of no idea what you're talking about there. I expect way better out of blacks. My personal opinion, I expect blacks to be the model minority. I think blacks know more about America than its founders did, and the people who want to think the founders are some pantheon on Mount Olympus. Blacks know more about America than white people do. That's just an opinion. I could never prove it. So I expect blacks to always take the higher road, like Michelle Obama. I expect them to put in the hard work, etc. It's the mediocre whites that are ruining America. And people like Vivek Ramaswamy literally said that, and his POC ass got put in timeout. And that blacks don't live up to their potential, that is a crying shame. There's always hope, but black people know more about America than white people do.
How many times I say
Just my opinion.
and people say, "Oh, you hate black people, or you hate being black. You shouldn't say that about your own people."
Hope springs eternal,
Well, it is
SKC.
true.
Yeah.
It's true. And when did we get
I
to
said
the
I
point where
expect
we
them to
hated
be. I didn't
correction?
say they
The
were
Bible
doing it,
says,
or we are
you know,
doing it.
spare the rod,
I don't want to be
hateth
like a
the
black
not.
conservative
So
and
now
keep
we're in this place
referring
where we
to
don't want
black
correction.
Americans in
We
the
don't
third
want correction
person.
from the white people because it's none of your business. Keep your long nose.
You don't even go
Oh,
here.
whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
Feel like black.
I thoroughly apologize, Sin 7. I abjectly apologize. If you got those oysters from Wegmans, that's not a dangerous choice. You should have bought 2 dozen or 3 dozen or as many as you can get. Wegmans is fucking awesome. Wegmans is the god of grocery stores. Publix is just like Wegmans is the god of grocery stores. So my bad. In good choice. I will never question. I will never question any purchase you make from Wegmans, Sam.
People shouldn't say anything because we're black. Don't say anything about us because we're black. Come on.
Yeah, but meanwhile, any one of them, if it was between you and them, would never come to your rescue. Would never sacrifice themselves to take care of you. For not one of them.
That's a good price. Damn, I don't have a Wegmans. I don't think there's a Wegmans in Atlanta. I'll have to check, but I don't live near Atlanta, so it doesn't really matter.
It's not a real argument.
Damn.
It's lazy.
Wegmans,
it's silly.
huh? You got a Wegmans? God damn it, I'm so jealous.
Like this accepted ignorance, this accepted willful ignorance within the black community that I personally am very grieved about, because I grew up around black people. I have 3 black brothers and 1 black sister. I got 2 black parents. I've been black my whole life, and I grew up around black people who were, despite
Wegmans is superior to Whole Foods. Whole Foods is like a saint, and Wegmans is God.
Bad choices or whatever, which we've all made, by the way. I mean, I was literally at 19, I was actually retarded, but like literally retarded. but no, seriously, like all the way till like 28, but like for real. But I was still, there's still a standard.
On a side note, I was just saying that yesterday. Like, we're retarded. And the best women are those who understand that we've been trained to be retarded. So we are aware of it.
Oh my God.
And try to make sure
this is
are not retarded anymore.
That's exactly right. Like, it's about the unretardation of the person. Yeah, 100%. But I was raised around people, all the black people I was around, to your point about, even how we dressed and presented ourselves. There was a certain dignity and standard. That was not, people were not willing to compromise it. I don't care what they were going through. You never saw them sweat. They didn't look like what they were going through. They didn't look like what they had been through. And they certainly were not advertising the fact that they had been through something was at the hands or the fault of somebody else. That just was, it didn't go on. There was real accountability. And as a person who was raised as an athlete, you know, you can't be an athlete on any kind of elite level and not have built-in accountability chip in your brain. Like it's just, you're going to have that. So I'm all about that. I'm all about personal accountability. And I think that we're kind of past the point of return with a certain segment of our society. And I mean this, and it's heartbreaking to say it, but I think the Bible calls it being turned over to a reprobate mind.
Yes.
Okay. And that is not
a reprobate mind.
That's exactly right. And it's not because God wants to wipe his hands, wash his hands of people. It's because he's saying, okay, if you insist, I gave you free will. I'm not taking it back. The gifts of God are without repentance. I'm not rescinding your free will. If you want to use your free will to be retarded, then I'm allowing you to do that. I allow what you allow. We have more dominion in this earth than we recognize.
Oh, really?
He allows what we allow. And so if I think there's a certain segment of
oh, wow, really? That's
population
interesting.
That has been turned over to reprobate minds. Is anybody beyond the grace of God?
I used to live in Fairfax County, Virginia, and I got introduced to Wegmans because they did a whole like big to do when the first Wegmans opened. Now, Fairfax County, Virginia is one of the richest counties in America. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of those rich people. However, Wegmans is the fucking bomb. Dude, you could just, I like grocery stores. I would like, I can walk a grocery store like I'm walking in the park, you know, just looking at the stuff. And Wegmans just has the most. Whole Foods is good. Wegmans is just better. So I know Wegmans, like, it was like, you know, we go there for like lunch after soccer games and stuff like that. Wegmans is just awesome. And that you got a Wegmans, that's saying something for Raleigh. That's saying something. So salute the New Yorks who brought Wegmans to this far south. Let's hope, you know, we get some more New Yorkers in Atlanta so I can have a Wegmans. Good for you. And Fresh Market is good. Whole Foods is good. Wegmans is just better. At least the last time. Now, it's been probably 10 years since I've been in a Wegmans. So, you know, if I get an opportunity, I'll go into a new one. But Wegmans is just, I can't speak highly enough. Now, it's expensive as all get out. But you know what? Good food is worth it.
No, but they still have to choose that. They have to choose it.
Yes. I give a shout out to the Chocolate Russian who is watching live. And then Jambalaya.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And civil rights are sisters of
Aldi is essentially Aldi is essentially essentially communist ration lines. Oh, that's funny.
So it is past 4:15. This show was supposed to be an hour. We are going to have to come back again. We have so much to discuss. We're gonna be here, folks, every Friday. Maybe me and Dee, maybe me and someone else, but we're going to have this conversation. Feel free to talk back to us so that we can bring your comments into the discussion. We appreciate.
Let's bring this to a quicker close. It was painful in the end. And I want to go back and just see what my future buddy, Red 2 Muse, she has no idea who I am, folks, but I like her.
Who this? Oh no.
It just we gotta pick a struggle.
We
But
definitely got to pick a struggle. Who is in the?
But it looks like he went out his comfort zone because he didn't call
Sophocles
her
said that?
names and stuff. So
Really?
he has some type of respect for
yeah,
her.
he ain't did it yet.
We got somebody in the background. Hello.
Hey, what's up? If you saw, he called her a bitch. He's like, oh no, she's
Hold
not a
on,
bitch. She's a
Bato.
woman.
Hold on.
Hello.
Yo,
Welcome.
what's up?
What up? How you doing? What's up, Sirius? You good?
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
good.
18.
Yeah, I
Oh.
found on your show. It's been a long time, but I finally get a chance. I've been on vacation or whatnot, and I'm listening to this. Listening to your show, and I'm familiar with JP, whatever. So this is a crazy story that I'm hearing or whatever. But I can relate a little bit too, though. But
Future buddy.
10
Future
years is
buddy.
crazy. Like, I mean, you ain't got the message in that long. As far as like, man, I ain't never knew a man that had that much patience. 10 years, but I do know that some women have men that's stuck around for 10 years. A close friend of mine.
She must be out of his league. That's why, like.
Do you have us on speakerphone? Because it's a little. You sound a little muffled.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
No worries. It's all good. Y'all have to pay attention. Every time he went on about his business, she called him back when she was in the low point. Well, he didn't have to answer her call. Hello? That's his fault. The fuck?
He's vulnerable.
Right. No, yeah. Then she start talking to me in that sexy voice. You fell for the shit. The possibility of sex you fell for. Shout out to ARC.
Shit, sexy red call you 3 in the morning. You picking up that phone, man.
Better pick up the phone if I'm calling. Uh-oh. Friend zone.
I mean, men don't want women that he got the force for them to do something with him. But just because you think
then later
he had a lot
on,
of I'm just moving forward because I never had this happen to me before.
So now he didn't call her on the phone telling her he don't want to be friends no more since she not giving up the cheeks. And she said, okay, fine.
So you don't want to wait. So you gotta give up the cheeks in order to be a friend.
That's crazy, right?
I was like when you just said that, I was like, I had to play it in reverse. Like, wait a minute. So is that what he means? Because friends
He
don't
said today's
fuck.
a new day for a man, today's a new, he has to stand on business,
I mean, you should have said that statement 10 years ago.
Friends don't
Thank
fuck.
you.
That's why there's a distinction.
Because men set their intention in the beginning. So there's no miscommunication. Usually men, they are upfront about what they want.
But I think he lying because he said he was fucking with other men, and she said,
Isn't that what they call this content provider, Dave? Red 2 News. Don't they call her Sexy Red? I don't know. I assume it's a nickname. I didn't mean the rapper.
I was with my baby daddy, so someone
Exactly. So he knew the whole time.
What you think y'all want to be? Somebody want to fuck you?
You want me to be honest with you?
Wait, what'd she say again?
What have to be for a week friend? What you think y'all want to be cool because somebody?
You don't want to be cool because I don't want to fuck you? And he said, you want me to be honest?
You want me to be honest with you?
Very diabolical.
Wait. Calm down first because I know you're ready to hit that end button.
Go ahead.
About, hey, Sin, there is literally no way frozen collard greens can be passed off as homemade. Literally no way. First off, frozen collard greens tend to be chopped. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't happen in homemade greens, but I've literally never had homemade collard greens that were chopped into basically a hash. So that's the tell right there. No black person I've ever, and no white person, because I've had white people's collard greens too. We don't chop them up like that. So I think that's what you're asking. No. Any Southerner knows people don't hash up their greens like that. You may split them. You may even like julienne them or something like that, but you don't make a hash out of them. So hashed is a tell that they're not homemade. I had to stop the show, bring it to a screeching halt to make that point.
I thought everybody wanted to fuck him.
The truth hurts.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Hey, shut up, because most of you men are not married, all right? At least he got married.
I got married.
Man, oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm divorced, but I got married.
And by the way, I've had frozen. Let me also say this. I've had frozen greens. There's a brand of canned collard green that's made by what's the lady's name? She was like a soul food restaurateur in Harlem. Sylvia's. I think that's her name. Sylvia's. There's a brand. Those canned greens do not. They're edible, but no, they're not homemade, dude. That's and by the way, I actually don't even make like collard greens or cabbage or my favorite like greens are mustard greens because I like the bitterness. I don't even cook them the way my mother used to cook them, or my grandparents, or even my sister. I fry greens these days. Not only is it healthier, to me, it tastes better. Basically, you fry it, in oil, and then you add chicken stock to it, and then onion and all the seasonings. And if you're feeling extra ambitious, you fry up bacon so it's crispy, and then you crumble the bacon bits into it. But no, you'll never be able to pass off frozen, especially frozen greens, nor canned greens is homemade. People just don't make them like that in the South.
Really hear me out. I think you should give me at least 10 minutes to really hear me out, though. Would you do that?
What's up, man?
Oh, here go. Now listen to King Rooster. These types of women usually keep certain types of dudes around in order to use them as a crash out towards their new guys. Y'all better be careful. Now, King Rooster, in this same video, he said that that's what he used her for. So don't
That's
do
what
it.
I'm saying,
Girl,
right?
he tried that shit. Y'all see how they just lie for each other and coddle each other?
The brotherhood is strong.
Where's 18th? Because I know he agreed with this.
The brotherhood.
The brotherhood is strong in DC.
Yes, that's that bullshit.
That is that bullshit. My mission is to turn a 3 into a 6. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, crusty, extra salty Uncle Rico says, let's be honest, we all know JP been friend zoned quite a bit, like the majority of his life. King Rooster, that chick is really disrespectful. She had JP around her baby daddy knowing that JP wanted to smash. She didn't know he wanted to smash. He never stated that.
I mean, she also made her attention to this.
Every time.
In 10 years, you're like, well,
I guess I need to
Nigga, you volunteered.
You know what? Believe this or not, I don't subscribe to Jay Prince's show. That's probably a better move. But I am kind of interested in her analysis.
Violent dummy. What? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Hello?
And when I watch you get other men and stuff, I feel that was kind of hurting my feelings. It was making me feel like I was less.
When you what?
Not hurting his
all the
feelings.
years I was around you, I watch you get other men and stuff like that, which is cool because you know me. I don't force you to do nothing that you don't ever want to do. You know me.
Now remember earlier, well, you don't remember, but it was black bitches this and black bitches that. Now it's
But
always
I feel like I was being emasculated. I was emasculating
that
myself.
energy completely shift when he got on this phone with her.
Because he still wants something.
Yeah, he still wants it.
Although I ain't gonna take away, you gave me a lot of good memories, a lot of good times. I enjoyed being around. You know, I had who out the bed, but at the end of the day, what I really wanted.
So he did benefit from the friendship. I had a lot of good times.
Although I ain't gonna take away, you gave me a lot of good memories, a lot of good times. I enjoyed being around. You know, I had who out the bed, but at the end of the day, what I really wanted, I wasn't getting. So it's not. No, hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. So I just feel like me move forward with my life.
There you go. Stand on business, nigga. Stand on your business. Hold on. That's right. Stand on business. Who this? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Silent?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Have you ever friend zoned?
I've been before.
Did you crash out because of it?
No, I didn't care. It was cool. I hit the friends.
Exactly. He found the cheat code, y'all.
You feel me? Like, just accept it, and because it's gonna be somebody who's gonna go. It might not be. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say this is be like if I go to the car lot and I buy a car, I release it and finance it, and they tell me the monthly payment, everything, and it's due on the 5th of every month. And then 3 months later, I don't do shit about it, and I come out and the repo man's towing my shit, and I'm like, oh, for real, y'all were serious? Like, no, I thought this shit was mine. I thought I could literally go to the shop and just sign on it and just take the car home, and it's automatically mine. You behind on your payments type shit. I felt like y'all were using the best. It's like, no, nigga, you signed up for this shit to pay this shit every month. That's why you lose it.
Yeah.
And what I don't get is the 10 years. 10 years? Come on, man.
11 years. I sacrificed. You should have leave me at the drop of a dime.
I'm thinking you should have been knowing you was friends on once she told you she fucked somebody else.
That's the immediate. I'm with somebody else. I'm seeing somebody else. Friend zone automatically.
Like that song about just saying that should be there definitely should be a male version of it just for the situation. I swear to.
All right. Well, we need to shift gears, and I may go back. May go back if it gets interesting, but we wanna always say hello to Chef Big Bank. She's cooking breakfast.
When I get back home, like my ring light, it'll look even. The lighting will be even better. But see, when you're a content creator, you got equipment, you got devices, you need the Wi-Fi connection. It's a lot.
And I do have a history video, which I'm delaying because I know everyone will just fucking go do more interesting things. But I am going to see this video, damn it. So everybody pretty much knows who Chef Big Bank is. She's in Georgia, I think, for a family reunion or something. So she is. Let me refresh this. This is delayed.
Okay, hey Emperor, what's going on, y'all?
I just like seeing people who like to cook.
We're gonna get the French stuff started in a little bit.
Oh shit. You know what? Oh, I see. This is a members only video. I guess I'm not a member of her show. I will consider doing that. And funny enough, this actually makes me want to end the show and go cook something.
So yeah, I'm gonna try
That's
to
a
give y'all
really
some
clean
cooking
stove,
content.
by the way.
While we on vacation.
electric stoves usually aren't that
I'm doing a lot of
clean.
like reviews.
Of course, if you
sitting
look
down
at that
and
back
eating and
burner
talking,
there,
but I'm trying to get y'all some more cooking. Okay, it's harder not cooking in your kitchen because you don't know where things are. Okay, and when I'm making French toast with the leftover eggs. Sometimes
and I
will
hate
make
French toast.
scrambled eggs out of it, so they're kind of like sweet eggs. If I have any eggs left, I'm gonna do that. So the sausage is heating up.
Yeah, well, that's quality control, Sin. It's just a pipe dream. And by the way, I have a thing for cooking, as everybody probably already knows. So it does not hurt my feelings to see, someone who likes to cook. And everybody may know how to make French toast, but it's always interesting to see other people do it and suffer through it. I don't. Again, as a matter of fact, while I'm thinking about it. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please subscribe to the channel and recommend it, share it. I posted my little Cash App thing here. Support the host. Don't be shy. And I could watch cooking videos all day. And one of these days, I'm like a Saturday show. We're literally going to do nothing but cooking shows. I haven't talked to Virgo in a while. I'll have to see if I can get her to come up because SKC, if you're still here, we wanted to do like an early Saturday morning cooking show and it just never panned out. Or a cooking show review. And by the way, I am going to have to do a cooking show, probably making bread or something like that. Our eternal sponsor, Roller Skater Texas Girl, has demanded it, and I shall obey. She's been very good to the Stanley versus the World show, and I need to show her some respect. So I will do a cooking video soon.
Hey, Slim Jim, how you doing? How you doing? Yes, I am still in Atlanta. I'm still here. Still here. I did get my.
It's an interesting point. Publix is kind of higher end for this part of Georgia. Yeah, you're right. Publix is everywhere. It tends to be kind of mid-level in my opinion. And I actually do. There's a Publix local to my small town. So I usually do Publix for meats and Walmart for everything else. And I rarely go to the grocery store these days, With this empty nest, I only get, a few staples that, I don't really do a lot of fancy stuff unless I'm in the mood to do it. And, somebody else is going to eat it. Cooking for one is kind of inefficient money wise and leftover wise and all that. I think I did see CT's thumbnail. CT, believe it or not, CT has dropped by a couple times the last couple mornings, which I totally appreciate. That I exist in CT's on CT's radar is a great compliment. Let's see. CT's thumbnail. I guess I'll have to find it. It didn't. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see. Is Chicago more dangerous than the Middle East? Changed my mind. I did stories on the Labor Day weekend yesterday concerning Chicago. So I didn't quite make the spectacle of it that apparently CT is doing. He looks impassioned. Let's watch a little bit of it.
Super chats for content, that's fine. But Imperious, I gotta stop you here. You got Imperious, stop it. You're not, bro. You can't call people losers in a fictional mansion. If you just want to call people losers, that's fine. But Imperious, you are not in a $25 million home. Buddy, stop it. Stop. You're not. People in $25 million homes aren't sending over $2 cash apps. And I'm just going to call it like that, bro. I rock with you, Imperious, but you're not in a $25 million home. You're not. You're not, bro. Trope says in a $25 million house, it sends a little rat turd $2. Imperious says if Imperious really had money, he wouldn't need to constantly try to show off line. Yeah, Imperious. See, you're doing yourself a disservice by doing this, buddy. And I'm not doing it to you. You're doing yourself a disservice, man, by pretty much lying, man. You're not in a $25 million home. You're just not. You're not. You're not. If you'd have told me 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, I'd have absolutely believed you. But 25 million, now you're dealing with a different type of level of wealth, man. That's a different type of level of wealth, man. And it is, bro. It really is, man. You're lying, Imperious. You're lying. You're still my dude, man, but you're lying, bro. You're lying. Seven still says stop it. Seven still says stop it. Yeah. Yeah, Imperious, man. Goddamn, man. I don't want to clown you, man, but come on, bro. You stop, bro. Stop. Just stop it, man. You're not in a $25 million home, man. We love you, man, Imperious. You know, we all kind of wish you were back. Bob, he got you up out of here, but you're not in a $25 million home, man. You're just not. You're not, buddy. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video, man. Get the like. Now, some people are calling me a hater. I'm not. How can I hate on fiction? How can I hate on? How about this, Imperious? If you are at a $25 million home right now, I will let you on the panel. I will let you turn your camera on, and I will let you show this. You're not in a $25 million home. Don't even say anything, bro. Don't say anything like that ever again to people like us, please, bro. And then have the nerve to call people losers. You're not in a $25 million home, bro. Stop. You're not. You're not. Robert Tatum says, "Why is Imperious lying? What is the What is the point?" So
anyway,
what's the point? It's no point, bro. It's no point. Just stop it. Just stop it. You're not in a $25 million home.
Going to be CT. I wish I had that level of talent. I just don't. I got to be me, folks, and me is rather boring. Even to me sometimes.
Okay, in this spot.
I will never understand why people like French toast. It's just too sweet and yucky.
One thing I would say about
It's a waste of good eggs, to be honest.
Thank you so much, Slim. And y'all make sure y'all check out his YouTube channel. Great content creator. Oh, what? Okay, this is what I was gonna say. One thing about the internet is the buzz, bro. Huge. I don't even want to talk about it when I'm cooking. Okay, so now I'm gonna start the French toast. And then I have some bananas too that I was gonna put on top.
More sweet stuff.
Oh, mine are too. Mine are too. Mine are too, so I told you everything. No judgment here. No judgment here. I be scared to open the door. I don't know. If I'm gonna see a bug or not. All right. Yes. As far as fun and tight, I know how that feels. When you got big greens, but you ain't got no money, you kind of can't afford it. So it can take a little faster so we can get up out of here. Sit down.
All right. Well,
Bananas I'm gonna use. Okay, so we got French toast, sausage, a little something. We got some coffee on in the back. Let me go ahead and put this. See, when I'm at home, I have like a flat pan, and I could put on like 4 pancakes at a time. I could do like 4 French toasts at a time. But you know what I really want to get, Foodie Gang? I want to get a griddle. I used to have one years ago when I lived in Portland, but I really want to get a griddle because a griddle is perfect for breakfast food. You can put everything on there and be done. See, when I cook, I'm always thinking about the smart way, but I need to get a griddle. That's something I like. You know what I need to make? I need to make an Amazon wish list. But a griddle is definitely something that I want to get.
you know what? I need to make an Amazon wish list, and it'll be all books.
Okay, the first 2, I'm gonna give to Ava. I'm gonna give her some sausage. She already got a little bit of juice out there. I'm gonna get her out of the way, and then I'm gonna make my cousin some. I don't know if he eats French toast, but I'm still gonna.
I
make
wonder
him
if this is pre-recorded.
And when I don't make him food, he's shading me. Ava, I want to make you the first 2, okay? And some sausage. He be giving me an evil eye when I'm making him food, so we're gonna make him some food.
All right. Well, I am going to move on. We may come back to this, but I've been itching. This is a new book, a new history book called Slavery's Fugitives in the Making of the United States Constitution. It's by Timothy Messer Cruz. And we're going to watch this, and because I'm interested in it. And I think the more history, especially American history, you know, the better your arguments tend to get when it comes to race and politics and all that stuff. So without further ado.
Give time for people to gather. And so just a couple of minutes and I'll get going.
Well, let's hope they get going soon. I did not pre-watch this video.
At Bowling Green State University in the great state of Ohio. And we're going to talk today about my recent book, Slavery's Fugitives and the Making of the United States Constitution, LSU Press. And thank you all for gathering. It's a real pleasure to be able to talk about one's work. I mean, it can be a lonely journey from beginning to end, and this is really a great pleasure to be able to share it with you. First of all, I should say that most of my writing and most of my publications have not been in the field of 18th century American history or the history of the American Republic formation period. And this is something I sort of stumbled into back in 2019 as I was finishing up a textbook I was writing in ethnic studies. And I had just finished the first chapter, which was about colonialism and the formation of the independent American state and its impact upon native populations and also its relationship to slavery. And in the course of researching that book, I had run across a lot of information about how while the independence movement was advancing in the 1760s and 1770s, and even during the American Revolutionary War, tremendous efforts were made to recapture people who had successfully fled from slavery. And this is not a story that I uncovered entirely by myself. I was piecing it together, but it struck me how important that story was when in the summer of 2019, controversy erupted over the New York Times publication of what was called the 1619 Project, a series of essays which talked about the incredible importance of not only the issue of slavery, but the issue of racial oppression to the development of American society and American institutions. And that 1619 Project provoked an avalanche of criticism from both the right and from the left, and also from some of the most well-known and well-positioned historians in my field. And having run across some of the same information, I thought a lot of this criticism was misplaced. I thought there was indeed quite a bit of evidence about the patriots, the American fighters for independence, prioritizing the protection of slavery in the course of their own independence movement. That didn't seem to be a stretch from what I could see. So it energized me to dig even deeper into those issues and to really trace the progression of the issue of recapturing escaped enslaved people and the development of American institutions, particularly the development of the independent American state and eventually the development of the U.S. Constitution. The story really begins with the waning years of the Revolutionary War, when after the Battle of Yorktown, the British Empire pretty much decided that it was time to negotiate and that they had bigger fish to fry elsewhere in the world, and they were willing to compromise with the Americans and grant them some degree of independence and autonomy. And one of their first moves, of course, was to pull back their forces to three principal cities, seaboard cities, Charleston, Savannah, and New York City, and concentrated all their remaining soldiers and all the people who followed their forces and their camp followers and so forth in those cities. As it turns out, many thousands of African Americans, Americans who had been enslaved but had escaped or had escaped and joined British forces, actually wore the uniform and fought for the British side, were among those thousands of people who were gathered in those cities. In fact, one of the first things the Patriot armies did, the Continental Army did, after defeating British forces at Yorktown, was to expend a tremendous degree of effort in trying to round up all of the escaped people who were encamped at Yorktown, and also to secure any Afro-British or African-American people who may have worked for either the British or America's own French allies. It's a little known fact, for example, that in the week following the Battle of Yorktown, over 2,000 formerly enslaved people were captured and jailed by American forces, awaiting their repatriation to their masters. It's a little known fact that George Washington gave orders to the Continental Army to secure all African American soldiers, regardless of their condition, whether they were enslaved or free, to put them in the brig and hold them under arms until their status could be determined. It's a little known fact that in those same weeks and months following Yorktown, the American government, the Continental Congress, and George Washington, leader of the Continental Forces, put pressure on their French allies to surrender up all of the African American soldiers who might have fought with the French, so they could be returned to their masters. In other words, there was a single line that was drawn in the Patriot view of the world. If you were African American, your status had to be determined, and there would be no respecting any promises of freedom in exchange for service that may have been made by the British or by the French. These same sorts of situations happened in Savannah and Charleston and New York as British forces gathered, awaiting their transport abroad. The biggest flashpoint came in New York City, on the island of Manhattan, which was the last stronghold of the British until they finally evacuated in 1783. And during the time the British concentrated their forces in the island of Manhattan, there were thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of African Americans who had previously been enslaved by American patriots. And American leaders demanded their return, their physical return. The commander of British forces in New York, Guy Carleton, refused to hand them over and recognized that they had been promised their freedom in exchange for their service. And in fact, later in the war, simply in exchange for their fleeing to British lines. The same sort of policy, by the way, that Abraham Lincoln pursued in the American Civil War. Following the American victory at Yorktown, the American government sent diplomats to Paris to negotiate the terms of peace. What eventually became known as the Treaty of Paris was hammered out by four important American diplomats: Jay, Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and a lesser known figure named Henry Lawrence. And those four diplomats negotiated for 6 to 9 months and finally arrived at what was known as the preliminary Treaty of 1782. And in that preliminary treaty, the American side had demanded that all of the former American slaves who had been transported away or were being detained in British forts and in British strongholds would be returned. This was known as Article 7 of the Treaty of Paris. And this demand is really obscured in histories of this era. In fact, just before I came on, I pulled one of the landmark studies of these peace negotiations by the famed American historian Richard B. Morris, called The Peacemakers. It has the same picture on the cover that I have on my cover. And in this, what was for many years considered the definitive history of the negotiations leading to the Treaty of Paris, this 577-page narrative history of those negotiations, there is only a single mention of Article 7. And in that single mention of Article 7, Richard Morris refers only to refugees. He doesn't even describe that the refugees he's talking about are people who had risked life and limb and escaped from American slavery. Nor does he mention the numbers involved. Best estimates are that by the time the Treaty of Paris was being negotiated, there were at least 12,000 former American slaves being given sanctuary in British forts and had already been transported away from America, and possibly as many as twice that number, possibly up to 24 or 25,000, depending upon who you're looking at. So these negotiations have been clouded in history because I think of the simple fact that the insistence and persistence of the American government to demand the return of people who had fled slavery, and we're talking about their return bodily to face certain punishment, torture, and possible death, men, women, and children, was a blight on the otherwise celebratory history of this period. So taking this forward and really looking at it with clear eyes and trying to look through those clouds of disguise of what this really was, we see very clearly that the issue of British harboring former American slaves was one that was well known in American society, and one that really animated American politics during this critical period of the 1780s. So much so that individual states, in their eagerness to force the British to return those fugitives to their own citizens, took the extraordinary step of sequestering British property and passing laws seizing loyalist property, or passing laws canceling debts to Britain. In other words, individual American states, and these were not just southern states, this includes also states like New York and Massachusetts, passed laws to pressure the British to return these enslaved people using British debts and British property as collateral. This was not only a clear violation of the treaty, it was a clear violation of the Articles of Confederation, the blueprint of government that existed at that time, which clearly granted to the federal government the power to negotiate and to enforce treaties. The problem was that the Articles of Confederation gave the federal government, gave Congress, no actual instruments to enforce their will. So when individual states like Virginia or South Carolina or New York passed laws to try and pressure the British to return these fugitives back to their states, laws that were in direct violation of this treaty, the Congress had no ability to force them to either negate those laws or otherwise impose their own federal interpretation on them. The biggest problem here, of course, is that the federal government didn't have a judiciary. There was no federal judiciary under the Articles of Confederation, nor was there an executive branch. There was only the Congress, the single and sole branch of government. Now, a number of American leaders immediately recognized the problem that this was creating, both for America's standing in the world and for America's own ability to govern itself, and for the 13 colonies to remain one united nation. One of the first, of course, was Alexander Hamilton, who, having a front row seat in New York, understood well the political power of the evacuation of American slaves from that city. In fact, Alexander Hamilton wrote a series of articles under the pen name Phocion in 1782 and 1783, in which he discussed quite clearly the key issues surrounding the issue of British harboring American fugitives from slavery, and states demanding their return in contravention of Congress's own will. It's not an accident that Alexander Hamilton and another important New York politician, Egbert Benson, who was the Attorney General at the time of New York, were the two delegates selected to go to the Annapolis Conference, which historians generally recognize as sort of the trial run of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. Benson, later in his memoirs, credited himself and Alexander Hamilton with coming up with the idea for completely scrapping the Articles of Confederation and replacing it with a document which would have a judiciary and an executive branch so as to enforce American treaties. He claimed in his memoirs that he and Hamilton came to these conclusions even before the Annapolis Convention and brought them there for that purpose. It's also abundantly clear, looking at the writings of Washington and Madison and many other figures who would eventually show up in Philadelphia to hammer out the Constitution, that the leading issue on their mind leading up to 1787 was the issue of the fugitives from American slavery who were being harbored by the British, and the American states that were violating the agreed upon treaty with Britain in order to try and get them back. The treaty, of course, required that American states cancel any forfeiture of British property, and that they not seize or cancel British debts. That was very clear in the treaty. So my book very much provides the details. It provides the goods on how these negotiations proceeded towards the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, and makes the argument that while I would not say that the issue of fugitives from slavery was the sole issue that motivated the drafting of the American Constitution, it is it's very high on the list of issues. And if we want to look holistically at all of the factors that would lead to the drafting of the U.S. Constitution, we can't exclude this one, as it has been excluded literally for centuries from our understanding of how those events took place. Also, I bring the story forward because while the Constitution did solve the issues of federal power by creating a judiciary, by creating an executive branch, by giving Congress a more clarified control over foreign policy and treaties, it did not solve the issue of the fugitives who had escaped American slavery. In fact, that issue continued to roil American politics through the 1790s. The controversial events surrounding America's second treaty with Great Britain, known as the Jay Treaty of 1794, which is also wrapped in all kinds of mystery and obfuscation, if you will, because the primary issue why the Jay Treaty was controversial in 1794 was that it failed to pressure the British to return or pay compensation for the enslaved people that it had freed. This too drove American politics. In fact, some historians credit the controversy surrounding the Jay Treaty with fracturing American politics and creating our first two-party system. The issue of the return of fugitives would itself return during and after the War of 1812, when the British did the same thing they had done in the War of Independence and the same thing they had done in various imperial wars in the Caribbean, and that was to recruit enslaved people to serve in their army. And following the War of 1812, once again, the American government sent diplomats, this time to Belgium, to pressure the British to return or to pay compensation for those individuals. And once again, the British refused and eventually avoided paying almost any compensation. So I find the issue of patriot dealings and concerns with the fugitives from American slavery really central to this period, and surprisingly uncovered in most of the standard history books and textbooks that one would encounter about this period. So with that, I'm ready and eager to hear what further questions and comments you might have. So I'm going to open it up now to a question and answer, and I guess those you can submit through the chat function, and then I will receive them and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Our first question is, can you talk a bit about your expectations going into the research for this book and how what you found sort of subverted your expectations or perhaps reinforced them?
Great question. So, you know, I had expectations that I would find much more interest among the patriots in recapturing and in confining people who had escaped slavery. I expected that, of course, because it's very clear looking over the way in which this period has traditionally been written about, that any issues dealing with the patriots and slavery has been one that's been largely covered up. And so I had a pretty good sense that if I dug even a little bit into this soil, I would find plenty of evidence for the importance of this issue. And I was absolutely floored to find not only that there was plenty of evidence, but that there was quite a bit of very frank statements on the part of some of our most famous American leaders, from Madison and Hamilton and Jay and Benjamin Franklin and on down the line, where they freely talked about this issue. It's not one that's even wrapped in euphemisms or really hidden. They were dead set on pressuring the British to do this, and they understood that the American people that they represented and were responsible for demanded this as well. And they were very clear about their objectives, and they were very clear what they wanted, and it was not difficult at all to document those ideas.
Thank you. Our next question is about your work as a professor. How do these topics come up in your classroom, if they do at all? And how do your students sort of react to or interact with these ideas?
So they only come up peripherally in my teaching in the last few years, because I've been teaching much more in terms of theory and cultural studies than I have been in what is traditionally historical topics. For example, I no longer really teach the chronological history of the United States as I had once done. Instead, I'm really teaching much more about thematic issues and dealing with particular interpretations of culture and society. So it comes up, but it never comes up as sort of like, this week we're going to talk about the the American Revolution or the Philadelphia Convention. It never happens that way. Instead, it comes up as we're talking about issues as what did race mean in the 18th century, and how is that different than it would mean in the 19th or the 20th century? How is American culture different at that time than it would become? Those sorts of more general questions is how it comes up now.
Thank you. Our next question is from Dalton in the audience. Question says, Tim, you've done an excellent job tracing the political history of fugitive slaves, and I'm wondering if you could say something about the economic imperatives at stake. There must be a tension between compensation for property lost and the profits to be gained.
Right. So, and that's a question I had to really wrestle with is, even if we're talking about 20,000 people, and the economics don't exactly seem to work out. I mean, in other words, when you look at this time period and you ask the question, why were Americans, and particularly enslavers, so worked up over this issue? Now, of course, some individuals had lost hundreds of individuals they claimed as their property, and that was a fortune. And so for those individuals, that was a significant loss. But for a state the size of Virginia, or a state the size of New York, even the thousands of people we're talking about is economically a drop in the bucket compared to the losses that those states would receive when the British retaliated against American confiscations of British property by, for example, closing off their colonies in the Caribbean to American trade, which was economically exponentially more impactful than the value, the economic value, the dollar value of the men, women, and children who had been freed by the British. And the answer I came to was really quite troubling, because the answer seems to be that there was a greater value in dragging an escaped person back to their community and punishing them in horrific ways to send the message to everybody else who is enslaved that escape is futile. The demonstrative value of taking someone, especially from a great distance, someone who had succeeded in escaping, and dragging them back to their home community and demonstrating what happens and the futility of running away, strengthened the system of slavery more than dollars could. This was something that every enslaver understood. And in fact, I even found Benjamin Franklin, who was a tremendously candid writer, talking openly about the importance of this to slavery, to be able to strengthen slavery by returning those who had escaped and showing the futility of escape. And then the second non-economic element to this was that if the British were allowed, in other words, if they faced no consequences for freeing people who were enslaved in America, then the next time the British or some other European empire would come into conflict with the Americans, they would use those same tactics. They would try and turn people who were enslaved against their masters, which is not very hard to do, I would imagine. And so there was an economic and a diplomatic and a geopolitical value in trying to extract a cost from the British for their liberation of people, because that cost could then be a deterrent towards those types of war tactics in the future. This is the way that that generation of American leaders thought. It was strategic, it was geopolitical, it was horrific, and it helps us understand why we shouldn't just look at, say, the market value of an individual, from, say, an economic point of view to explain these events.
Thank you. So we did get a question in the comment section from Patricia asking about did the British turn over fugitive slaves that they were protecting, which is something that we did sort of cover already. But if there's any other points you want to cover on the British sort of turning over fugitive slaves at the time, there was a question about that.
Right. Great question. So the answer comes in phases because the evacuation of the British happened in phases. So there was first there was an evacuation from Charleston, then there was an evacuation from Savannah, and then finally there was the final evacuation from New York. There was a moment during the evacuation of Charleston, the very first evacuation, when under pressure from the South Carolina authorities, the British were prepared to, force people to walk to American lines at the ends of their bayonets. But those negotiations broke down, actually. And they broke down largely because some of the officers on the ground, the colonels and the lieutenant colonels and the corporals and the people who were actually in charge of running these refugee camps and patrolling the fortifications refused. So those negotiations broke down and no one was actually returned in Charleston. The same thing happened in different ways in Savannah. And then finally in New York City, the most dramatic episode occurs when General Guy Carleton, under pressure from George Washington, agrees to meet with him in Phillipsburg, New York, and sits down with him to negotiate the surrender under Article 7 of the Treaty of Peace of the escaped African Americans from slavery. And Carleton simply refuses. And by all accounts, as those negotiations went on, Washington became more and more incensed, furious, in fact, that Carleton was refusing. And Carleton was refusing on the grounds that his government had made a promise to these individuals that they would be free if they came to their lines and if they supported the work of the British. And he, as a gentleman, could not go back on the word of his king. And he refused to turn over any individuals. Instead, what he did was to allow the Americans to record the names and ages and physical descriptions of all the people that he embarked on the transports that eventually went to places like Nova Scotia and Jamaica and even some back to London. Something called the Book of Negroes. And this book, this volume, luckily has been preserved. We have it. And in that book, there are the names of 1,388 men, 955 women, 652 children, including the woman Deborah Squash, who happened to have been once owned by George Washington until she ran away. So Washington was negotiating not just in the abstract, but in fact for his own property as well. Credit to the British where credit is due. They did not relent and they did not return any of these individuals at any point. Neither did they during the War of 1812. So their insistence was not just a moral one. In fact, it was probably less a moral one than it was a geopolitical one, because they understood that as long as they were well known as abiding by their promises, in the future, they would be much more effective at raising regiments of former slaves in case they'd ever come into conflict with the United States of America again.
Thank you. Our next question is from New Orleans, Mass. Question is, did the Americans free any people of color in the 1700s for service like they did in New Orleans in 1730?
So there are instances where that did occur, and that's a really contentious subject because there were well, let me put it this way. It's a very patchwork quilt of conditions, because most of the African American men who served in the Patriot armies served for their state militias, not for the Continental Army, not for the Federal Army, though there were some in the Federal Army as well. And the difficulty here in assessing how that actually played out is that there were many routes by which African American men found their way to service in Patriot armies. Some were free men, particularly in New England, who volunteered. There's examples of that. There's probably a greater number of enslaved individuals who were sent to their state militia in the place of their own master, who was recruited or drafted. And so many states allowed for a substitute to go in your place, including your own enslaved person. So many of them entered service in slavery, and later on would then exit service in the same condition. Some states, like Virginia, by the way, Virginia after the war passed a law stating that any enslaved person who served in the Virginia militia or the Continental Army had earned their freedom for meritorious service. However, that law seemed to have been something of a dead letter, because the way it was to be enforced was that the Attorney General of the state of Virginia had to enter suits into county courts to free individuals that had been identified as having been in that status. And there's no record of anybody, the Attorney General, ever issuing such a suit. So it seemed to have been a statement of principle as opposed to a statement of fact. What can be said is that there were both many enslaved people who had fought for the American forces, who found their way to freedom one way or another. There were also many who fought for American forces who, when they were finished fighting, when they had concluded their service, were taken back in as somebody's property. There's also very clear that multiples more African Americans served for the British than served for the Americans. So even though at the Battle of Yorktown, there were probably equal numbers of African Americans fighting on either side, looking on balance, the British were probably more successful in filling out their regiments with African Americans than the Americans themselves were.
Thank you. Our next question is about future projects. Are you researching something in the same vein as this? Are you going in a different direction? What might you be working on next?
So thank you. Yeah, I'm going in a different direction. I'm actually pursuing a project in looking at the origins of civic education. This sounds like a real out of left field sort of an idea, but actually it grew out of this project because as I carried these events forward in time and began looking at the early 19th century, I became interested in the ways in which patriots and American leaders began to justify their exclusion of people of color from the ballot box. And this is a really complicated issue. I mean, after all, how does one square the circle of a democratic republic in which citizenship is not, at the federal level at least, racially marked? The U.S. Constitution does not say you have to be white to be a citizen. The Supreme Court would eventually do that in the famous Dred Scott case, but the Constitution does not say that. Some state constitutions do say that, but the justifications for the exclusion of African Americans or other people of color from voting is really a mixed sort of influences. And one of those influences is the idea that develops in the 1790s that voters should be educated. The idea that to be a true citizen voter, to be a good citizen voter, you should be aware of the issues, you should be literate, you should be able to read the newspaper, you should be well versed in all the policy debates that are going on in the government. And this, of course, excludes more than half of the public from the full rights of citizenship, because illiteracy was still very common. And so I'm tracing how this relationship of literacy, voting, and racist exclusion all work hand in hand. And what I'm working towards is really finding the very elemental and deepest roots of what eventually becomes Jim Crow, and eventually becomes the full voting rights exclusion of African Americans by the mid to late 19th century. So that's what I'm working on right now, and hopefully I'll have the first early products of that sometime next year.
Thank you. We have one or two more questions coming in, and I think we have time to get to them. So first we have from Lisa. Question is, how much were the Quakers in New York a challenge against slavery in that they stopped doing business of any kind with anyone with slaves?
Sure. Well, that actually goes to the other book I published this year called The Patriot's Dilemma. You can look that up, and that's more about the abolitionist movement in the 18th century and earlier. But you're absolutely right. By the time of the American Revolution, Quakers both in Virginia and elsewhere, in New York, elsewhere, were distancing themselves from both direct ownership of enslaved people, but also from the products and the trade involved in slavery. That's very true. They were. However, we have to keep in mind that just because someone takes a stand against an evil like slavery, we shouldn't presume their motivations. And one of the motivations that's driving religious opposition to slavery at that time is a very self-centered and self-interested motivation, was not necessarily benevolent towards the enslaved themselves. And that motivation was that God is going to judge us in this world as well as the next. And unless we distance ourselves from the evil of slavery, God will smite us. He will reduce our fortunes. He will make us weak and send plagues upon our community. And so we need to fear God's wrath, both in this world, and then, of course, we have to fear his wrath in the coming world after death and judgment. And so the religious motivations behind abolitionism were not always as noble as we assume. They could be very self-centered and self-interested. And in fact, we see that in the early anti-slavery societies in which slavery was condemned, but various forms of segregation and confinement and outright oppression against African-American communities in various cities was the order of the day. And those sorts of things were considered necessary by abolitionists to further their own projects, because they felt that if Black folks weren't properly confined, their bad behavior would give a black eye to the name of the movement. It would set back their own abolitionist agenda. And so they were all for restricting the rights and freedoms and movement of Black folks. because they felt that was necessary for the greater good of their own souls or the future prosperity and wealth and health of the white community. So it's a very complicated picture, but one that I think I tease out in my other book, The Patriot's Dilemma.
Thank you. Our next question here, you may not have like an exact numerical answer, but I guess if you just want to speak to this, question is from Kevin. Question is, at any given time, what was the percentage of African Americans fighting for Washington's army?
Yeah, I can't give it to you in percentages. The best estimates I've seen is that at the very peak, it was probably fewer than 1,000 individuals. In other words, less than a regiment. And many of those individuals were actually attached to Washington's army from state militias. So it was militarily never a significant number. Whereas in some engagements for the British, it was militarily a significant number. The British were not shy or hesitant about raising all black regiments with white commanders, which really only happened twice. One failed proposal by South Carolina during their greatest time of need. There was a proposal to raise an all black regiment, and that failed miserably in the South Carolina legislature to be actually funded. The other was a regiment raised in Rhode Island. It was never actually a full regiment. I think at the final count, it consisted of 86 individuals. Those are the only two all African American regiments in the Continental Forces combined. Most of the rest of individuals were individuals who, by one route or another, found their way in, not as an organized group.
Thank you. Well, that is our last question, so we can go ahead and say thanks and goodbye to the audience.
Well, thank you all. Again, it's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed the book. And if you have any other questions, you can find me on Blue Sky at Prof MK, PROF MK, or you can email me.
Folks, we're gonna skip on over to Orthodox. Apparently, Be Brave is crashing out, and John Galt is there to hold his hand. And Dirty, are you still in this chat? I saw you over in Brave's chat. Yeah, you know what? When the going gets tough, the weird turn pro. That is literally that's Hunter S. Thompson, by the way. So let's hear Orthodox guy. The show is called Boomer Rage.
Would completely not give a fuck, but bully's the wrong word. I'm going to talk shit on them because it's what they want. They wanted the debate. They wanted the argument. He's mad at you because you were able to prove your point, and he's mad that I didn't censor you on my channel when you're like a really good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And like, I wouldn't mind saying, hey guys, let's be respectful to Brave if he was on panel or in chat, and keep people from saying bad and disrespectful things to him if he was in chat or on panel. Like, I know here's the thing. Wasn't trying to, if I did say anything bad, which I don't remember doing, I wasn't doing it behind his back because I know he watches my channel. I literally sent him the link to my channel. Like, that's actually the email he replied to. He did send me the email, which was 9 days ago when I did miss it. I didn't see it. So it's not like I was.
You don't fucking check your email every goddamn day. No. At least I know I don't.
I don't either. I only check my email when motherfuckers. Well, I call myself racist. I can call myself what I want. I'm not going to justify it. Shut up, sheep. Bye. I was playing, Lauren. Don't hit me. But no, like I'm not going to. I'm not gonna tolerate people's disrespect and bullshit anymore.
Right.
Oh no, I'm a eugenicist, but I don't even do that on the basis of race either. Like, I'm racist because I understand race realism and the differences
Oh,
between race.
this is literally
But I'm
interesting.
not this guy.
Race
never-
realism is racism.
And I'm tired of this guy and the shit that he says and people like him having so much representation within like the politics that I'm in.
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying?
It's ridiculous. Brave
Absolutely.
is an old geriatric man. And I really want to slap him around. Is that all he said, or is there more?
Oh, no, there's more. I don't know if I'm gonna play it all because I don't know if I'm gonna play it all because it is very spaced out and it's about 20 minutes worth.
Yeah, I don't know. We may just go watch Be Brave in the Raw.
He was a senile man. He's mad.
Hey, Brave, I wonder this. How do you
No,
think this?
he didn't say I was a senile old man, Ryan. He talked like I was.
This is literally like where John Galt. Why is John Galt lisping? Can anyone tell me this? I know why. I think I know why.
Brave, and we saw this. I never got to actually finish my video. I'm probably going to eventually. But the problem with Brave, and we saw that with the live stream that was taken down on CTs, is if he is not in control of that remove, if he is not in control of the conversation, then he does not win. Yeah, he has to have a specific dialect. He has a specific way. If he does not have controls, then he spurgs out and he does not win. And he does not like that. It's
Orthodox.
that same old boomer mentality. This
Orthodox, you've said you're racist and a nigger. You can say it here. It's a safe space. 1,000,000 times, and he didn't shit on you. Your ego is taking control. Stop being sensitive. I'm not being sensitive. And it's not my ego. This man outright lied and said that I talked shit on him. And here's what you guys don't understand. As a content creator, if people think that I'm backstabbing and running my mouth about you, they're not going to want to network and work together. And I don't blame them. Like, that's what you don't, and I'm not saying you guys, but like, that's what you don't understand, Palomita, or you pretend not to. Like, I didn't. I literally talked about helping him with research about nature versus nurture and giving him advice on technology. How is helping elders who don't understand technology talking about somebody like they're a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid? Fair enough, Lauren. The problem with that is, though, people like Michelle and this Palomito person, it doesn't matter what word I use, they will always use that label, and that's why I use that label. Because I don't care if they call me that. And if I call myself that, when they make that accusation to new people, if I call myself that and I've already had the argument and I've been able to explain my point after doing a little bit of arguing, when they try to do it, it takes the sting away from it. And people go, no, Orthodox guy's actually cool. I like Orthodox guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nah, get your ass on panel. We're doing the shitting on Brave. Somebody call Snowman. We're doing the Day of the Pillow stream today.
Day of the Pillow.
I don't give a fuck if this drops down to one fucking viewer and it's just me in the chat with my own fucking video. I'm actually going to do what this man accused me of doing, and I'm going to go as hard as I can. If you can, you should message Snowman, because I want to get Snowman in on this. Oh, and speaking of, I swear on my life, it's your ego. It's your ego, dude. Even if it is my ego, so what? My ego gets to be hurt sometimes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are we claiming ego is bad? Like,
It can be bad if you don't
Nah.
if you don't manage it.
Nah, crash out. Nah. Pop him in the fucking mouth. I don't care. Fuck that shit.
No, Lauren, the reason I'm mad at him is because he basically accused me of being a backstabber and talking shit on him when I literally, the only thing I didn't do was censor Bumpkin, Gary, and Snowman's conversation about him and bragged about helping him do research and with technology.
That's what I'm saying, right? He wants you. He locks you into this, right? He locks you into this friendship, okay? What's up, Gary? What's up, Gary? And he locks you into this quote unquote friendship, this kinship, right? And then when you don't censor people that talk bad about him, or if you don't censor certain topics, he then attacks you like a withering old fucking man in the corner. I hate this dude. I hate him so much. I was nice to Brave. If you didn't know this, I'm the one that taught him originally how to use StreamYard. I was nice to him.
Actually, Bumpkin, that's the thing. He's conflating the things that you said about him to me.
I know.
Because I've helped him with technology and walked him through how to ban people from YouTube, how to give wrenches and whatnot. And that's all I've done. I forgot you actually showed him how to. You're the reason you have to undo what you've done, Bumpkin. You know what you must do.
I know.
And he is a child. I'm gonna talk about him like he's a child because he has the mind of a child. What's up, Chuck?
Is it clown the old people day?
No, Chuck is off the list. Chuck is
not Chuck. I'm talking about Brave specifically. No other.
Oh yeah, no. It's time to play Kick the Boomer.
Oh yes, it is time. Number one, this Paulo motherfucker who's in the chat currently. I'm really tired of him constantly changing his account. He has at least like 5 of them, and he keeps going into other people's streams to talk shit about in case they're, against Brave. And he's been doing this for a good week now on Bob's, and he keeps changing his fucking name. He hasn't been banned. He hasn't been banned on any of these platforms. He hasn't been banned on anywhere.
This new name is very similar to someone else that we know, which does not like Brave. So he does this shit on literally purpose. I think I have hit my nadir.
I don't know. Brave always
as
says
far
he's
as
watching
viewership
everybody
goes.
like a little.
Guess I should end this
CIA
debacle.
bird,
Fucked up Santa Claus, dude. He's like a fucked up Santa Claus.
Yeah, he's checking
He's
to
like
make sure
a
you're naughty or
racist
nice.
Santa Claus.
He's a racist Santa Claus.
He brings 70% of the black children. Cold.
That's why he's mad. That's why he's mad, bro. He got to cut down his workforce.
Oh,
I
can't go to the hood no more because it's too.
Here's the problem, though. This is literally deficient. Be Brave is a problem not because he's old and cantankerous. It's because he's a racist, and not a motherfucker on this panel will deal with the actual issue. It is hugely problematic. This is why I don't like going on some of these platforms. Orthodox guy, nice guy that he is, a racist. Okay. Eugenics is racism. Whether you want to rationalize it out, it is literally problematic. So a racist criticizing a racist is problematic. And this isn't something that the Orthodox guy and I haven't at least broached, if not, we've never really discussed it in detail. If you're a eugenics person, and you believe in race realism, then you are literally a racist. And it's easy to prove out. Race realism has no basis in science. And I don't know why someone who appears to be as smart as Orthodox guy can't suss this out or parse it out or whatever. It's disappointing, to be honest.
Literally years.
Yes.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
if he's so emotionally unstable that he's going to backstab me and accuse me of backstabbing him when he knows the rules of the game, he knows he knows how important reputation is. Yes, that is the solution.
I
And if
don't
he wants
know.
to come up here and apologize, I'll accept that. Until then, I'm playing kick the boomer, and I'm actually going to do what he accused me of doing.
I don't know why there are so many people on the internet who placate and make fun of each other and expect absolutely no pushback whatsoever.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Like, if you're gonna start shit, at least finish it on the internet. At least, like, I don't really take much internet stuff seriously, but if you're gonna put so much effort into trolling and making whole streams about somebody, you can at least let them respond and not get angry about it if they respond.
You did the wrong thing morally by assessing 10th Man on stream about his ego issues related to his trauma. I didn't bring up anything about his trauma. He used his trauma to justify his self-victimization. And I told him to stop playing the victim. I told him that people are tired of him playing the victim. I like 10th Man. And again, if I have an issue with someone, I say it as close to their face as possible. If I knew them in real life and I talked to them, these would be the conversations that we have.
I'm sorry, I just have to. Stanley talking morality on a fucking YouTube channel is hilarious. Thank you. Thank you, Stan.
This guy is trying to Nah, he had 9 days, motherfucker. He sent me that email 9 days ago. He had almost 2 weeks to reflect upon his thoughts and beliefs. Instead of reflecting upon the stupid shit and the emotional outburst that he had, he waited until I went to his panel to spurg on me. I've even told this man, don't email me, text me. Fun fact, Be Brave is one of 5 people on the internet who have my number. Bumpkin is another one. Garion and Snowman don't even have my number, and we started a network with them to help build channels, and they don't even have my phone number.
I'm starting to think this shit's on purpose. I'm starting to think that originally he attacked me, and then he attacked you, and he attacked other key creators as well because they didn't agree with him. I'm starting to think this is his way to try to boost his own ego and boost his own reputation. I think these are like strategic. I'm gonna be real with you.
Like even Gene Seed is a loyal watcher of V Braves, and he says, "Thank God I can hardly handle this fool. He's currently defending JP as a father."
As a good, what the fuck are we talking about?
JP, a good dad? The fuck?
Prince for president.
Yeah.
Jay Prince for president. The dude that literally lied on the phone on stream about his kids needing fucking food stamps or some bullshit like that, and then telling his kid he's not hungry.
Or the
why are you
yells at his kids on stream?
And don't worry, folks. We will go back and look at the raw Be Brave show because the toothless John Galt is
You're
there.
right about Braves. So he's trying to obfuscate on the drama that's been happening recently.
It's really bad tactics.
It's bullshit.
It's like we've all read Art of War, bro. We all read Machiavelli.
Yeah.
Just settle down, buddy.
I was going to say, nobody's stupid around here. I think that's the funny thing.
Yeah.
Especially if JP's fathering is good. The fathers can be good and bad.
Can we? Okay. The more we pull up his comments, the more he's going to drag down the stream. The more we're not going to react to this. So let's just stop pulling up his comments for now, and let's just continue with the
Paulo. I will. Hold on. Before anything, if you want us to address you directly, please come up on panel.
So true.
I will remove you. Not today. I came out of my quasi-retirement for this shit. I want to let you know that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm sorry, not today. I don't get to hang out with the bumpster that much anymore. So,
Thank you,
not today. I don't know what one guide is, but nah. This man,
he is making hay out of it. It's split. The citizens are going. There's even black citizens carved in.
Hold on.
You know, they can't say it real too loud and proud. They're going, yes, please bring the National Guard in, please.
Right, that's the norm. In DC especially, there's like hours,
That's why
hours of black people thanking Trump. The which whites are
You
objecting.
don't have to worry about somebody name calling you because he's not gonna name call you back.
It's crazy.
I
I've never seen it.
Orthodox, you did no such thing. No, you didn't. No, word for word, Orthodox, you didn't. Your implications were as a fucking old man that you tried to help out, and I just don't get it, and a couple other things. Orthodox, all that matters.
the only thing that I said that is true, and Be Brave even said it out of his own mouth, word for word, means I didn't say it. The only thing I said is he just doesn't get it. He doesn't get that all the problems in the U.S. are not black folks' fault.
It's a simple disagreement, and he is hung up on this simple disagreement because he's an autistic retard. And for some reason, we've let the autistic retard out of his fucking cage. This is why we don't let autistic retards out of their cage. So why we troll them and turn them into lolcows.
Speaking of, this is a great screenshot opportunity for Brave to join the masses. I have so many fucking screenshots of just like bad pictures of people. I don't know why it's a hobby of mine of like finding the worst pictures of people and screenshotting them to put as my avatar. So far, this one is my favorite. But this one is going to be my new one for the stream today. And the one I just took a Be Brave. Is fire.
It's fire. Imperious, please get off my dick. Holy shit. I don't want to say what that face looks like. It looks like a fucked up. I'm going to say it. Fuck it. We're dragging today. It is kind of like a GIMP mask. Hey, kids.
Oh, ooh, that's a lot. This is a line. This is a line that
I'm not crossing that line.
I know it'll bug him, but I was gonna say that's not a line I'm even willing to cross, even when somebody stabs me in the back and tries to fuck up my reputation.
Yeah,
I want to for the meme, but it's something that's serious, and that's a line I won't cross.
Right.
I know that I'll be accused of crossing that line now because I brought up the comment.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. God damn it. That's all that matters.
It doesn't matter that he's wrong.
Even if I'm completely off the rails fucking mistaken, what matters is I don't want to talk to you anymore. Get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy. Even if I'm wrong, I can still besmirch you, and you can't say anything back and defend yourself.
What the hell are you talking about? Good, okay, it's my imagination. Now go away. Damn it. Jesus.
Oh, hold on. I forgot. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I gotta edit the title. I gotta put him in the title.
I was just going to say, it appears in DC especially, the whites in Bethesda and Adams Morgan, very well-to-do areas, seem to be upset that the kill count is way down. So they are very upset that Trump is doing this of course, by the global corporate machine did it, and Trump's just an agent, whatever.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I know you don't need it, Ryan, but you know what, Ryan?
I just added it for you. Okay, but so that this is happening.
That's a very real statement you made. I know you don't need it, but just like
and you see right there with Ryan, what Be Brave wants me to do by him acting that way is say I'm sorry for saying, quote unquote, saying these things that I didn't say. So he can then use that as a weapon whenever I have a logical argument against him. He can call me a backstabber and fuck up my reputation. Oh shit. Oh shit.
What?
Hold on. Ike sent a dono, and before
Money,
I
money,
play
money.
Whoa, stop. Thank you, Ike. Ike doesn't like a lot of
Just a level set for folks that are drifting in. Apparently, Be Brave had a little blow up with the Orthodox guy. And of course, John Galt's there, Ryan's there, all the usual racists. And Ryan will be pissed off if I call him a racist. And you know what? He's not incorrigible. But the bottom line is you will never believe this, but this blow up is because Orthodox guy doesn't think black people are, the major cause of a downfall of America. However, as racists will often do, they will rationalize. Now, basically, Orthodox guys saying, I'm not that kind of racist. America has other problems, if not bigger problems, that are contributing to the quote downfall. But I am a racist. I just don't think, blacks are the huge cause. So it's literally a squabble among racists. Now, I actually like Orthodox guy. He's a young guy. And I don't think he's had the kind of education that will kind of, you can still be a racist, but dude, the reason you're racist is because of race realism or eugenics. What kind of fucking Nazi bullshit is that? So again, they're both racist. It's just one thinks, blacks are a bigger cause of a problem. The other doesn't. The other's just a better form of racist. That seems to be Orthodox's argument, to be honest. So I won't even bother going on the panel because I tend a reluctant racist. Dude, there can be no such thing, Speak. You're either a racist or you aren't. There is no such thing as a good racist. I'll put it to you that way. This idea that slavery could be good because, of a kind master, and he would treat, blacks like a loved pet. That's still racist. Slavery is wrong always. There is no such thing. Good slavery, benevolent massa, those are oxymorons. And the sooner Americans stop justifying or rationalizing or, softening the evils of slavery, the better off the country will be, and we'll stop seeing this cultural rot. This is just my opinion, but I think I could back it up if I thought to actually, get backups. America's cultural rot is because it is essentially a racist country. If the first question is, hi, how are you? What are you? How many times have people told me, and it's mostly white people who have said this in my experience, you don't sound black. I've literally had white people tell me who weren't from Savannah and didn't know me, like, you're from Savannah? Oh, is that your hometown? Were you born there? What kind of bullshit? America's fundamentally racist. We think certain people based on skin color should sound and act a certain way. That is racist. And I'm sorry, even if it's casual, even at least when someone tells a racist joke, at least we know it's a joke, and it better be funny. I like a good race joke myself, But dude, let it be funny. Let it be prescient. I heard a racist joke that Dave Chappelle told about his wife being Asian and him being black. And it was masterful. It was funny. It was literally like, holy shit, it's funny. Most racists aren't bright. That's part of the problem. Separatists are racist. Supremacists are racist. They're just different varieties of racist. So a separatist based on what? Race? That's racist. That's racism. America used to be separatist. It's still white supremacist. The only thing that, in my opinion, and I'm being a little hyperbolic here, there's just more black people who are free to be white supremacists. And if that's progress, I guess if you want to call it that, but they're more white supremacists who have African heritage than any time in my history or my life, at least in my exposure. Maybe that's a better term. Oops. And Orthodox, you're a racist. You're just a less malignant racist.
Somebody anymore.
Bro, remove it. He's gonna probably go back in and start like blocking everybody. Remove it.
No, he's not.
You trust whites too much.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that to Brave. If I was gonna do that, I would have done that at the onset. That's retarded.
The fact that King Shenard, the dude that finds racism behind every door, is up there with Be Brave, the dude that says 70% of black people should be cold, and they hate us, is wild.
Well, no, he's mad at me. King Shenard is mad at me because me and Jay called him out for trying to stir the pot and stir shit up and try to bring back the BS.
One other thing I want to point out is, you know what? I understand this is YouTube. I understand this is content. I understand the need for entertainment, but let's call it entertainment when it's entertainment. Let's stop trying to make midwittery or just straight out lowbrow bullshit anything remotely intellectual. Okay, Shenard being mad at Orthodox because of something. Motherfucker, that's high school. This is not a marketplace of ideas. It's a marketplace of fuckery. That's literally what this is. And Orthodox, I haven't talked with him about it. He may realize what this is, but it's not a marketplace of ideas.
Later, like, you know what I was right about? Be Brave.
Let me follow up.
I'll be right back.
It's another banished guy.
If I'm being restreamed, shut up for a minute. Orthodox, Garion, and Bumpkin, get a fucking life. I'm a bottom feeding old 2-bit loser, man. Come on.
Kiddo, you get a fucking life.
I have
You
an
made this
opinion
war
on it.
now.
I have fucking
You made
immediately
this
at
war now.
24 views going right now.
Bro,
And you're
Yeah,
worried about what the
you've
fuck I'm
made this
saying.
war now.
Really?
Be Brave. That sucks.
You did this.
You did.
All you
this.
had to not be was a Spurg, like, and not fucking accuse me of shit I didn't do. This is to prove a point. I'm a piece. How many times have I told my entire chat when they say I'm a good guy? No, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a petty motherfucker. And you lied on my name.
So you know
I'm
what?
not gonna stop everybody
Orthodox may realize that this is not this show. His show today is not about a marketplace of ideas.
Ban him. I'm telling you, you shouldn't trust someone like that. Someone that can easily.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. Again. Shenard. Enough. Okay.
What's a tap dancer versus a ballet dancer? Just for
They're the same thing. The only difference is gender. All right, so.
gender. Okay, my bad.
Hold on, man.
So women don't tap dance? What a fucking moron. He can't even find a good analogy for his stupidity.
Because a lot of ballet dancers, they don't respect a black man if he's in college or if he's in school. You only respect him if he's doing some degenerate shit, right? And I'm sure you know that, Republic. I'm sure you know
called
that.
me a ballet dancer, Shanard, and I'm not even.
No, I said you're a red ballet dancer. You're a red ballet dancer.
You never used red. You just said
In Republican tea room, Jesus Christ.
Those are the ones that only respect black men if they're doing stupid shit, not progressing in life, not doing anything productive. Those are the ones that they'll actually give, open their legs, basically. All right, and all right. So
you all use that term, and you talk about these women who don't like black men. I think this is what happens.
When it comes to,
listen,
I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because I'm getting real bored with the tap dance issue. So that means it's got to because I'm about to wrap up the stream anyway. So come on, go ahead.
Just give me 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds.
Oh, he's gonna wrap up the stream now.
Respect.
That's a
different
bullshit.
standards for a white man than she does for a black man. She will
Come
see
on,
a white
B-Brave. I
man
know you're
going to
watching,
school
buddy. I know you're watching.
Or the way that
Come
the
up on
blue ballet
screen.
dancer even talks to a black man. The way she refers to a black man is much different she does to a white man. She refers to black men as N-words.
I hate listening to
and then the blue top dancers refer to them as B words. Right? They don't even call themselves man or woman. They
got a whole ass people he don't like. What the fuck?
What I missed? I had to grab something.
I missed a bit because I had some orders to file. Bumpkin, I guess.
Yeah. Be Brave is now going to end his stream soon. Be Brave, I know you're watching this, you old fuck. Come up on the panel. If you don't come up on the panel, use a whole ass bitch. Shame on you and your entire bloodline. You're a whole ass bitch.
Yeah, we go from bad to awful.
Bloodlines in Venezuela now, so I guess the ethnic group matches up.
Wait, is his bloodline in Venezuela?
I mean, according to his according to him.
Oh, that's right. He had a daughter, and the daughter with the Venezuelan chick, right? That's what.
I think it's ironic. I know. I might not be a white man, but I think it's ironic that a man who praises white culture had his woman and child leave for a non-white.
Oh, it's very ironic. But what would he care? He's first generation, anyways. Sorry, second generation. He's second generation.
He is?
Anyways. Yeah.
No, he's first generation.
I thought he was second generation. I thought his parents came over.
That's first generation.
Oh, is that first generation? I thought they count the generation that's here. Okay.
No.
All right. Yeah, first generation. Yeah, he's Hungarian.
He's first generation American.
Oh, okay.
Okay, very good. New subject, right quick. Since Ryan's up here, I got to ask.
She will respect someone like Brave or Ryan. She will give it up for Ryan than she would for another black man that has a college education or is doing good for. I'm talking about the blue ballet dancers. Now the red ballet dancers, they just hate black men. They don't want nothing to do with them. They're gonna marry. They're just gonna go straight to whites, to white men.
And that's
they're gonna live in white neighborhoods. They're gonna attend white schools. They're gonna do all that. They don't. And if they get the power, they'll set up laws and whatever. And.
Oh, okie dokie. Ryan, while you're up here, quick.
Stanley, do you want to come on and tell us why you have a grievance with Brave?
Quick point. I was gonna do a stream on it. But Ryan, don't you think it's amazing how that our economy is completely relies upon complete miserable, ridiculous spending habits?
Yeah, it's consumer driven. It's ridiculous. Yeah,
No. You missed the key word. It's not consumer. I'm talking ridiculous fucking ridiculous purchasing habits, things that nobody needs, and they still feel like they gotta buy them.
I wonder if Be Brave.
This economy would crash. My point is this economy would crash if everybody spent their money as reasonably as I did, as a bottom feeding loser that didn't make a lot of money. This economy,
necessity based software. Yeah, I mean, it would crash for sure. There's a lot of excess spending on luxury goods and boats and stuff that's not necessary.
It's not even that. It's the stupid people at the bottom that are propping up fast foods, that are propping up.
Let me pause this right quick. I guess I should really mute it versus pause it. Orthodox guy wants me to come up on his panel. I don't really go up on panels because I tend to just be too much of a lightning rod. I did respond, thank you, but I'm watching, but I'm live watching you all, so he knows that I'm live. Brave is a virulent racist. The blacks like Galt who agree with him are worse, in my opinion. So that's pretty much what I have to say. No need to go up.
Because of possible business ordeals coming up soon, I cannot talk shit about Galt. I'm just laying that out there right now. I cannot talk shit about Galt.
Yeah, Galt and Bumpkin sitting in a tree.
In fact, this is more about me talking shit about Brave than it is Mr. Galt. What I was gonna say before I was rudely interrupted.
Sorry.
Is John went to talk about Snowman and Brave had a fucking conniption. And absolutely shut him down.
Business deals. So Bumpkin and fucking John Galt having a business deal is literally going to be a confederacy of dunces.
Really? So John meant. John,
I don't have a team. I tend to be a lone wolf anyway. Dude, you know what? Let me tell y'all something. It's amazing that I thrived in the Navy and loved it so much. And I'm literally, like, I told the story the other day or made the comment. I've never been a part of a study group like in high school or college because I don't like to study in groups. I have my own ways. I'm naturally a lone wolf. I was good at tennis because it's an individual sport. I was a cross-country runner in high school and college. It's an individual sport, though it can be a team. But, it's how fast I run. And you all have probably noticed that I tend to be, certainly eccentric, certainly old and cranky, certainly cantankerous, but I also tend to be an independent thinker. I think the way I think. I don't do a whole lot of group think. I don't really. There are groups I agree with, but the minute you say, "Hey, I want you to be on my team," you literally become like, unless I really like you and really respect you, I think Orthodox is a racist. And I've told him this. I'm always free with my opinions these days. And so there is no team. You know what? I was on John Galt's team and it lasted a year. So that, let's use me being a part of the John Galt Urban Landlord team as proof, is a test case for what kind of team player I am. I need to respect the leader. And if I don't, I'm going to rebel. And I'm going to, at a minimum, tell you what I think and how I think we can do it better. I wouldn't call myself a wild card, dude. I'm the most down, straight line liberal, and blacks shouldn't be liberals to the extent that I am. I'm kind of a creature of the Enlightenment because of the way I was educated, and the Navy didn't help. However, I've been successful. I think it's okay as long as you see the flaws and don't fall victim to thinking being, a creature of the Enlightenment is like the end all and be all. You've always got to be a skeptic. And maybe that's, you know, if the Enlightenment created anything, it's skepticism. And there's a whole branch of philosophy, the skeptics. I'm one of them. Question everything. Reagan, of all people, said it right: trust but verify. And that's literally like my mantra, just by nature. I also don't like extremes. I think people like Be Brave and John Galt are extremists and toxic. In the meantime, I think people like even a Joy Reid. We watched a Joy Reid thing. I think she's a bit of an extremist, though. I don't know. I don't know why people. And I have, you know, taste. I think Joy Reid is cute, by the way. You know, she's not perfect, but anyway, why did that even enter my mind? I think she's cute. However, she's a bit. I don't like progressives. I think they're extremists. You know, there's some extremists that aren't awful, like say a Bernie Sanders, but they will tend or tilt towards this quixotic thing that, oh hey, we need a revolution. And no, we don't need a revolution. We need fucking common sense. We need pragmatism. To a certain extent, can't we all get along is a thing. But the problem is not everyone wants to get along. There are people who want their way. And wow, was that a long harangue. Let's get back to the main feature.
We went there last month. We do that once a month.
Damn, you that broke? You can only.
Yeah, I've heard of that book.
I know
Brian Nichols, dude. I was a middle distance. I was a cross country runner.
Or you can cook your own pizza.
We're not going to go buy you because you need the latest fashions. Yo, you're not going to get the latest fashions. Your daddy makes this X amount of money. Things are different. People aren't making the money they used to long ago. And explain to your kids. The economy would fucking crash if parents did what they're supposed to do with their money. That's a sick fucking common thing to be able to say. Not to mention save for the future. Go ahead.
There's an emptiness. I think that some of these disgusting shows, probably I would say for the last maybe, I don't know, maybe last 15 or 16 years of people watching, like, you know, there's whole franchises of shows and people are watching them and they're watching people live like in different area codes and what they have and showing them as, you know, they're going to get Botox, they're drinking Starbucks every day. And I do see that like the poorer people are starting to want to maybe feel something or just get a by proxy sort of experience from that. Like you can make your own coffee. I remember Folgers and Community was good enough for everybody. Buy yourself some heavy cream, some creamer, but it's even.
First off, we don't drink Community around here. Folgers is all right. That's crazy.
No, I gotta stop, motherfuckers. Once you no. Folgers is not all right. It's a sin. And I'm not even a coffee drinker that much. You know what? I haven't had coffee in maybe a month or so. I tend to drink it more when my son is here because he makes it. But dude, do yourself a favor. There are mid-level coffees you can buy that are way better than Folgers and not that much more expensive. Do yourself a favor. My favorite is a good blonde roast / breakfast blend because it has a lot of caffeine. And why would anyone drink decaffeinated coffee? So there goes another spiel.
Right. And there would be economic.
Does too.
I don't think he's really thinking about being at the bottom.
Imagine asking someone a question and then trying to shout them down for giving you an answer you don't like. It's fucking crazy.
The entire time I was thinking like, wouldn't the economy just adjust to whatever sector they put the money back into? Like, if you stop spending
No, Garion, stop talking about shit you don't know.
you're not just gonna keep it for all your life.
And I love Garion. He's a good young man, and he will grow. Garion is about the only one in this sector who is. Look, Garion is young. I think he just got married. He literally has the intelligence to grow into a more or less far right. And quite frankly, I think Garion can tend to be far right, but he'll grow. I think Garion actually asks questions. Unfortunately, most of the people in that Darth Bumpkin, that Orthodox guy, and they're good young men too, but Garion is still in his early 20s, so he has potential. Everyone else is fully formed.
Yeah, I gotta put him in a wood chipper. I would say more like he's gonna fall and he can't get up, and there's no life alert in sight. You know what I mean?
And this Bumpkin being a mean girl is
Help! I've
unimpressive.
fallen and I can't get up. Oh no! I don't have any handles in my house. I couldn't afford them. Okay, I'm done.
I told my maid who was taking my caretaker to fuck off because she didn't like my political opinions.
That's fucked up. I just don't get this. I just don't get it.
I wrote to Bumpkin that I'm disappointed in him.
Want to kill me?
Are you running for political office?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. Let's move past that topic.
No.
Is my mic hot? Is it loud?
No, it got a little loud.
It's fine.
So let's.
Well, I don't know. I am outliving my usefulness.
What did you do to piss this man off even back in the day? Because he's always had it out for you.
Oh yeah, back in the day, it was basically
What's up, David Wayne?
Pumpkin, that is literally icky. I am disappointed in you. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. If you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, get out. What happened in the past was, you know, we had disagreements. He seemed very lukewarm. I met him way back in the day, and I disagreed, but we could have disagreements. That was fine. And then he would just constantly come up on the streams we would host, like constantly come up on the streams that we would host. You remember that Orthodox guy back in the day?
Yeah.
Back in the days we don't talk about, you know, back in with a certain organization.
Yeah.
And we started calling him. What did we start calling him? We started calling him the fucking. He got really annoying. We started calling him
the masked boomer, the masked avenger,
the masked avenger, the masked boomer, or Captain Psyop. We started calling him Captain Psyop. That's right. Because everything was a psyop. Everything was a psyop. We'd be talking about a hurricane. He'd be like, "This is a psyop." It's be fucking wild. And he hated me ever since that because we clowned on him a little bit.
That's crazy. Stop. What would I say every time? Stop bullying the boomer.
Yeah, stop bullying the boomer.
Stop being mean. And you guys, I fucking learned my lesson.
Yeah. I'm glad you finally came to your senses.
It pains me though. It really does. It pains me.
And then after that, we had a falling out, and I just removed him from the channel. And then, you know, a little later, he went on CT's channel, and people seemed to like him a lot. You know, people seemed to like him. I was like, okay, well, I'll give him a chance. You know, we started talking again. I still disagree with the majority of what he said, But it was more like, I
I
just
just told I just told Orthodox guy attack the
and then
ideas,
he
not
once
the
again with the
person.
CT
You
shit,
know
he
better.
once again just like completely fucking was a dickhead. Took something I said, made an entire topic about it, entire stream topic about it, then moved the goalpost, like the goalpost had a V8 engine, moved it so far away from the question so he could be right.
Chuck, hit the link. I need an older guy's perspective on this.
You need
But after Bumpkin finishes
we
his,
need someone to match the older people energy.
yeah, because like Chuck is a smart old dude. Like, I've only ever seen Chuck mad one time, and that was at Melanie Cosmic Fox last night. And like, it was a reasonable crash out. Mel told him to shut up and was being disrespectful.
Oh yeah, well.
And I actually like Chuck, and he didn't get mad at me for not like jumping in to defend him. Be Brave seems to like everything that was said about him by you guys. He seems to think that I said it.
Yeah, no, it's not that you said it. He hates that
What's up, Lawrence?
you didn't defend him absolutely. That's what he didn't like.
Well, that's what upsets me a little bit, right? Because like, to be fair, Be Brave did fucking censor Shenard when he was being a douchebag trying to say dumb shit about stuff. So it does make me feel a little two-faced and bad for it.
Yeah.
But then like, he's got like, I even told him like, I'm not gonna censor people unless you're in chat or in panel. Right? And I think that's a fair compromise because he knows that my whole network didn't like him. But I liked him. He was cool to me.
Right.
So I just don't get it. All right, Chuck. Chuck will be here in 5.
I very much appreciate the fact that I no longer have to hold back while he's here. He's here. Well, he probably won't come here anymore, so that's one aspect of it. But I am very much glad I don't have to step on eggshells anymore.
That's the thing. I did even ask you guys, hey, just be respectful because he's my friend. And y'all were respectful. Y'all didn't do anything bad or wrong.
Yep. But he just can't help himself.
We did it for you, Ortho. We knew how much you saw measure your new dog or your grandpa or however you see him as. We were like, okay, out of respect for you, we're gonna keep our mouths shut. We're gonna
I mean, in all fairness, I didn't, but
well, I did. I wanted to be nice. I want to play nice with this old fart. But now that I'm free, I just want to jump up and kick my heels.
Jump up and kick my heels. So are we just gonna bully this guy for the next 5 months?
If he's willing to dedicate entire streams to people where it's just him ranting and talking shit, calling you an idiot for hours on end.
Turnabout's fair play. Yeah, I think turnabout's fair play. I'm gonna be real.
And plus, this is probably gonna be a one and done thing unless he decides to clap back or something.
Oh, absolutely.
So why not? Why not? That's what I want to know. Like, if anyone wants to defend him, why shouldn't we talk shit about him? To be honest with you, because if he's gonna make entire streams dedicated to people he does not like, he's done it to. I know he hasn't done it to me, but he did it to Bumpkin. He did it to Shenard. He did it with CT. Apparently, that was a fresh one.
Yeah.
He did it to Snowman.
He did it to Bob.
Yeah, he did it to Bob.
He's done it to Stan Lee so much.
He's done multiple to Stanley. There's a whole. I swear, if I go to this channel and take all the streams where it's just him on Stanley specifically, I bet it's gonna be at least 40, 50 plus. He's dedicated months to Stanley.
What did you do to make that motherfucker that mad, Stan?
I've never seen any person who dislikes him and makes a month's worth of streams on that specific individual alone.
Every single stream that Be Brave did for a straight month was just rebuttaling Stanley.
Yes, it was insane.
I thought it was never going to end, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I thought it would be a forever war.
I tried my best to get him to end it. I thought it was stupid. Personally,
Of course it's stupid.
I'm a peacemaker. No good turn goes unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished.
To be fair, Stanley did go blow for blow with him during that whole debacle, which I do think was a little unorthodox in of itself, but he can do what he wants. But the thing is, I don't think Stanley, at least in my opinion, I don't think he hated Brave. But I know for a fact Brave hated Stanley because he banned him. Could be wrong though. I could be wrong though.
Lauren wants the backstory. She wants you to finish the backstory, Mumpkin.
Well, yeah, it was just it was basically he decided that he was going to have to completely control a conversation so he could actually win said conversation. And that is, i.e., remove people if they don't agree. Like, absolutely. Drop them down, make them answer a dumb fucking question, like just over and over again, a bunch of retardation. And that was on a CT stream that CT preemptively took down. Keep in mind, before that, he did an entire 8-hour stream. An entire 8-hour stream just trying to rebuttal what I said. Just on what I said. An 8-hour stream. And I was gonna do a video, but I couldn't get it right. I am doing video content, don't worry. But I was also in the middle of moving as well, so I don't really have the time for that shit, to be honest with you. But he's just acting extremely petty for no reason whatsoever. Because I heard his fifis.
You would have given your relationship with him more grace if Gary and Snowman and Bumpkin didn't like him. What does that even mean?
What the fuck does that mean? Also, he doesn't like him for superficial reasons. What? If they all hate him for superficial, what do you mean superficial reasons? Also, why does he keep posting the same thing all over again?
He's retarded. Sorry.
Bob went at Brave first, you moron. Bob didn't do anything wrong. Bob stated his opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bob stated
Man,
he didn't go at
this
Brave.
is
He says
hey,
anything
look,
superficial
folks.
nonsense, and that's it.
Everyone, make sure you hit the chat. If you happen to be
takes
looking,
everything
please
personally, bro.
make sure you subscribe if you're new and share it out. It's
Brave
not
takes everything
always
personally.
as sparse as it is now. This is worth the sparsity,
Moxie
though.
said Bob totally started the
I'm
fight with
fascinated,
Brave.
and I guess I could actually end it and just watch
What
it
did
raw.
Bob
But let's just call it a reaction and content.
I will actually just find the stream.
And I may just
I'm
say "Be
interested to see,
Brave"
'cause I
show
wanna-
because I want to hear some of John Galt's bullshit. Maybe
I
I'll
wanna
save it for
actually,
tomorrow. Maybe I'll do it today. We're almost at 6 hours, so I got some time. Not much to do today other than make another pizza.
Why do you keep saying the same thing, bro?
Oh, he's starting to spam.
Bob isn't evil. Isn't evil, Imperious?
I don't think Bob is evil. I think evil follows him, but I don't think Bob himself is evil. I think Bob is cursed, personally. I think he's cursed.
Personally.
You think Bob's cursed? Why do you think Bob's cursed?
Because I don't know, for some reason, whenever Bob decides to do anything, regardless of its intentions, fuck shit always seems to follow him.
No, his streams are awesome though. Over on his channel.
His streams are awesome. But they always somehow get him into drama, even though he doesn't cause it himself. I talked to Bob offline, and he asked me this question straight up. He was like, "Why do people hate me?" He was like, "Why do some people hate me, and why do people look up to me on these on YouTube?" And he's
I want to
like,
mess with Bob. I want to mess with Bob now.
I love
I'm gonna
Bob. I
tell
think
him it's because he's
great.
I do too. I think Bob is awesome. I mean, I don't know. Just because somebody's passive aggressive, Moxie, doesn't mean like I was pretty aggressive with you. when you came up, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. I don't think that Brave is very. I don't think Brave is very smart. Personally,
You don't think Brave's very smart?
I don't think I don't
I don't
know
think
about
he's
his-
dumb.
I don't think he's dumb. I just think he's weak.
That is a fair point. He is definitely emotionally weak.
For sure.
I will give you that. You got the stream, Garrett?
It is buried under so many other streams. It's gonna take me a
10th
minute.
man's here.
Hello, 10th man.
Bring him up.
I
My
got
hands
him.
full right now.
What the fuck? All right.
Hey.
What's up, 10th man?
Listen, I've been listening to your rant for a little while. At first, when I first woke up, I thought it was about me. And then I was like, no.
No, somebody
that's boring.
Somebody weird. I can fight with you, but I don't see the point.
Nice. Let's do it.
But somebody tried to muscle in on the drama and tried to, because they, like Bumpkin said, they knew I was right about Be Brave. So they tried to they're trying to drive a wedge between you and I.
Oh, wait. This is to do with me?
Yeah, some random chat.
I was joking.
10th man, this is not about you. Your position in this discussion is simply being used as a weapon.
By who?
Who the hell's Beth?
Say it in back chat if you want to.
This
by
person.
This individual. Paulo
Back chat?
Nino 1.
Oh.
What's up, Beth? How you doing, darling?
Yeah, I don't know who that
Hello, gentlemen. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. I'm driving, so you guys are keeping me company.
I'm just being petty today, Beth.
Oh, this literally
Well-
sounds like a white woman who is a bitch.
Someone in the chat made it about you.
Literally.
Yeah,
and I
someone
don't
in
know
chat-
Beth,
someone in
never
chat,
talked to her, never seen her before, but listen to that
was
fucking voice.
saying that
She's old,
I'm bad
sure,
character
a
because me and you were
smoker,
talking,
a drinker,
and I told
and
you
a redneck.
to stop being a victim.
I'm just
and
going to
then
go
try
out
say
on
I
that limb.
used your
I'm being
trauma
racist.
against you.
Oh my God.
Huh? When the fuck did that happen?
Hold on, did Glenn use his
This is
my
why I
past
don't like
trauma
going
against me
on
yesterday?
Orthodox
Wait,
panels. I
he
don't
did
have
2 different segments
I don't
about gay
have
people
that
while I
kind of,
was up there, and I had to defend the
I
people
don't
that
have
were
this
doing
kind
it
of
because it
patience.
wasn't gay.
And when I fucking
you
call them
guys in
all
chat
ignorant, they'll get
realize
butthurt.
this. There's
Oh
a
yeah,
reason
okay,
why
it's selfish
other
too.
creators
Sure,
like
John. I've never
Ortho
talked to her, never met
and
her,
Dusty
don't
and
know her.
Sasquatch
I'm
don't
just going
defend me.
off of her voice and that
It's
picture,
because
and I guarantee
my
you
witch magic
that's a
will
picture of
come back
her
on you
10 to
and
15
destroy
years
your
ago.
entire life for defending
It's
me.
not a current picture.
Shut the fuck up and
That
mind your own
voice does
business,
not
loser.
match that face.
If he ever comes on panel, he's gonna shit himself. Just immediately, as soon as he cams up, says his first
I'll
word.
tell you
you're just
right
gonna-
now,
you're just
I've
gonna
had
hear-
many conversations with people offline about you, and I've never said anything bad about you other than you're young, you're inexperienced with doing streams and stuff like that. You know, like just that's it. I don't care about you fucking people, man. I porn bombed myself last night.
Oh Jesus! Listen to this
By
man.
accident.
Yeah, John.
Yes, it was fucking
I was gonna be
hilarious.
kind and say 10 to 15, but you're more likely right than
I
me.
opened the wrong screen. And Tupbuck goes, take it down! Take it
Senior year
down!
pick. Yeah, okay. Oh, dude, that would make her young. She's got to. She's 45 and above, if not 50 and above. And I'm sorry, I'm being a horrible, like misogynistic
That was awkward.
motherfucker. But you know what? Hey, I've had a couple.
I have not laughed that hard.
We don't overlap, but
What you say, Bill?
And let me mute this right quick.
We were talking about.
See, there's some things Bob was 100% right. That's why. See, Bob made a class issue or a class critique, if you will, to put it in Marxist parlance. And he took race out of it. He literally said, and I totally agree. And Bob is no motherfucking socialist. Dude, Bob is right of center, probably far right of center, but he was absolutely right. And there's not a motherfucker on this panel that will say Bob was right because it goes against their racist beliefs. Garion is the exception. And Garion's young. He will learn that these people are pretty much intellectually vacuous. They literally have nothing to offer. And they might be down home country folk and all earthy and shit, but there are plenty of smart people that are just as earthy and know more about the earth. So Garion's the exception. He will, he's a young man on the up. He's coming up. He will learn. He's the only motherfucker on this panel that has potential. The rest are just fucking dyed-in-the-wool racists to varying degrees. And you know what? You don't have to. You can be friends with a racist. You can be acquaintances or even friends, but that doesn't mean you have to motherfucking hang out with them and be best friends. People have their flaws, and as a 60-year-old, I have realized that you can't just shun a racist unless they're like Be Brave or John Galt. No, those motherfuckers are despicable. They're deplorables. That is a cute picture though, but I can tell it's been touched up. Yeah, it's been touched up there, John. Beth has been touched up. That picture has been touched up. And look, who's this motherfucker with the Clippy? Whoever thought of Clippy as an avatar? And then some motherfucker has taken the Batman symbol and put 10th man instead of Batman. This is literally like stomp level motherfucking creativity. And you know what? I'm being a bad human being and going all ad hoc, but it's what I enjoy doing sometimes. So anyway, she's way bigger now. I bet. Oh God, no! You had to go there, John. But you know what? If you had known her 30 years ago when she was really cute, you grow. You can't. Time happens, and it simply does. You wouldn't leave her because she's got a couple nicotine stained fingers now, would you? After 30 years, she might be the only motherfucker. She might be the only woman that will stand your ass. So you gotta always think about that. So anyway, back to this coming conflagration. It's quickly becoming boring. Have you noticed the more people that get added to this panel, the more flaccid it gets?
Damn, they're making them upgrade.
Yeah. I think the old people's retirement fund is starting to slip up now, so they got to get back into the limelight. Please make sure the carts are wiped down, sir. Bust out that little spray bottle they give you that always jams every now and then, so you can't do your fucking job.
It'd be nice if they'd wipe them off completely so that when I touch it, my hands aren't coated like somebody just sprayed stuff all over it.
Exactly.
It dries out my hands. And
I know that moron. I know the voice of that fucking moron 10th man. He was called something else. He's a goddamn moron.
Not to mention, these are people who want to be fucking retired. They don't want to be doing that shit. They're pissed off that they're there to begin with.
She's one of them pissed off people. She knows better than anyone.
Pretty much. I don't disagree with 10th man.
Holy shit, let's throw a party.
When I'm 65, right? if I haven't figured something out by then, I mean, I still got 20 years.
Well, you're gay,
I'm
so I
positive-
expect you to be dead by your 50, though. So.
God damn, man.
Holy shit.
Damn.
Statistically,
If-
he's not
if-
wrong.
I am so lucky that my coffee is super hot, because otherwise normally there I would have took a drink and that would have been all over 3 computer screens that I just cleaned.
God damn, Hank. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was fucking savage, bro. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I think I'm just not going to respond. Like that
Take the
was
L.
one of the most savage things. And you're as bad as Rachel Wilson. Good job.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rachel Wilson.
Yeah, take the L. I would not respond to that.
That was just fucking mean, Hank.
I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna give you a clap for that because that takes something. That's impressive. That's impressive.
You know what I appreciate, OG? Normally you wouldn't let people come at me and start like saying mean things about me being gay. But you know, you had enough respect for a restarted guy to let him say it and, you know, keep him on the panel.
See, here comes the racist stuff.
I didn't like
Yeah,
that.
I like Be Brave.
People.
Yeah, I like Be Brave. I was called gay for like 6 months on panel from Officer Snaps. He used that catchphrase, black gay rich, and so it didn't bother me
I'm just
because I know what I'm
joking,
into.
Hank. I consider
Well,
you
no.
cool. I have no problem with you. I'm just joking. I know you are too. I'm just joking.
10th man, I love you to death. I'd be careful with who you're calling restarted after you prawn bombed yourself.
Oh, you are so close to being called the C word.
Do it, bitch.
Hey,
Do
yo,
it.
man, you porn bombers?
Yes. Oh my God. It's the greatest thing I've seen. I was I was literally on the floor crying. I was on the floor fucking crying.
So you're
No,
actually
the
lucky.
picture, hold on, and the guy who I prawn bombed with, right?
Oh Jesus! You know what? Let's just
Is
move on to
on
Be Brave.
Raging Tomatoes.
This is literally
Wow, I
the,
do it by accident. I swear it was by accident. I was gonna play the sound.
This is literally becoming the mid-wit I don't read a book club. Ugh. So let's see what the raw material was. Huh. This is interesting. Hold on one sec here. Can y'all hear me in the chat right now? Oh, hey CK. We were watching Orthodox Guy reacting to his experience on the Be Brave show. And my assessment is it was basically a dueling racist. Orthodox is just less of a virulent racist. And I don't, let's just say Orthodox is a racist. He has some racist ideas. And he and Be Brave are disagreeing on the degree that Black people are a problem. Be Brave thinks it's like the primary problem in America. Orthodox Guy just thinks it's a matter of race realism and eugenics. And both are fucking racists. It's just one is more scientific in the racism. One is just a scientific racist, and the other is just an old school outright white supremacy racist. So that was the duel. So it all kind of blew up because Orthodox went on Be Brave's show. And I don't know, I wasn't even watching the show. I just kind of got wind of it. And anyway, Be Brave's show is called John Galt Shows Why White Culture is Superior. Let's Party in a Landfill. So, how can I not look at a show? I can't participate in Be Brave's chat, but I can review the show. And there's a way he can prevent me from looking at the show too, by the way, but I don't expect he'll ever figure that one out. So, I tuned into Orthodox because I was curious to see, well, what kind of argument is Orthodox going to put up? Well, as it turns out, Orthodox has a more style over substance argument. He just doesn't like the brand or the flavor or the degree of Be Brave's racist attitudes. And the big beef is, hey, you know what? Be Brave gets belligerent if you don't agree with his style of racism or his preference of racism. And Orthodox just got a little butthurt. So, he left. And by the way, I like Orthodox. His scientific racism bullshit is easily just, it's not rooted in actual science. It's rooted in race science. And a lot of it is based on things like the bell curve, where, they wrote a whole book on trends, and the trends supported their racist ideas. You're never going to be able to prove it, at least not with our current technology. And that is some of the problems that, say a Be Brave and I, or an Orthodox guy and I. And Orthodox and I are cordial, by the way. As much as I can stand someone who is a racist, I don't have to be their best buddy, but I'll be like the Daryl Davis of racists. Daryl Davis convinced Klan members not to be Klan members. Maybe I'll be able to get some people to read a book or two and think independently outside of the culture to be more objective about the culture. But I doubt it. I don't have Daryl Davis's patience. So anyway, it became, Floyd's barbershop on the Orthodox's panel, a bunch of fucking hicks talking about the old days, the old days, the old ways. And I decided to just go back to Be Brave's show because I haven't watched it, and just, kind of listen to two racists, John Galt. I'm going to get two for the price of one. It'll be Be Brave the racist and John Galt the racist, and then I will get to look at the racists in Be Brave's chat. So that's where we are. I know you don't have time to go back and actually do a deep dive. And the summary is biased. My summary is definitely biased. This is John Galt and his daddy talking about the blacks. Motherfucker. See, Be Brave cannot. Rich whites, why the fuck is someone like Be Brave wondering about the rich whites? They don't give a fuck about you, son. Why are you caring so much about them? The motherfucker just cannot get rid of an idea once that fucking racist seed is planted. Dude, how is watching this reminding you of who rich whites want to be around? That's why they buy estates, you goddamn moron. Literally, if you knew more about your European heritage, you would understand that the landed gentry wanted total separation. They would shoot people for fucking poaching their deer. But see, Be Brave has not done the hard work of knowing shit and then thinking about the shit, taking disparate points and trying to connect them. He just motherfucking wants to be a racist. Being a racist is about the easiest thing that people like Be Brave can do. He will tell you he read books, and you know what? He hasn't read enough books, and what he read was Cliff Notes. Obviously. Oh, God damn it. You know what? I'm sorry. I was ranting on. Bottom line is, why does Be Brave care so much about what rich folks, who they want to be around? They wouldn't want to be around him. Why is he this obsessed with what rich white people want? Because he wants to be one of those rich white people, and he is 70 and never will be one of them. Neither will he be accepted as one of them. Okay, this is literally some weird form of an eminence front. Okay, dude, you are white. This is literally the classic. White privilege is at root. White privilege as a concept was literally let 'em eat cake. The American version of let 'em eat cake. Okay, you can be poor, you can be starving, but you ain't black. That's what white privilege is. And the people who literally worship or study or accept the notion of white privilege are always the Be Braves, the fuck ups, the bottom feeders. Motherfucker, if you have your $1 million or your $1 billion, you don't give a fuck about white privilege. You have privilege. You don't have to racialize what the privilege is. You just do. It's always the bottom feeders that cling to this notion of white privilege. And a lot of people in politics need to be clearer about this, what white privilege is. It's not that every white has it. Only poor whites have white privilege or believe in it or cling to it like a raft in a motherfucking Kerrville, Texas flood. They cling to that raft for dear life because they might drown in being overtaken by black doctors or, whatever. The dude, you got to have the whiteness to feel better and to survive. That's literally what white privilege was, and hopefully, it kind of gets stamped out, but literally, Be Brave is a creature of white privilege. I might be a bottom feeder. I'm going to brag about being a bottom feeder, but I'm not black. That's literally Be Brave's content, day after day after day. And he gets pissed off when someone like a me will tell him, motherfucker, I literally, if I didn't know you on YouTube and we were like, I walked past you on the street, fuck it. You just some poor white dude. Nothing wrong with that. But dude, you don't stand out. You don't stand out intellectually. You wear a mask on your racist show. What stands out other than that fucking homemade mask? No, you didn't blow anyone's mind. You're not smart. Anyway, I'll stop. This motherfucker is just wearying. Good. Wrap it up, bitch. John Galt to the rescue. See, this is all a posture. Okay. He just wants to present some idea that, oh, I hate white people too. It's literally, hey, my best friend John Galt is black. That's literally what this is. Okay, you all can't hear the video? God damn it. What on earth? Let's see. Let me do this because it did linger. I apologize. Hold on one sec. Let me see. Can I get back to the right place? This is all my fault. So don't this is my non-talent as a YouTube host. Hopefully you can hear me now. Here. That's about right. Can you all hear me now? And then let me know if you can hear this video. I rewound it a bit. How about the video, Dirty? All right. Well, let me see here. Why would the video not be? All right. Well, let me see here. Why would the video? All right. So you're right. Why is the video? Huh. Let me think on this. How about now? Okay. All right. Well, let me try this. Something has corrupted. Let me. Because it's important that you all hear this. Let me duck out and come right back in. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. I am back. Let's got torn down. Let's see if I can build it back. Something in that TCP/IP stack got fucked up.
Go to a goddamn carnival where all whites are at.
Now.
I guarantee you the rich whites are going, no, thank you. I'll go to that. If I got to go to one of them, I'm going to where the fucking white trash is at. But no, everybody I blew their fucking minds when I just.
Okay, there we go. Hey, look, something just blew up like in the TCP/IP.
I don't. Rich white people hate
Sorry about
white trash more than they hate black trash.
And I will
Jesus
comment
fucking
after this
Christ.
little spiel.
The shit white people say, the shit that they don't understand, the shit that they don't appreciate blows my fucking mind. Just blows my fucking mind. Well, if nobody comes up pretty quick, I'm going to wrap this up. But I just wanted to play this and point out
I
how
want,
sick
but
fucking white
here's
people make me.
here is Be Brave will go in on how sick white people make him. And I'm literally saying that is a Be Brave version of I Have Black Friends. Their name is John Galt. Okay, this is literally posturing. He doesn't hate white people. He worships white people. He worships white culture. So essentially, maybe white liberals, and even that's just kind of a dumb, I don't believe that even. White privilege is literally something that is a Be Brave. Be Brave calls himself a bottom feeder. It's a historical concept. Okay, people like Be Brave had the white privilege. Rich whites don't give a fuck about privilege. They just have privilege. White privilege, racialized privilege, is something that was fed to the Be Brave bottom feeding class, basically to keep them in line. It's but you're not black. You can be starving. You can be a mule skinner. You can be struggling to feed your 20 kids, but at least you're white. That's literally what white privilege is. It's not a concept for Elon Musk. It's a concept to keep the Be Braves in line. But you're not black. Lyndon Johnson had that quote about, basically distract the poor whites, and you can put your hand in their pocket and take their money, something like that. I don't remember the exact quote. This is literally what Be Brave is. It's what his show is about. It's about white privilege, but the only people that have white privilege are that bottom feeding Be Brave and try to think class.
You sick fucking bastards. You sick fucking whites that need black people to like you. That you talk like goddamn fools about your own goddamn magnificent fucking existence. You see, we're not just a little bit ahead of the other races, folks. We're fucking light years ahead of the other people. We're light years ahead of Japan. I don't give a fuck about technology. I'm talking about the workings of a culture where people are free, where you can go to work and you can bring home and you can be an entrepreneur and you can think your way through life and you can make your way in life. And you can go to fucking where there's.
So Japan doesn't have that? You fucking moron. Dude, this dude is just so racist that he's stupid. Dude, if you're going to be a racist, at least be like a smart one who knows some shit. Japan is literally light years ahead of white people in the United States as far as cultural integrity. Ugh, there are so many ways that point is just ridiculous.
Supermarkets and shit like that blacks haven't destroyed in their neighborhood where all whites are at. It's nothing but magnificence. There's nothing close. That's what this stream is about this morning. There's nothing fucking close. It's disgusting when I hear blacks try to tell whites how to fucking conduct themselves. Fuck racism. The racism is as fixed as it's going to get. There's nothing more needs to be done with racism. You're second place in this goddamn culture.
Bingo. America has reached the kind of racial parity, and we're not going to get better. Bingo. That's the kernel of this bottom feeding white trash, white privileged poverty of mind. Racism is as fixed. Motherfucker, that's a show title. Racism is as fixed as it will be. I'm going to make sure that's tomorrow's show title. This is why I have problems with people like Be Brave. That motherfucker is literally deplorable.
Black people, brown people. You're second place. Get the fuck in your position and enjoy it. It's a magnificent place to be, even though you're in second place. Right behind white people in the USA. Get in your goddamn place and shut your mouth. How dare you try to tell whites how to fucking conduct our fucking culture when you've got this shit everywhere you fucking gather in numbers. You filthy pieces of 70% of you pieces of black pieces of shit. Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, Brave?
Hey, what's going on?
You know, I keep seeing people talk about the St. Patrick's Day parade, things like that.
Hey, John. Hey, Brave. Motherfucker just literally said that blacks cannot be any better than whites in this society. And John just comes there like he just fucking woke up. Happy Racism Day, Brave. This motherfucker. This is I'm gonna have to replay on that greeting. This is amazing.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, Brave?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, wait, hold on.
I keep seeing
I
people talk about
apologize. I want to catch that blacks need to be satisfied with second place. And there are so many people who would agree with Be Brave and Think might be a minority of whites in America, but it is a significant minority.
Yeah, you think these rich whites want to be around these fucking people? Because I'm going to say it again. Go to a county fair. Go to a goddamn St. Patrick's Day parade. Go to a goddamn carnival where all whites are at. I guarantee you the rich whites are going, no, thank you. I'll go to that. If I got to go to one of them, I'm going to where the fucking white trash is at. But no, everybody blew their fucking minds when I just said a simple truth that Bumpkin was full of shit, talking like a fucking idiot when he said rich white people hate white trash more than they hate black trash. Jesus fucking Christ. The shit white people say, the shit that they don't understand, the shit that they don't appreciate blows my fucking mind. Just blows my fucking mind. Well, if nobody comes up pretty quick, I'm going to wrap this up. But I just wanted to play this and point out how sick fucking white people make me. You sick fucking bastards. You sick fucking whites that need black people to like you. That you talk like goddamn fools about your own goddamn magnificent fucking existence. You see, we're not just a little bit ahead of the other races, folks. We're fucking light years ahead of the other people. We're light years ahead of Japan. I don't give a fuck about technology. I'm talking about the workings of a culture where people are free, where you can go to work and you can bring home and you can be an entrepreneur and you can think your way through life and you can make your way in life. And you can go to fucking where there's supermarkets and shit like that blacks haven't destroyed in their neighborhood, where all whites are at. It's nothing but magnificence. There's nothing close. That's what this stream is about this morning. There's nothing fucking close. It's disgusting when I hear blacks try to tell whites how to fucking conduct themselves. Fuck racism. The racism is as fixed as it's going to get. There's nothing more needs to be done with racism. You're second place in this goddamn culture, black people, brown people. You're second place. Get the fuck in your position and enjoy it. It's a magnificent place to be, even though you're in second place, right behind white people in the USA. Get in your goddamn place and shut your mouth. How dare you try to tell whites how to fucking conduct our fucking culture when you've got this shit everywhere you fucking gather in numbers. You filthy pieces of 70% of you pieces of black pieces of shit.
Now, before John Galt comes up and presents us with his support for this point of view, literally, this is why I don't even bother dealing with Be Brave's facts or ideology. I just go ahead and just do the ad hoc part. I literally cannot imagine how much more crystal clear why I think Be Brave is a fucking horrible person. That attitude is what's bringing America down like a goddamn Hindenburg. That's why China has convinced Donald Trump, and who knows how they convinced him, to allow 600,000 Chinese college students at American universities. America doesn't have the power that a Be Brave and Think white culture has. And you know what? For all of the fucking toxicity and the virulence and just the pathological warped morality, the John Galts, and I'm just going to call it the John Galtiverse. There are people, and I could name names, but I'll hold off for the moment. The blacks who find this shit entertaining, and I want to go over to Be Brave show so I can hear him say this, they're a bigger problem in the quote black community than Be Brave will ever be. These are motherfuckers like John Galt who have internalized blacks will always be in second place. They've internalized this shit. That is the root of the Clarence Thomases, of the Thomas Souls. It's because of the culture. Until blacks change their culture, well, you know what? If we all became Thomas Souls tomorrow, people like Be Brave would find another reason, another goal, another goalpost you need to do a Jackie Joyner sprint towards. The black people like John Galt who are Be Brave fans, and there are plenty of them. If you ever look at Be Brave's chat, there are more black people by exponentially, for that matter, in Be Brave's chat than there generally are in mine. These black people are fucked up, folks. They have an internal, maybe a mental, insane in the membrane, whatever the term is. But dude, you literally heard this motherfucker say blacks will always be in second place. And there are blacks who go, you right, Brave. You right, Brave. Stay out of my goddamn chat. Go to John Galt, go to Be Brave, bring up that bullshit in my chat, and I will shoot you down as you deserve to be. This self-defeating bullshit is rife in this black conservative sphere or this corner or whatever it is. Wale, what you got?
Okay, I got the mic unmuted. Now I got to move it over so I can talk. Hey, man, I was just making breakfast. How you feeling today?
Well, so far so good. Having Where are you? Are you on the West Coast?
No, I'm on the East. But I eat late.
Okay.
I don't eat breakfast till 11, 12.
Excuse me 1 minute. Ryan, hold your fucking tongue. I have a special message for your racist ass. Sorry, Wale.
What I was gonna say is, sometimes I get into the thing about I don't need to talk about the past. I like to talk about right now because people's idea of the past is not always the same. Like this young.
Okay, Wale, before you dazzle me with your wisdom, this show that we're looking at happened today. So talk about today, but talk about this show, what you just heard. Or did you miss it because you were making breakfast?
Oh no, that's what I was.
So we are talking about today. The topic is today. The topic is the show that Be Brave did. So it is today.
Yeah, I'm talking about today. That's what I'm saying. I'm using and no past
Well,
stuff.
you took the secret out to get to today. Thank you for that wisdom. But now we're at the destination, right?
I don't know, man. It's according to how many words I get out in a sentence before you.
You are not do words. Get to your point and stop being butthurt. What's your impression? What's your impression? Hold on. Yeah. What's your impression of what Be Brave said about blacks need to accept being second best in the United States?
Oh, I think he's arguing from ignorance.
All right. Well, then that's anything else before we continue this video?
Man, do your thing. Actually, shoot, I was patient.
Excellent. I hear you scraping toast. Would you burn it?
No, that's not toast. I'm scraping the potatoes to make the potato patty. What they call that? The hash browns or something.
Gotcha.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, Brave?
Hey, what's going on?
You know, I keep seeing people talk about the St. Patrick's Day parade, things like that. I think I want to, highlight a difference. Let's say the New Year's Eve parade. Well,
that's confetti. That's confetti thrown from buildings and shit.
Well, but they're also, the number of police that they had to bring. If you listen to some of the police, they brought them from all over the city.
Yeah.
These aren't people coming into town where they're staying in hotels. So there's no economic boost from that standpoint. New Year's Eve, you got people coming from all over the world. They're staying in hotels. They're spending money. So there is some economic benefit to the trash that's left behind. The other thing that you notice is that blacks like to drink in public.
While it's on my mind, John, I'll right quick. I'm sorry. I gotta say this, folks. Don't come up. Don't. Hey, blacks. Don't try to the confetti that's thrown for heroes in downtown parades that they purposely cut in little pieces of paper and throw out by the tons. Yeah, that's not litter. That's an atmosphere created. And then this is hot dog wrappers. This is food wrappers. This is shit that attracts rats thrown on the fucking.
So listen to this dumb fuck trying to rationalize confetti is litter, sir. You can literally sweep it up with brooms, make a pile of paper. Now the difference is you can burn trash. But listen to this bottom feeding moron try and make some trash better than others. Now he's racializing trash. What a fucking moron.
Ground, folks. Go ahead, John.
And so, so there is no hotel stimulus here. People aren't flying in by the droves and staying in hotels. So there's that. So no economic benefit from this parade from a tourism perspective. The second part is, if you notice, maybe you didn't notice, but there are a lot of people selling liquor on the street. If you contrast that with St. Patrick's Day, it's mostly bar drinkers. They're going bar to bar getting drunk. So there's big economic benefit for bars. My buddy's bar was half empty, but there were thousands of people walking up and down the street drinking. They were able to drink in public that day. People were able to sell alcohol in public. They call them nutcrackers.
Or they brought their own because, I mean, a bottle of whiskey will knock the shit out of 5 adults, and it fits right in the purse.
Right, and then you had the black.
Well, let me make a point here, and I would not know this had I not watched John Galt around this time last summer. What the fuck do nutcrackers have to do with motherfucking anything? So what does it have to do with motherfucking St. Patrick's Day parade? A St. Patrick's Day parade? What John was at last was some Caribbean Day thing in New York City. Last year, John took his kids and then fucked with cops with his kids in hand, I guess using them as human shields. Like, hey, I got 2 little kids. They're not going to arrest me for harassment. Who gives a fuck about a nutcracker, motherfucker, when you just heard this goddamn racist say blacks can be... John Galt agrees with Be Brave. John Galt revels in his I'm a ghetto landlord. I am above the normal black because look at me. I get to treat blacks like shit just like the white man. That's literally what John Galt says, except he doesn't say it. I'm just taking huge inferences.
So you'll see people walking through the audience with coolers selling homemade drinks called nutcrackers, like Hennessy and shit like that. So there's no incentive to go into the bars. You understand? The bars are mainly where people with money go. The poor blacks drink on the street, bro. My buddy's bar is a black bar. It's a Caribbean themed bar. It was half empty. With all those blacks, they were just on the street drinking. So there's no economic benefit. You know what I'm saying?
Do they ever have a St. Patrick's Day parade in New York where you're at, John?
And see, that's the other thing. It's in like the main, it's like in Manhattan, where these type of festivals would be. It's not in a neighborhood. This isn't a neighborhood, Brave. Like, it's a neighborhood. I know it looks, wide streets because a lot of people live there. It's a heavily trafficked, but it is a neighborhood. And you heard the music, you saw the behavior. That's in their neighborhood. Many of those people that you saw live there. Or they come and hang out there. They can't afford to live there. It's an expensive area. So that's kind of the
again. What does any of this? Oh, Brave! You brought up the St. Patrick's Day parade, so let's talk about another type of parade that has nothing to do with the St. Patrick's Day parade. John is literally a toothless moron right now. Notice the lisp.
Again,
well, how close are you to a St. Patrick's Day parade, John, in Washington or New York?
Well, I think the bigger ones usually is in Manhattan.
Right. I'm asking you, how close are you?
I don't know. To get to Manhattan, I guess it's a train ride, 30 minutes. Into
John, you got to go film a St. Patrick's Day parade for us.
Yeah, I'll do that with it.
You have to. On the next one, you have to. I don't know when. I don't even know when St. Patty's Day is.
Well, again, but what I'm saying, though, Brady, is like the
I got what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we understand that this is bullshit. Shenard, go film a St. Patty's Day parade.
There are plenty of clips of them. You're not gonna I don't know if you listen to the whole video. One of the things that
that's true. What do you think? All I Google is St. Patty's Day parade in New York, John?
Right, Manhattan. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Good, thank you. Duh.
So that there's no threats of shooting.
Well, fuck no, there were 6 shootings. Is this the West Indies parade?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Nation said there were 6 shot and 1 slashed.
Right, and again, Brady, what I'm telling you, the biggest problem is there's no economic benefit to all this bullshit. My buddy's bar half empty, half full, however you want to describe it. He was expecting, a big day of sales, but shit, the people outside drinking. The fuck they need to go in and pay inflated prices when they can just bring a 6-pack and stand out on the street corners and drink. It's a free fall with no economic benefit. That is the problem that the
this
really
is like the most boring.
They're basically allowed to have a party.
This is literally
at the cost of everyone else, and you hear the cost.
Literally fucking milk toast mixed with Elmer's glue, trying to make some idiotic point stick to being relevant. This is what John Galt does. If you let him drone on, he's gonna get back to being a landlord at some point, I'm sure.
Stop saying, man, they let the blacks do it. What nothing we can do. And they're in such large numbers that we can't even, effectively police them so they can start shooting people. And how do you catch them if they're shooting in a crowd?
Yeah, I heard the policeman say it was so crowded. How do you catch them?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know what would happen if 6 people were shot in a St. Patty's Day parade? You'd have 500 people pointing them out. That's the motherfucker right there.
Well, and again, it probably would be stemming from a bar where they would probably have footage, where it would start somewhere.
Well, no matter where it happened, you would have people going, that's him. Because they don't have to worry about somebody rolling back and doing a block and coming back and shooting up their fucking house.
Yeah, and there is that. And again, as this.
Let me help Mr. Math, Renato Manioni, with what statistics are. Statistics say literally nothing. Statistics don't say this is reality. They don't have a voice. They are given a narrative. They are data sets. Ryan, I'm actually disappointed in you. You are one step away from actually being good with numbers. Being a mathematician is not the same thing as being a philosopher. Statistics don't say anything. They are given a narrative. That's why statistics can be bent towards any sort of this is reality. Dude, do you actually understand what numbers are? I'm beginning to doubt it. Don't ever bring that bullshit up here. Statistics don't say shit. God damn. Go back to Be Brave or somewhere like that can buy this kind of bullshit. I know better. Be Brave does not. It's almost offensive. Dude, are you literally insulting my intellect with bullshit like that?
I say the biggest thing, Brave, was there's no economic benefit. It was the net loss. These people put on.
I don't give a fuck.
Brought millions of people.
Ryan, so they disagree. Doesn't mean I'm wrong. Disagreement does not disprove.
But see, I bet you the tax sales. I guarantee you.
Have you ever
If you
taken
look
a
at the tax sales of those businesses, a lot of them didn't want to deal with that clientele
in your life?
Anyway,
fuck no, hell no. They get in there, all they are is just a bunch of fucking hell. The cleanup is fucking worse than the profit. Regular Degla says he's seen a bunch of black females jumping Spanish.
Ryan, I don't care if people disagree with me. Numbers do not speak. They're not even motherfucking words, you moron. Words are not numbers. Numbers do not tell a story. Words do. Hence my point about you give numbers a rhetoric. Come on, keep up, Ryan. This is literally critical thinking 101.
Women yesterday at a parade.
Yeah, Brave,
Jesus Christ.
That was a black only event there, Brave. Understand? Like that wasn't for like some white person think he cool with blacks and gonna wear a flag. You get hurt real bad over there. Real bad. Like, if the blacks decide to attack a white person, there will be no one to stop them. You know what I mean? Like, I saw a handful of whites, but it was interesting, Brady. The whites with money, they get the fuck out of town.
So John's goal is to warn and protect the whites against the blacks. God damn, John is disgusting.
Well, yeah.
And they'll say so subtle. Oh, I'll be out of town this weekend. It's Labor Day. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they'll never say why.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say why, even though this white magnificent culture is the reason you're fucking wealthy. You
So
piece of human
white.
shit.
See, this is the insanity. So white people can't go on vacation, and they have to tell you why. What the fuck does this even mean? Well, white people go on vacation, but they can't tell you why. Let's hear this again so I make sure I get the verbiage right.
I'll be out of town this weekend. It's Labor Day. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they'll never say why.
Okay, so people have to explain why they go on vacation. I don't think people are going on vacation because they want to escape blacks. If you haven't noticed, especially on the East Coast, blacks are everywhere. Unless maybe, I would love to know where these people they speak of are going on vacation. A lot of them go to like Jersey City or Myrtle Beach or Tybee Island or Hilton Head. I hate to tell you this, folks, but all those areas, and then there's Florida, there are black people there. Now, are the majority of white people going to Idaho or Wyoming? The fuck are these idiots even talking about? It feels good rhetorically. Yum, yum, yum. It's my chocolate. It tastes like racism. And there are motherfuckers in the chat going, oh, you right, John. Oh, you right, Brave. Fucking morons.
Can't say why, even though this white magnificent culture is the reason you're fucking wealthy. You piece of human shit. White piece.
And this is where you motherfucking fail every time, Ryan. Are criminals isolated to where? Dude, if white people live in these gated communities that Be Brave thinks all white people live in, Myrtle Beach doesn't have criminals? Motherfucker, there are criminals everywhere, and they don't have to be black. This is literally ripe for me to just skewer, parse, and shit on. The argument is for escaping criminals. Are all criminals in America black, Ryan? It's literally weak thinking, Be Brave level bottom feeding thought. It's why I think you're a racist. Deal with it. Prove me wrong is even better.
Hey, Stan, may I interject?
Please do.
I hear his vow, how vow he's speaking. I think that's internal, that's being expressed external, like projection type attitude. But I did hear, the thing I want to say is I did hear a young man say about that kind of talk. He said, okay, go ahead and build your all white neighborhood. Just don't use nothing that, can I say niggas made. Don't use no lights. Don't use all this stuff that niggas made, and go ahead and be your white self, man. We love you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's probably black people who invented fire, if you want to be all racial about it. Fire was invented in Africa, not Europe. So
even the internet. I'm talking about things he's using today, the internet.
Oh, no. I understand your argument. I'm being hyperbolic. But these weird... See, this is the weird thing, Wale. The people who want to make these sorts of arguments like Be Brave and John Gall and currently Ryan make have not thought deeply. They think in sound bites. The one thing I do appreciate about you, Wale, is you have had the time to actually think about things. And people really don't give credit to inner thought. There is a certain and I don't know if you'll agree. You don't have to, Wale. I do respect you. You are an elder. You are a thinker. Sometimes we just think differently, but dude, there is such a thing as a life of the mind, like where you just slow everything down on a Saturday afternoon. And unfortunately, I have too much time to do this. But dude, your point about half the motherfuckers don't even know about light bulbs, or there was a black assistant to Alexander Graham Bell, or who basically pioneered blood transfusions. These motherfuckers don't know because they're not educated.
And NASA. That's why I say they argue from
Oh, dude, I have a video about what they used to call computers. They did a whole movie about her. Sorry to interrupt.
That's why I say they argue from their ignorance. Because once a body knows this information, there's no reason to talk like he's talking. And that's what he's vehement about. Some crackers know this information. I'm not saying cracker as a diminutive, because I like crackers. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like.
Oh, there's a show with that word. Is it Today's Show? No, it's not Today's Show.
I'm just saying though, but they not white, and I can't do that. I can say Italians. I know some Italians. We friendly, and some Irish people we friendly. So it's not just racism, and that I be saying.
No, you know what? But you know what? There's someone in the chat who seems to have left. Sunrise 1488 wants to say, "Hey, when Stanley, you sound like a great parent." But my response is, bad parenting is America's original sin. These people were educated to be racists. They were educated to think. Dude, have you ever read a book called "They Were Her Property"? Stephanie Jones, she's a history professor, young black woman, and she's probably, in her 30s, maybe even close to 40 now. She wrote a book called "They Were Her Property." White women owned slaves too, and historically it's been associated with white men. My point being is that this whole notion of pedestalizing, there is an original sin. And you could say it's slavery. There were mothers, there were fathers back in the day, plantation owners, white women, white men. There were wet nurses who were slaves. It was the parenting that created the next generation after generation after generation of people who thought black people were inferior. You can take it back a step farther into how these people were parented. And someone like a Thomas Jefferson, for instance, and I always pick on him, dude, he knew slavery was a problem. But yet he created he had two daughters, but he created generations of slaveholders. He knew it was wrong, yet he never taught it was wrong. Bad parenting is going to be the demise of America, not black people. And Wale, please respond. Feel free to. Before I bring up Ryan, who wants to defend him, and it's going to take some work to change my opinion, Ryan, by the way. All right, well, Wale is busy. What's up, Ryan? Yep, I came right at you. Wait, hold it. You're on this panel. So
Poorly.
I haven't even heard what you have to say, but this bullshit about numbers tell a story, dude, that is so fundamentally midwittery to lowbrow. Numbers don't speak; they're data.
They're data, exactly.
Okay,
So
they don't speak words. They do not tell stories. They are not words. They're numbers. Fundamentally
okay.
different things.
So what I always say is this, okay? Because I'm
Okay, dude, I don't want to hear what you
Can I
are.
talk?
Okay, Ryan,
Let me talk.
I don't want no. I don't
Why?
want to hear. I do not want to hear what you always say. I want you to address my point. I don't care what you always say.
About numbers?
I don't care.
So I never deny numbers.
Okay, you are literally going to go back no matter what. It's your modus operandi.
Okay.
Numbers do not tell stories. Words do.
Okay.
I need you to focus on that point.
Okay, so I agree. Numbers left to themselves are not important.
No. They're awfully important. They are just not words.
Oh, okay, they're not words, obviously, but numbers to themselves, statistics to themselves are nothing. But what they can do is tell us information when we're trying to form opinions or prove things out.
You are going to insist that numbers can tell. They don't. They're not words.
Okay, numbers without words are useless. You're right. However, numbers with words,
numbers do not tell, people do. People who use words give a narrative to numbers, therefore a story. Dude, you literally don't even understand your own.
So what are words without numbers then? What are words without statistics?
Words.
Bullshit. Okay, but
Shakespeare didn't give a shit about numbers.
I'm specifically talking about.
Okay, don't be specific. I need you to think hard, sir.
Okay. Do you want to have a conversation about what you stated or not?
No, you're on your own. You're on your own. You made an argument. Defend it.
Defend what? That numbers.
Wait, whoa! I literally just told you what to defend. Defend your argument.
Which is that numbers are important. Statistics are important.
I never said they weren't important. I said they.
I also said logic too, by the way. I also said logic.
Dude. You're outmatched. You better think quick. You better.
Okay, you win the argument then. You win the argument.
Think your way through this. Numbers do not tell stories. Words do. Shakespeare didn't give a shit about numbers.
So words tell stories. Yes, I agree with that. I mean, that's obvious, right? But
I thought it would be, but I've had to teach you this.
So no, you didn't teach me. I knew that. In college.
I taught you. Do you want me to review what you
my problem, my general problem is that all the YouTubers don't.
Okay, motherfucker, this isn't all YouTubers. This is literally me. It's one YouTuber you're talking to, not all of them.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you stated that statistics are the easy way out, right?
Yes.
And what would you say they're the easy way out of?
People who think numbers tell stories.
No, I don't think. No.
You literally wrote it, Ryan. You can't escape it now.
Well, okay. So you stated numbers are for the pseudo intellectual.
No. You see? Let us help you, Ryan. What did I write?
Yes.
Hold on one sec. Let me go back and find it. Statistics are the refuge of easy way out pseudo intellectualism. That's what I wrote. Let me bring it up to the screen.
Okay.
Can you read it?
Yeah, obviously. But first of all,
what does that mean to you?
You're saying that people just throw up statistics instead of forming a narrative around something. I get that.
Well, this was in response to you saying that numbers tell a story. They don't tell a story. Numbers are numbers.
Perhaps I was being defensive.
Okay, I don't give a shit about perhaps. That's your problem here. Okay, dude, you want to talk about all the other YouTube shows?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going to challenge stupidity.
I'm generalizing YouTube shows. I shouldn't.
No. You said, you brought up other YouTube channels.
I think I said 90%, but it's okay. Okay,
dude,
I
you brought up, I'm only concerned about this show as of now.
Okay, but so I had a larger point, and we were talking prior to talking about numbers, right? In the via chat, we were communicating back and forth, right?
With numbers or words?
Well, you and I were chatting back. So
it's a joke, Ryan. Were we communicating via data or words? Now, they're finer arguments, but let's just go. Hey,
I won't say bits. I'll say words.
I can read a word.
Words.
I can't necessarily read.
I'm not going to say bits. I'm going to say words. But listen, here was my larger point, and we were going back and forth, right? And all I was saying was I was defending myself because you said I was racist. And depending,
I haven't changed my mind so far.
Well, that's fine, but I'm either racist here or on another panel I'm making excuses for black people. So I really can't find any ground other than try to apply reason and logic.
Good. Well, let me help you out on two fronts.
Okay,
you're a racist here. You're a racist there.
But how? What is your?
Well, hold on. Let me develop. Let me unpack this statement. It's rather inflammatory, and I want to.
Please.
I want to respect your intelligence.
Go ahead.
Okay. It does not matter where you go. Okay. Racist here is racist there. It's just how you present it.
Well, state
and the reason I say you are racist is statements like data tells a story. It's literally wrong.
No, okay. Data isn't racist. It's just data.
Statistics are the refuge of easy way out.
So statistics are racist now. If it doesn't show what you want,
dude,
then it's
I don't
racist.
think you're a racist because you like numbers.
I'm more of a numberist than anything, believe me.
Okay, well then stop saying numbers tell a story. They do not. They're given a
You are in complete denial if you don't think that.
No, I am in complete denial that I think you're stupider than I thought you were.
You don't want to.
I'm going to be rather blunt here. I don't pull out that R word. Everyone thinks I will just call everyone a racist. I'm telling you why I think you're racist. Okay, I'm not just randomly calling you a racist. You are here. I said I called you a racist, and I'm certainly willing to work with you and tell you why I think so.
Okay, well, go ahead then.
You think statistics tell a story?
Yes.
Okay, they don't. They do not.
So it's racist to think statistics tell a story?
No, it's the narrative is racist. What you will often say, just like your daddy be brave, is, hey, the statistics, more black people commit violent crime, without noticing that white people commit crime too.
Absolutely not. That's not true. That's not true.
You will literally let me finish this point or be gone. I don't have this
I'd like to respond then when you're done. I'd like to respond.
I literally don't have the patience.
But go ahead then.
Well, you don't have to tell me to go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead.
Can I respond when you're finished?
It does. No, when I'm done.
So I can't respond at all. Okay. Well, when you're done. Okay, go ahead.
When I'm done.
Okay.
So is per capita you can look at data per capita or you can look at numbers. More white people commit violent crime in America every year than black people do.
That's a fact.
You're hiding behind a statistical method of per capita, the rate. Okay. It's one way of looking at it, but why is the rate more valid than the actual number of violent crime? I've never been able to understand it. It is a racist narrative of a statistical method. Numbers don't tell a story. How you use the numbers, hence narrative, is the racism part.
Okay. So can I give you another argument that I've
No,
also
I
said?
need you to critique the argument I just presented. Don't
Okay,
bring
I
up
can do that.
anything else. I need you to critique what I just said.
Okay, but then can I state what I was going to say? No
Okay,
problem.
I don't
but can
give a
then-
shit. Let's talk about it when you're done critiquing my argument.
Yes, okay, that's all I'm asking. So
okay, you don't think about the future. Let's deal with the now.
So I
the
think
per
that
capita, the
I do.
delta, the rate is just a way of looking at the numbers. What if I choose to look at the actual number compared to population? You want to look at rate. I'm saying white people are demonstrably, according to your beloved statistics, way more violent than black people are. And then you know what? One of these days we'll talk about the history of violence. But I need you to concentrate.
Sure, I got no
Statistical
problem with that.
methods, the way you use statistics is the racist part, not the statistics themselves.
Okay, I'm going to respond. So every single metric I look at per capita, that's what I do. I think that's the only useful way to do it.
Okay, and I disagree.
Okay, that's fine. Now, can I add to what I was going to say? I also make a statement frequently when people say blacks steal more. I say if you look at the gross dollars, not per capita, but gross dollars, and what white people steal versus blacks, it is not even fucking close. I also say if you look at the violence globally,
okay,
whites
you
are
don't
winning
need
that
to.
one.
You don't need to.
So
you don't need to waste the afternoon.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying the gross numbers are better. What I would look at versus per capita.
Well, in gross theft, whites steal more.
Using per capita is literally a way of isolating crime to a specific community. How about why is it less valid to just go, well, white people crime is out of control. They commit thousands of murders. Why is that not something people pay attention to? And most of all, be brave.
The difference is, in my opinion.
Okay, motherfucker. Before
Okay,
you
so I
get
gotta
off,
respond
'cause
to
I
it. What was
already
the
know where you're
question?
gonna go.
No, what was
I
the question?
already know. I already know.
No, what is it?
White people commit thousands of violent crime. Why don't I ever hear Be Brave talk about it?
It's and I've addressed it with him as well.
I can tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no. I'll save it for the end because it's obvious.
So I think Be Brave believes that whites are better than black people. I think that's what he believes. And however, and I think that's his true belief. I don't think he dislikes black people. I think he just thinks whites are great and blah, blah, blah. That's his story. For me, however, I think that I look at things like an anthropologist would. We're all pretty much the fucking same. There are cultural issues. And I discussed cultural and behavioral issues because race is really not that fucking important. It's not. Okay? So, and here's my thing, okay? At the end of the day, I think that per capita is important if you're trying to isolate an issue and fix the issue for all things, because it's by percentage of the population. Like, for example, Asians make more than anybody, but if you add up, they're only 6% of the population. They don't make very much cumulative money. So per capita is per capita for a reason. You know,
okay, per capita, when you say whoa, when you say isolate to fix a problem, I agree with the isolate. I did bring that up. It's literally how numbers are used in a racist manner. Fix the problem. It's literally Be Brave has given you the secret to that too. It's a black people problem. That's Be Brave solution.
Well, no, I don't. You mean as far as the specific?
I don't
type
care
of-
what you think. I literally didn't mention you. I said be brave.
I don't know what his solution is. I have
You
my
know
own
what?
solution.
Be brave has no solutions other than being be brave. The other thing I want to say, and I mean this with all due respect, if you accept racist narratives or you want to justify them, I heard you say, however, dude, that's a racist to me.
Listen, you don't want to racialize.
I am literally an absolutist.
Okay, but
if you
Stanley,
accept racist narratives or seek to justify them, then you're a racist.
Stanley, I believe, in my opinion, I believe that you can be racist as well.
How so?
I mean, some of the shit you play from Jason Black and all that bullshit's definitely racist. It generalizes whites as this or that.
So you are confusing me with a video? If I show someone who's a racist, I'm showing Be Brave right now. Does that make me a racist too?
No, but I think
literally, Ryan.
You generalize whites a lot. You generalize whites a lot. I've heard you generalize whites.
Well, whites control the country. Whites are the problem, not the blacks. And
I don't.
I'm not done.
Yeah.
I show all. Did you see Shamika Michelle? That video I showed today. I don't agree with her, but I showed it. Am I a motherfucking far right conservative?
No.
Okay, then what is your argument? Just
I've heard you say racist things before.
The reason hey, you know what? You may not be able to recall calling out. Well, two things. I will make racist jokes, and apparently I've hurt your feelings.
I encourage you to. I think they're funny.
And calling out, motherfucker. Well, if you heard me, give me one example. And that's the coward's way out. You may not.
I encourage you to. I like racist jokes. I think they're funny.
Okay, you have heard me say racist things. This is your opportunity, and don't think this will be your only opportunity. You may not be able to recall one now.
I can't.
You got my email address.
Well, listen,
tell me now. I remember a time, Stanley.
The funny thing about it is, as you go into the video with Be Brave, I literally go up on the panel and say, let's talk about behavior and not race. Right. And then everyone over there is like,
right, but just
fuck you, asshole. Yeah, like I get that, right? Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
But let me say this: Orthodox, and I haven't even gotten to that part yet. Yeah. Orthodox, apparently there was a blow up. And the only reason I even know about any of this, the only reason this show has gone to this horrible length is that Orthodox started a show to criticize Be Brave. I think I think Orthodox guys are racist.
Orthodox says he's a white nationalist, so I think he probably is.
Essentially a racist. Essentially, Be Brave. No. And this is from a black perspective, maybe an academic perspective. Be Brave says he's a what does he call it? A culturalist, but he's a racist. Orthodox guy says he's a white nationalist. If white is literally in the descriptor, white is a race. You're a racist.
I agree, but here's the funny thing about it.
Let me finish my point.
Okay, sorry.
The only reason I know about this blow up is Orthodox guy starting up a show, and I like Orthodox guy. I like Be Brave. Used to. Orthodox guy doesn't. People like Orthodox guy try to rationalize. Oh, I'm not a racist, but I am a eugenicist. Oh, I am a white nationalist. There's nothing wrong with white people. Motherfucker, you're literally betraying yourself when you say white and nationalist. You might be able to get away with it better if you just said you're a nationalist. Why does white have to be the descriptor, and then you get offended when I say you're a racist?
I think it's
you're literally using race in the descriptor of your flavor of nationalism. I'm talking about Orthodox guy, not you.
No, I get it. I think what's funny about it is
So how does this moron think? Why does he get offended when someone says he's a racist?
I don't know if he does or not. I don't. He might not.
He
I don't
does.
know. Okay.
Well, shit, I've talked to him plenty of times.
What's weird about it is he says that, but like him and Gary and their boys.
Once again,
this is weird.
Once again, you want to use the but. I'm taking him as an adult and a pseudo thinking man at his word. If you say you are a white nationalist, I have no choice but to take you at your word. The white is racialization.
No, I got to respond. Can I respond to Wale?
Yeah, okay. Like Trump is the topic? Sure.
No. Wale said, so he laughed. No, because Brave said blacks are number 2, and I said, technically Latinos are ahead of blacks, then whites, then Asians by income, family formation, and incarceration rate.
Yeah, whatever.
I just had to kill B Brave's argument. So anyway, but listen.
Okay, look. Confronting a racist does not make you not a racist.
I'm confronting his statistical capabilities.
Okay, again, you're not confronting the statistics, you're confronting the narrative given to the statistics.
Okay, that's true. Good point. But
yeah, and I keep trying to make people understand this, and at least you go, hey, I think I get it. And let me address Angry Snowman.
I have to come back.
Oh, hold on one sec.
Go ahead.
Angry Snowman says Be Brave and Stanley are more alike than they realize. To the uneducated eye, Angry Snowman, there's huge differences.
Well, you obviously have more credentials and blah, 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 right?
No. I think better.
You guys both tend to overrun your panelists. Kind of run them over.
So that is the whole difference?
You guys both tend to just just kind of run them over. They don't really get a lot out. You kind of run them over. So,
here's the deal. Sometimes this, I can't even say it now. The stupidity is glaring and it needs to be nipped in the bud.
Can I point out you and him where your shortcomings are?
Oh, sure. The racist versus someone who understands racists is not enough of a difference.
I think that Be Brave falls short, and when he's pointing out, violence in the city, of historical arguments. And I think on your end,
Be Brave doesn't know the history. His history is literally non-existent.
Let me just get the other half out. So I think that falls short. There are historical issues, which I've always agreed to. And on your side, I think you put too much into the history sometimes of the issues.
You can't put too much into the history.
I think you can.
And I don't care what you think. We will disagree on that point.
Okay.
I understand. Again, Be Brave's history of the inner city is based on a racist narrative given to statistics. Step back from the statistics and start thinking about the geography. Blacks in the country don't have the same violence rates per capita even.
Yeah.
So why is that different? It's the same black people with the same history. These are the questions that a moron like Be Brave doesn't think about. And you want to know how I can ask that question? Because I've thought about it. Be Brave has not. No. I need you to concentrate on, there are people who actually spend time thinking and reading and contemplating, Be Brave is a motherfucking uneducated reactionary and a racist.
Okay, that's fine. But I just
No.
point out,
It's not fine. It's definitional. It's the huge difference. It's the chasm between me and Be Brave.
Okay. That's fine. I don't disagree with what your statement is. But I do think where you're falling short, okay? You're to not at all look at per capita, and there's a tremendous amount of violent crime going on.
Okay,
It's a big deal.
my argument is don't fucking overemphasize or worship per capita. There are other ways of looking at data.
And I don't disagree with you, but
there are whole branches of statistics and math in general. It's racist to concentrate on that per capita because different ways of looking at the numbers.
It's a massive outlier.
The other ways of looking at the numbers can either confirm or put into question the per capita analysis. Dude,
what I'm saying is, it's
white
an outlier of outliers.
people, I don't care about the outliers. White people commit more crime than black people do. Why isn't crime more associated with white people? More white people get welfare and other types of social safety net benefits. Why is it not associated with white people?
Okay.
Way more white people get this stuff. Way
Okay.
more white people commit crimes.
Okay.
Black on black crime is not, at least if you look at the gross numbers, anywhere near as big a problem as white on white crime. Why is crime and welfare and other things associated with a specific community? It's because of racism.
Okay.
That's where the argument that math is racist can start to be a narrative within itself.
And I would agree.
You can't tell me black people commit more crime than white people do, yet I hear it all the time. Per capita they do, but not in gross numbers.
Well, when you see people embezzling money from the company, everything.
Okay, I don't give a shit about the type of crime, and I'm talking violent crime. I should have been more
I know.
White people commit more violent crime. They receive more food stamps. They receive more social safety net benefits. My question to you is, why aren't white people associated with those things? Reagan never said welfare.
Because people look at things per capita.
Reagan never said welfare Becky.
Okay. Go ahead.
It is because of America's racism. You tend to look in a certain way about certain benefits based on per capita. Per capita is one of America's original sins, or at least, let's just say after 1964. It's the Fourth Republic.
If I look at here's another statistic that I found interesting because I love statistics, right? I looked at
it sounds like you do. You kissed them and named them. Hey, you're my first.
If I look
boy.
at
Your name is Be Brave.
If I see marriage rates, right? The marriage rates are in line, meaning, okay, this is 4%, 8%, 6%, whatever, right? 60%, 70% over time, they all kind of go at the same rate. Marriage rates have gone down, obviously, but about the same rate across races. If I look at population, whites and blacks reproduce at about the same rate overall, and the real growth has been in non-whites and blacks. So, like, in other words, whites and blacks were the same percentage of each other 100 years ago as they are today. The growth has been Latinos and Asians and other peoples, right? But we reproduce about the same rate.
So let's deport them. We can get to that topic if you want.
It'll be all whites and blacks again eventually if Trump keeps going. But
that's literally making America.
I've actually heard whites and blacks say that's what they want. Someone said this is for whites and
Okay,
blacks.
wait,
And I was like,
say that again. That's what blacks want.
I've heard blacks
Dude,
and no.
how can
Hold
you
on.
make that
Let
kind
me
of
say it.
generalization?
I've heard both blacks and whites.
How can you make that kind of generalization?
I'm telling you what I heard people say. I was
Okay,
trying to finish.
motherfucker, have you heard all blacks say this, or just the people
I
you
said
heard?
some whites and some. I've heard
Oh,
both
I'm
whites
sorry, I
and
missed
blacks.
it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed the sum.
yeah, just like YouTube clowns will say it. And I'm like, well, what about Native Americans? Is America not for them? Like they were here too.
Okay, how much
It's a
stupid
dumb
shit?
argument.
At least you were thinking about it. That's
Of
a dumb
course.
statement.
Yeah,
And
but
as a matter of fact, taking it back to just a black and white issue, it's literally rinse and repeat of the problems we had historically. It's a dumb idea.
well, I just think so. I guess my larger
So
point is
taking it, and I'm not fussing at you, Ryan, but
I know.
taking it back to a white black issue is going to fix a problem or recreate it.
I don't think it's good. I don't agree with it.
Well, it's
You know?
idiotic.
Yeah, I think we're multicultural, and I mean we got everybody here from all over the world, and like I said, I
Well,
think we
not
can-
only that, but go back and look at the birth rate. If the birth rates are low, how is taking it back? Does it mean, oh, hey, there are no more Latinas that blacks want to marry, black men, or
I'm with
is
you.
it taking it? Is it taking it? It's an idiotic idea.
Of course. Yeah, I've never.
Now,
Yeah.
what the better way to do it is look, how do we better acculturate?
I agree with that.
And
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with Trump's idea of being more strict with the immigration. Nothing wrong with that. I don't agree with the means, but yeah, you scrutinize these people more.
We should.
Shit, I'll vote for that.
Well, I guess my whole thing.
But
I was
once
saying-
you get here, you're free.
I think my
You're
bigger
free to
point though was
procreate.
my bigger point was about the statistical part, which all I was saying was I think that both are important, and like I said, whites steal trillions of dollars in embezzlement.
I
Blacks
don't
aren't guilty
care
of that at
about
all,
any
right?
what they steal. We're concentrating on violent crime. That is be brave and
Now hold on,
unfair.
can I just finish what I'm saying?
All right, if you must.
If we looked at per capita with whites and blacks and what they steal, not in dollars, but per capita, right? That's not telling the whole story. So we got to look at both overall numbers and per capita. Both are important.
Okay, this is not violent crime. Justifying, dude, the argument doesn't.
I know that.
float.
I know that.
This
But what I'm
boat won't
saying,
float, Ryan.
yes.
Literally, who cares about that?
Let me just
That's
say
a
it.
separate issue. You're moving a goalpost.
I think it's racist to not look against black people. It's racist to not look at what whites steal overall in dollars versus
And
black
then
people.
you don't understand
That's
what
racist against black people.
is. I suspected as much.
To me, that's trying to paint the.
That's really not. How can How can you racialize white collar crime? That's more a class critique.
If I say,
that's
well,
literally more a class critique.
I don't agree with that.
Well, you don't have.
If
to.
I said, okay, listen, just hear me out. Okay, please. If I said, well, last year whites committed 80 embezzlements and blacks committed 12 embezzlements, that's not the whole picture. When whites stole 1 trillion and blacks stole 1,000, right? That's literally making blacks look like they're as bad as whites in that situation, or there isn't an issue in that situation, right? Well, they both steal at about the same rate. Oh, no. The gross dollars are way different. You see what I'm saying? So I think
no,
those
I
statistics.
don't. No,
I don't know how you don't.
No,
I don't know how you
it literally is a different topic. Be
I don't-
Brave
okay.
talks about violence. Is theft bringing America down? Is that your argument? Is white collar crime going to crash America? Is that your argument? Well, then why are we talking about it? Be brave.
Because
and
we're
think.
talking about the topic of statistics right now and how they can paint
No,
pictures.
actually, we're not.
Well, then you change the subject. So go ahead.
No, I didn't change it. I'm saying that statistics do not tell a story.
You said that it's racist to look at things only per capita.
No, not quite. It was a little bit, I hope, more sophisticated than that.
You're saying we do it because we're a racist country.
I'm saying looking at it per capita and overemphasizing the rate versus the gross is racist. It's not math that's racist. It's not the statistics are racist.
I was trying to say if you just do it overall, it's
damn
gonna
it,
be racist.
Ryan, why do you feel comfortable doing this?
Because we're having a
narrative we give to statistics is the racist part, not the numbers themselves. How you use the numbers is the racist part. And Be Brave and Think literally uses a statistical bullshit argument to say blacks are the downfall of America. And John Galt literally uses statistics to say blacks are fucked up, all blacks except me.
Well, I
talking about white collar crime and theft and all this bullshit is literally besides the point. It's moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost.
Boring.
It's not moving the goalpost.
What I need you to do is be present.
It's not moving the goalpost. When you're stating,
okay, the argument is not about statistics. It's how statistics are used. Keep up, Ryan.
And I was giving you an example how the opposite was true.
Motherfucker, at this point, I don't care about your examples. They're all besides the point so far.
Well, then, as far as embezzlement goes, whites and blacks just do about the same. It's just similar embezzlement.
Similar is not the same, Ryan.
Well, they embezzle about the same amount.
Similar is not the same, Ryan. And embezzling is not Be Brave's argument.
He's claiming the country. Nobody believes that
how
they're
we
bringing down the
use statistics and crime statistics to demonize a population that has been historically demonized. White people are more violent than black people are in this goddamn bottom feeding reject of white culture. Can't seem to figure this out. White people are more violent than black people.
That's also a general statement, by the way.
No, it's not. God damn it. Look at your vaunted statistics. More white people commit violent crime than black people. Right? Or am I wrong?
Overall numbers, yes. Per capita,
okay,
no.
then motherfucker, don't move past that. Let's look at the gross numbers. If we add it up, more white people commit violent crime. I don't need to go farther than that. Look at me racializing the actual numbers without statistical methods applied to them.
Well, then you can apply
literally
that
my goddamn
everything.
point, Ryan. Don't apply the statistics. If you look at the gross numbers, more white people commit violent crimes. And the argument that, well, there's more white people, so what? It's still more.
So
if
then
you
it's
add them
pointless.
up,
It's pointless.
if you
White
add
people have
them
more
up,
cars.
if you line them up,
Jesus
more
Christ.
white people commit crime than black people. Am I right or wrong?
You're right. However, that's
Okay,
a fair statement.
That's where the racist analysis comes in with the however.
No, it's not racist. It's not racist. You're not addressing the issue.
Motherfucker, it is literally racist if you apply American history.
It's not.
Motherfucker, this country is as racist as it goes and literally has become the #1 economy on earth and in history. Don't fucking tell me that it's not racist more white people in the United States of America commit crimes than black people. Who gives a fuck about the statistical methods? The gross numbers explain it, and racists like you who want to justify arguments that virulent racists like Be Brave love to fucking make and get money off of that fucking racist bullshit. Dude, you have perverted numbers. Be Brave has perverted numbers. And if you buy the argument that calculus didn't exist before motherfucking Newton, which is untrue historically, then motherfucker, that's why I call you up. You'd use too many howevers, Ryan, for my taste.
Well, then white people build all the buildings and make all the cars.
Yeah, motherfucker.
They have
White
all the cars.
people did it. White people hauled every goddamn brick, Ryan.
Well, most of them.
Motherfucker.
Apparently, there's more white
there
people.
There were more white people than black people.
More cars.
Had
more
their
crime.
motherfucker. Let's look at Mississippi history. Let's look at Alabama history. Let's look at Georgia history. Let's look at South Carolina history. Let me apply a Be Brave and Think method. There were in South Carolina, who built more buildings, white people or black people?
Well, there was more white people, so probably white
motherfucker. People. There were, dude. You don't know your history. Therefore, I get on that dumbass argument, dude. In Virginia, why do you think?
What do you think the whites were doing, Stanley?
Why do you
sleeping, laying around? The 99% of non-slave holders.
You know what? Doing? I'm literally gonna tell you and recommend books. You need to read your goddamn history and apply a multidisciplinary approach to your love of statistics. Because
look up the White House and see who built it.
Literally, Ryan, and I'm not going to even argue with you anymore. You literally sound ignorant.
No, Stanley, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, Stanley, me.
I know who built the goddamn White House. I know who built it.
I don't give a fuck.
French Canadians built it. Various groups built the White House. Germans built it.
Hey, of course you're going to get upset. Read your own American goddamn history, Ryan.
I have. I know who built the buildings.
You have literally not read American history.
Oh my God! You always go to the same thing.
The history of the White House is not American history, Ryan.
Okay, so who built America?
Motherfucker, who cares?
The Chinese
I will give you books. American history. You're talking about parts of American history. I need you to broaden your goddamn perspective, white man.
Okay, black man.
That was a racist comment, Ryan.
Well, I have read American history, and I'll just say
you have not.
I always say all of Americans
read it. Hey, you want to use that Be Brave method? I'm not going to even bother you. I'm not going to even bother putting you in the back. I want you to rage on. Dude, you have not read American history deeply.
Well, I'm sure that what you've read is very
and I recommend what I've read. Would you like to know what I've read? I'm not going to keep it like a secret society. It's not going to be the skull and bones of American history brought to you by Stanley versus the World. You can read these books too, Ryan.
I mean, it's shocking to me that so far today, you want me to just look at the overall numbers.
Ryan, let me tell you what's actually shocking to you.
Yes.
What's shocking to you is the same thing that's shocking to Be Brave, that's shocking to Orthodox guy.
John Galt, probably.
And John Galt too. I know more than you about your own history. Because it's a white man's country.
It's our history, Stanley.
It's a white man's. Well, I am teasing you a bit. Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's our history.
But Be Brave thinks it's a white man's country. So why don't you read it? Why don't you read the?
Obviously,
I'm making a goddamn joke.
Well, thank you.
Relax.
All right. So look, in all seriousness, I think
No, I'm
both you
I'm
guys
joking,
are
but
too
I'm
extreme.
serious. You
You
don't
guys are
know.
extreme.
You do not know American history.
I do know America. I've read a lot
The
of American
kind of
history. Believe it or not.
arguments that you want to make is literally high school history. You don't know American history. High school gives you a familiarization. It's called history. You need to know history better if you're going to make these sorts of economics and political arguments. You
I
just
don't think,
do
though,
not.
that
Dude, I
some
know
of the
your feelings
problems.
are hurt.
They're
Be
not.
brave, John Galt. Pretty much, hey, I'm that kind of nerd. You don't know American history.
I don't
And I
think
don't,
that.
for that matter, I don't know it deep enough, but I know it deep enough to know that your arguments don't hold water. Telling me who built the White House, that's not American history.
Well, no, I just hear that bullshit all the time. So, well,
Okay,
just black people
dude,
built the White House.
stop
I'm like,
hearing the
everyone did.
bullshit and educate yourself.
I've heard that argument though.
Oh my
I've heard the
God.
argument.
You know
Just
what?
dumb argument.
What am I going to be able to do with you, Ryan? Dude,
I'm not saying you're like others that I've heard. I'm just saying.
no, I don't give a fuck if I'm like others or not. Dude, I really don't care what you think in the end. I just hope to hear a better argument from you. You're intelligent. You just make shitty arguments based on statistics and talking points. It's not.
I always say I never
sophisticated.
deny statistics. I
It's
never deny
not,
statistics.
dude. I don't deny statistics. I
You
just
do, actually.
understand,
You do.
dude. I understand statistics. I don't deny them.
Can I ask you a question though? Seriously, back on track.
Please do.
Just
Oh, I
seriously.
wasn't serious. What was the track and why?
It's a
don't you
serious
think
question.
I-
I'm being
Whoa, whoa,
serious. I'm
whoa.
not fucking around.
You don't think I was being serious when I tell you you don't know American history?
Okay, can I just speak for a moment, please? And I'm gonna ask you something, man to man, seriously.
Because you're a friend of the show, Ryan. Have free reign.
If I look at the per capita numbers, violent crime, right? And I
No,
told you.
let's stop
Okay,
there.
so we can't even do
I
that. We can't
literally
even do it.
told you why.
Why are you scared of what I'm gonna say? I think you're scared.
Because it's going to be stupid. I'm
I don't
more
think you're
scared.
scared.
Dude. I'm
No, I
more
don't think you're
scared
scared.
of what. I am more scared of what I'm going to say to you.
I'm okay with
than
you saying
your
whatever. I'm just
statistics.
asking.
Oh, are you now?
If I said there was a very large outlier, right? And I think that you should acknowledge that, what would you say to me?
I'd say you're relying on statistics you don't understand.
And I would surely say there's historical issues, etc. But there is a big outlier.
If there are historical issues and you can't tell me what they are, you don't understand
I
your
know what they are.
argument.
There's redlining. There is
Motherfucker, do
various
not
things.
interrupt me. You literally blew up your own argument.
All right, well, go ahead.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
not notice? Dude, if it's an outlier, why are we arguing it? Do you not understand how like arguments work? If you tell me it's an outlier, you are literally telling me to pay attention to an outlier?
I'm saying
What
there's
kind
a
of
statistical
motherfucking-
outlier.
What kind of motherfucking argument is that?
A statistical anomaly.
Oh, pay attention. Don't pay attention to the mean. Don't pay attention to the average. Pay attention to the outlier because it's important.
Okay.
Dude, come on, dude. Do you think I'm Be Brave? Do you think I'm John
Stanley,
Galt?
I think you were
I'm
in a state of denial.
Motherfucker, stop saying Stanley. Dude, I don't buy the outlier argument. That's why I interrupted it. Don't ask me about outliers. Don't tell me there's some weird historical quirk. Motherfucker, that's not an argument.
Okay.
Make a good argument, Ryan.
You're going to have to help me form one because I can't really finish what I'm
No,
trying to say.
I'm not going to help you. You're a full-grown man who thinks he's educated. No, you don't get my help.
Do you think there is an issue in our cities where there's tremendous amounts of violent crime being committed?
I think there's an issue with cities.
I don't know what that means. You're saying the cities are the problem?
Well, figure it out, Ryan. I'm not.
What do you mean? The cities are the issue?
I'm not going to help you, Ryan.
I also think that the criminal justice system has now almost allowed a lot of the bullshit to where the residents are pissed, and they're more pissed off than anybody because they got to live in the shit. And these fucking district attorneys have not prosecuted anybody. It's injustice overall, and I think that's reality. So I'm not. There's a reality to that I don't think that you look at.
I think that's besides my point. So you go ahead and move the goalposts you feel comfortable.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm saying
I'll shit on them when I think I will shit on those arguments when I think it's funny to do an ad hoc. Otherwise, you're literally nowhere near what we were talking about.
That's why I was talking about statistics. And you went to the overall.
Dude.
That's why per capita is important.
Yeah, go ahead and yell like it's gonna make the argument better.
I was just trying to get it out. So that's why I think.
So is your intellectual constipation over?
I mean, I see another statistical anomaly with Asians.
You had the Metamucil of the mind. You got it out. Now, what's your argument?
Asians commit 90% of gambling crimes. It's a huge outlier, right? There's another statistical
argument.
My point was about statistical analysis, not race. It was all about statistical.
So statistical analysis can't be racially biased?
It can be racially biased.
The analysis is the narrative. So you're saying the analysis can't be biased towards race or racial interpretation. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is when whites, blacks,
you literally told me what Asians do. You literally told me what Asians do, like it's not racial.
I mean, I do you object to so should we just not have any
you're not
racial?
Good at it. Ryan, you're not good at this.
No, I don't get to finish my statements most of the time, which is problematic. So you're saying we should just not record any racial stuff, which I'm okay with. Let's not record race on anything at all. I agree.
That's not my argument.
So when I say Asians commit 90% of gambling crimes and everyone else commits a combined 10%, right? There's something in that community that should probably be
How do
addressed.
they commit more crime, per capita or gross? Right.
Per capita.
Okay, I literally just told you how per capita can be racist, and you helped my argument out by saying Asians. Good job, Ryan.
Thank you for helping me. Look at it that way?
Thank you for helping me, Ryan. Thank you for help. You are a good friend, Ryan.
When we look at people's income,
it's why I call you a friend of the show. You, dude.
No. When I look at income, do I go, hey, whites make more money?
You literally don't realize. You literally don't understand your argument.
So you're saying
you literally think that changing the argument
Stanley's fully against DEI.
You literally think that changing an argument from Asian to black and back again, dude, you're a muddle.
You're against DEI. I understand.
This is literally a muddle.
You're against DEI completely. I understand.
Oh, of course I'm against it, Ryan, motherfucker.
You're against it.
I said I was against it, right?
Well, you're saying don't keep any statistical information.
Yes, Phoenix. The narrative for not the statistical method necessarily, Phoenix. And you know what? You joined late. Yeah, let's just go with your Phoenix Fish. Per capita is racist. Yes, it's used in a racist way. Figure it out, Phoenix.
Is against DEI then? Okay, so that's cool. I understand.
What the fuck does DEI have to do with statistics? Connect those dots, son.
Okay, I can do that. It is statistics. It is literally statistics.
It is literally not statistics, dude. It is literally not only statistics. Yeah, statistics play a part, but dude, Ryan, you are so fucking narrow.
If I
It's
walk into a
amazing.
boardroom,
How do you get to be a Ryan in this narrow?
if I walk into the company and there's one black guy out of 1,000,
DEI is literally an interdisciplinary idea. How the fuck do you understand it from your narrow economics perspective? It's frustrating to people like
I know
me,
what
Ryan.
DEI is, Stanley. I told you what it was.
Motherfucker, you do not. If you don't understand,
I actually do.
there's
I work
more
for a
than
corporation. I know what it is.
you don't understand it. You literally don't understand
Okay.
it.
Well, explain it to me then,
You
because
understand
you're
one
wrong when you say it.
facet of it. You do not understanding one facet of it is not understanding it.
I told you who did the goddamn study on it in 2012.
I don't give a
but go ahead.
fuck. Let's concentrate on you only know one part of DEI. And then you have built a whole motherfucking dude. You have built
If I walk into a company.
Okay, see, this is why Be Brave puts you in the back.
Go ahead.
You understand the business end of it. You understand what you've seen in your business dealings. That doesn't mean you understand DEI.
Well, then explain it to me.
I don't understand DEI other than it is not just an economics thing. When you say that disparate groups, we widen our net to look at the field of candidates for hire, I don't see a problem with that.
Well, they also look at ESG
Okay,
scores.
don't tell me what they also. I need you to address my point. See,
Yeah,
this is the
part of it.
other. This,
That's part
no,
of
no,
it.
no, no. Before you natter on, I
Mhm.
made a point about a hiring process or a practice. We look at more people that we wouldn't usually look at. I need you to address that point. That's why I think DEI is fine. We just broaden our perspective of potential hirees. I need you to
Yes.
attack that point and tell me why it's racist. Because they're not just
Why
looking at
DEI is
race, by
racist?
the way. Yeah, tell me why looking
My
at
argument-
a broad scope, a kaleidoscope, if you will, is racist.
My argument was that to not look at a company's total
Okay,
employees.
motherfucker, I need you to address my
Okay.
point. I didn't say anything about a company.
Okay, so DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I know what it is.
That
We
is
all
a
know what
company
it is,
reaching
Ryan.
out.
Okay, nope. I need
Okay.
you to talk about the point I made, Ryan.
I'm trying to.
No, dude.
It's in hiring practices.
You are literally doing a fucking low class, low intellect gish
Why do you say things like that? Like you insult my
because
argument.
that's what you're doing,
And frankly,
I
me
say it
in that regard.
I'm
I
just
don't insult your
describing
argument.
how I feel about your method of arguing a point. I say a wide net to look at more types of people to hire who could be qualified is a good thing. Tell me why
Because
it's
there are
bad.
metrics involved
Tell
in
me
DEI.
why it's goddamn bad.
I didn't say it was bad.
Yeah,
I
look
never
at
said
you.
it was bad.
Look,
What I said
dude,
was
you
DEI.
never addressed the argument. So of course you didn't say it was bad.
Well, you just said I said it was bad. You literally
Motherfucker.
just said you said it was bad. I didn't say it was
Hey,
bad.
don't let me put words in your mouth.
Well, you did.
Spit them out and spit my words out.
I didn't
Spit
say
my
it.
words out and use your own now, boy.
Part of DEI is to, if I have 1,000 people in my company and I have hired no Asians,
Okay,
that might be a problem.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna.
So
have
that's
to
why we look at
destroy
per capita. The original argument was per capita. That's why per capita is important.
Of course, you're not going to be able to keep up.
No, I'm keeping up, but you're stating per capita was important.
Sure you're keeping up?
DEI accounts for per capita.
I talked about DEI as a hiring process.
I'm okay with it. I think we should have a wide net. I told you,
there's nothing
companies are
wrong
more
with that
profitable.
part of it. There's nothing. Well, why didn't you just say that in the first place? Hey, Stanley, you make a good point. You win that. Now let's progress. Do you know how to
because
make Do you know how to argue? See, you're used to this
Okay, so now you're
bottom
gonna criticize how I
feeding,
argue.
white trash, orthodox guy argument method where you get up with 9 people and talk about shit you don't know. Dude,
Why
it's
are you
me
bringing
and
him
you.
into this?
Because I think it's funny to bring him in.
And be brave. You bring him in. I'm not
telling people you don't know how to argue a point. No one's here to save your ass, son.
To not look at per capita.
What
is
I need
fucking
you to
insane and
do,
pointless.
let me help you. Let me help you, Ryan. What I need you to do, you have no problems with the DEI hiring practice. Is that true?
What was the statement? I'm sorry.
You have no problems with the DEI hiring practice. Do I need to remind you what I said?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with casting a wide net. I do have a problem with playing by the
Let's
numbers.
stop there. Let's stop
No.
there.
I got to say the whole thing.
No,
Why do you
literally will
You're
stop.
trying to frame
This
what I
is why
say.
this is why B Brave.
No, this is why you're foolish with this shit.
You want to argue? You want to go back now, don't you?
You're in complete denial.
You agreed with the DEI hiring process, correct?
No, part of it, but not the part you're saying. Part of it,
dude.
I don't think that
now
should be
you
picked.
don't agree, dude. I am going to fucking parse this.
You know you're full of shit right now. You know you're full of shit.
Sunday.
I agree with what you said, but not the way it's done because you're wrong about how it's done.
Dude, you literally just said you didn't have a problem with the casting the wide net. Did you say
you
that?
should cast a wide net?
Okay.
And if you look out at your force,
let's stop right there.
No, I can't.
There's
It's pointless to
nothing
argue.
wrong.
You can't even let people say anything. It's
No,
dumb.
dude. I want to isolate you.
You don't want to hear anybody else's point of view. Literally, it's like fucking crazy.
Let's take
Angry
what you're
Snowman's
trying
right.
to do. See, you have how can you be a fan of statistics without taking things apart? I'm going to take your argument apart and I'm going to let you agree with what you said piece by piece and then shit on the parts that you can't defend.
You don't even let people say that. You don't even let them say
motherfucker. I don't like to see people making mistakes. I want a good argument and you're incapable of it.
Okay, so I'm an idiot. You're right, Stanley. I'm
wait, hold it. When did I say you're an idiot?
Well, no, I can't make a good argument. Actually, I can't make any.
I don't think you
me, but...
haven't so far. I don't think
you're right.
Ever have.
You're right. Well, listen, this is how this will play out then. Okay, I'll stop. Go ahead. No, you don't let me. You don't let people finish, and I think you actually agree with me. But you can't let it be said. You can't let it be said. You have to have a narrative.
Ryan,
it's ridiculous.
Ryan,
go ahead.
Do you agree? Do you agree with the DEI practice of casting a wide net, looking at hiring in places traditionally you wouldn't? Do you agree with that or not?
Absolutely, across the board.
Good.
Yes.
Well, let's move on.
Let's stay right there. Yeah, exactly. Let's move on. Let's move on now, right? Okay, that's all. Good.
Yeah,
we're good.
Well, there was a point of agreement, right? Why should do you want to
absolutely.
Do you want to argue something we agree upon?
Well, that's not all DEI is. You're literally stopped right there.
We were literally going to advance the argument. We're going to break what's right or wrong with DEI. Let's break it up into pieces.
What's wrong about it is playing by the numbers.
Oh my God! You want to jump ahead?
Okay, well, go ahead. Then you walk us along.
I just thought that we would break this disagreement up into parts, so we agree on the hiring part. Correct?
Yeah, well, cast a big net.
Okay,
sure.
no. Oh, hold on.
Disagree.
Let's let the audience, because as everyone loves to remind me, Ryan, there are people listening to this.
Okay. Go ahead.
So you agree with the DEI hiring part, correct?
That portion of it, yes.
Okay, good. Now, what is the next stage? Because I've had this argument with a moron called was it Mayo Monkey? So after you're considered as a candidate and you've proven to be a good candidate, that's the next part I want to talk about.
Okay. So what happens is they cast a wide net, and then oftentimes they will play the numbers. So they'll look at the force, they'll look at their workforce and go, okay, we have X number of these, X number of these, X number of these. We need to get us a fill in the blank. We need to get us a Asian person, a black person, a blue person, a fucking green person. Because
that's
HR
illegal. That does not happen, Ryan.
Okay, it doesn't happen. Well, I promise you that
Well, I need you to prove that. And let me tell you why I'm going to challenge that. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I need you to prove it because it can't be, because it's illegal to do quotas, correct?
Well, it's illegal to do
quotas. Whoa. Well, number one, affirmative action is illegal now. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, and then was it the Baki? Somewhere between 1978 and today, quotas became illegal in any sort of affirmative action thing, right?
They did, yes.
Okay, so you are an actual boots on the ground business executive type. So I'm not going to say you're wrong. But what I am going to ask you to do is prove it. You can't control what happens inside a boardroom.
Yes, but you can.
So if we are going, we need more black women or we need more Asian men. That's legal unless you bring race into it and it can be proven. Correct?
So
need you to answer the question.
Yes, legally, you're not supposed to do it.
Okay, then we can stop there.
Well, can I tell you about something else?
This is more opinion. It's your opinion as a practical, anecdotal matter, but you're not going to be able to prove it with data.
The other driver is ESG
and if you
score.
think you can prove it with data, it's going to be after the fact. You can't judge people's hearts.
Here's what happens in all seriousness.
No. Here's what happens in your experience. Let's qualify this.
Okay, in my experience,
it doesn't
here's what
happen
happens.
everywhere. Does it happen everywhere, Ryan, or is it in Ryan's experience?
In my experience, there's something called an ESG
Thank you
score.
for qualifying that. Therefore, we don't have to universalize it. Thank you.
So there's something called an ESG score, environmental, social, and governance. It comes into play in publicly traded companies.
Isn't that illegal now?
It's not illegal, and it's actually driven by people that buy and sell the
It is a
stocks.
thing of the past. It is not happening currently, but I'm going to give you that because it has happened in the recent past.
Yeah. So that was also impacting.
And by the way, what does ESG have to do with race in America? Can you add that to things you have to prove?
So ESG is a score given to a company by essentially stock traders and the general market that talks about, are you a good company environmentally in terms of your governance? In other words, like, is the CEO making 1 million times more? Like, is the company governed well? And then the social justice portion, the social portion. So like, and those metrics all end up on when you buy a stock, those metrics you'll see on, they have a high ESG score. Socially, they've got a good representation of various different groups. Governance wise, the CEO is not making $1 trillion and the workers are slave labor in China. And environmentally, you're trying to take care of the environment. So, HR managers that are often looking at these numbers when they're hiring people, that was coming into play. So at the end of the day, it is illegal to have quotas, but it's not that it's not a thing. You see what I'm saying? I do agree with casting a very wide net, and it's more profitable to have a diverse company. McKinsey proved that in 2012 with a study. So I'm not against DEI, but I am against HR managers going, I need to get me an amputee black woman that is vertically that's less than 4'10".
This is literally your experience. It cannot be proven. and since we're on this, why was DEI outlawed if none of this can be proven? Trump has never proved it. It's all rhetoric, and it's racist rhetoric, by the way.
Well, I don't think you should look at in hiring anyone. I think you should do it
Okay,
blind.
again, you didn't get my point. Why is it outlawed? Why is Trump against it if it doesn't necessarily have to be racial?
Because the fucking Democrats were for it.
Oh, hold on. And
Go
it
ahead.
can't be proven. So this DEI thing is really just a matter of attitude, how you see it based on anecdotes. There's no data to back up any of this. You
But
you can't put statistics on what people think.
And the other thing is,
okay, don't skip away from the point, please.
So look, Trump did an executive order saying no more.
I brought Trump up because you seem to want to think that that people go out and look for amputees or something like that. Again,
the problem isn't the recruiting portion; it's the plan by the numbers portion.
Is it's been racialized. That's the actual problem.
Well, Biden did that.
Go back and look at where we started. Casting a wide net is not racial. And if you go look for, hey, we need more of a certain type of race, that can't be proven. And if it can be, then you got a good lawsuit. You got a good civil rights lawsuit. The problem is the data, it is literally, you can't legislate morality. And there's no way to prove it. Trump and Ryan and everyone else who wants to demonize DEI, it's a feeling. They've got their feeling, but they don't have the facts.
Well, I know there's quite a few women that are running police departments now. So lots of them.
So what? So what?
Okay, well,
what
I'm
does
just
that
saying
mean?
that
Quite a
it may
few
not
women.
be legal.
Whoa!
Just an observation.
Why? Quite a few women means there are quite a few unqualified women to run. What's your point?
I'm just statistically speaking, I think it's a high
Okay,
number.
what you're statistically doing is using statistics to be a sexist. There are quite a number. Oh, listen to my argument. There are quite a few women, but you didn't say quite a few unqualified women. So what if they're women?
I'll just say that
are they unqualified, Ryan.
They could be unqualified.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but are they?
I would say that overall, there's quite a few women that are running police departments now. So.
You would say, I need you to prove it. You love statistics. Prove it statistically.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, you could. So you couldn't
prove it statistically. What you can do is take the stats and give whatever data set you like a narrative. That's literally how
I think the biggest problem.
It's literally a bunch of people who either don't understand what statistics are and how they're presented, or they're just outright idiots.
The biggest problem is this. Once again,
okay, I need to go back to what you said about the female, women, whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
Police chiefs. You didn't say they were unqualified. Are women unqualified?
Women can be unqualified. There's just quite a few of them now.
Can men be unqualified too?
Absolutely. Of course.
Okay, then what's your point in concentrating on, well, there are a bunch of women police chiefs. You didn't say they were unqualified, so what does it matter?
What I'm saying is, it may be legal or illegal, but there's quite a few. It's just an observation.
Okay, and it is unproven. It is your opinion. It is your feelings, Ryan, over facts you can prove.
I don't disagree with that.
You cannot prove shit. The statistics betray you. Your numbers game is literally racist.
Unfortunately, there's something called discouraging.
Or sexist in that police chief. Dude, you brought up the women. I did not. It is literally.
But you're saying I can't prove it.
And even if it wasn't sexist in your heart, I can't prove you're a sexist. But I heard what you said,
I'm
so
not.
it's my
You
so
don't-
it's
you
my
actually know I'm
feeling.
not.
I
You know
feel you are a sexist, Ryan.
It's a disparate impact, though.
Based on what I heard you say, Ryan.
Disparate impacts. So here's my point.
fuck does
DEI
that-
was corrupted by Joe Biden anyway, because he implemented
Oh,
it
now we go back
throughout
to
everywhere.
how you feel about Joe Biden.
Which was a good study, made sense.
When will I hear the meme? Thanks, Biden.
I won't even say that. I won't even say that.
Dude,
The government corrupted it. It wasn't even Biden. It was both dickheads corrupted it.
This is your comfort zone, and every motherfucker in this whatever sector we're in always wants to go back to their comfort zone. And this is Stanley versus the world. Today, Ryan.
It's not a comfort zone. The reality of it is
literally a comfort zone.
It's gone.
You're
It's
not,
gone.
you're not
because they
able
corrupted
to
it.
think outside of Biden. Dude, you
No.
always go back to Biden.
No, hold on.
Every
I'll just say
single
this one.
there is not a conversation you and I have had in the past week that you didn't bring up Biden.
Private employers were doing it from 2012 to
Oh
2020.
God damn it! You can't concentrate
And-
on what I just
because it
I
made business
literally
sense.
just accused you of.
I know
is
you did.
Biden fanaticism, dude.
No,
did you love Biden that much?
Okay, take Biden out of it.
You
The government
can't
corrupted
get him out of your mind.
The government corrupted it. They did. They ran. I told you that
Oh,
before.
now it's the government.
Well, the government grabbed it. And by the way, HR managers also fucked it up by playing by the numbers and going, we need to get us one of these people, right? Like they also did it. So, but it was a good thing. And it made a lot of business sense. It made money. There's more profitability in having a diverse cast of people. At the end of the day, they said, hey, let's go crazy with this and let's implement this and let's look at, head counts and shit and not just by merit. And that's the problem. That's the fucking problem. That's a major problem.
Okay,
And my
and
home-
here
and my home
here
choir-
is where
Which
you
all comes down to per
derail this.
capita.
Okay,
It all comes
dude,
down to per
I know
capita.
you want to overtake. I know you want to overtake
Per capita, baby.
overtalk. Dude. Prove it.
Prove what?
We know what your opinion is. And the neat thing about politics is you don't have to prove shit. You just have to sound good saying it. Except this is not a political platform. We talk about it, but no one's launching their campaign from here yet. Who cares what you think? You need to prove it, sir.
Prove what? DEI wasn't good? Or prove that they just hired a bunch of women as
Oh
police
no!
chiefs?
You wait. Weren't you just talking about politics?
Yes.
Okay.
No. My original argument was about per capita. And I said, well, DEI is all built around per capita. If I walk into a company and there's 1,000 people and 100% of them are Latino, I'm going to go, per capita, you're 100% fucking Latino.
Well, let me tell you what you, as the racist I think you are.
You suck. Go ahead.
Now, I'm literally putting words in your mouth. This is Stanley's take. This is not Ryan's words, thoughts, deeds, actions, or heart. You're going to go, why aren't there white people here? It's not. That's literally what you're going to think. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. What's funny is I deal with companies that are 100% Latino, literally, in construction. 100%. I don't give a fuck. Go make money. So, and by the way, if you're white, then start a company.
These
and
are
go do this
small companies.
I mean, 50 people.
I said companies.
50
maybe I should have said
drywallers.
Corporations.
50 drywallers. I mean, but they're 100%. And what do I care? Go make money. And by the way, if there's no blacks and whites, go start a company doing drywall.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
that's why we're deporting all your 100% Latino companies.
Yeah, I know.
Because Trump, and to a certain extent, Yvette Carnell thought, well, this is where are the white people, where are the black
They're not going to get any fucking. They ain't going to get any. Job sites are going to be shut down soon. You trust me. But in all seriousness,
yeah, I did a story yesterday. 1.2 million deportees, and it will quickly have an impact on small businesses like roofing companies and stuff. And guess what?
Concrete.
They're going. We are going. Let me predict. Trump will back away from this mass deportation logic by the new year.
Hold on. Did you say small roofing companies?
Roofing, drywall.
In a hospital, one hospital I'm on right now, there's probably 300 Latinos. Oh, there's probably, let's say 800 people. There's probably 300 Latinos, of which just say 50%. See, I don't know if they're legal or illegal.
Where is the where's the hospital? You know,
Inova in Arlington.
Okay, I know what Inova
I'm sorry,
is.
Alexandria.
That's pronounced, by the way.
Yeah, Inova.
Because my son was born at one of those hospitals.
Yeah,
I know how it's pronounced.
it's
only
not,
one N versus two N's after the I.
That's
So
right.
it's Inova, not.
No, it's INOVA.
And it also, you know, if this hospital is in rural New Mexico, I expect to see more Latinos than anyone else.
No, it's actually Alexandria, not Arlington, rather. Sorry.
Okay, so what's your point now?
They got 6
Are they
tower cranes
all
up.
doctors and nurses or what?
Fuck no, they're concrete guys. They're tradesmen. We're building the shit.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so it's you watching what's going to happen because
once they
that shit's
go
going to shut down.
and or you know, I can give you a funny example of you know, the Border Patrol taking 2 firefighters off the fire line in Washington State. I did that story today. I can't believe you don't know about it. And I'll drop the link in a minute, but
no, you watch it. It's going to be pretty wild, though, man. Because they
what America, what Trump specifically in America is going to learn is that, hey, you know what? These concrete jobs, these roofing jobs, these laboring jobs are going to be open, and Americans are not going to do it. The only way this is going to happen is for Trump to do something like tightening the belt, like he's doing with Medicaid. Dude, you better go, you know, be on a roof. If you want.
Well, I do want him to do that, by the way.
And I think that is idiotic. It was fine. Oddly enough,
make people work. Get them to work.
Nah, see, you and your ilk want to make people do shit.
Yes, absolutely. Get to work. I had to
you
do
know
it.
what?
You had to do
That
it.
is
You had to do
is
it.
that is that right wing extremism. Which
So people should just not have to work.
What I need you to do is let me finish.
Go ahead.
You being that right wing faux populist extremist, it's equivalent to a DSA extremist. They would literally do the same thing. Hey, there's a job. Why aren't you working it? Y'all want to make people do shit.
Yes.
Your love sticks.
No. Not make people. But I want people to want to work, and they're going to do that when they're starving.
Well, then that is the
They're fucking hungry.
and you're not going to want to make fat, lazy Americans who don't want to dirty their Air Jordans. And not all those Air Jordan Air Jordan wearers are black, by the way.
No shit.
Or they're not even all inner city. They're not going to want to get their sneakers dirty.
Do you think that I think
working
that, honestly,
in the fields picking watermelons?
Do you think that I think that? Do you
That's
think that
why
I think
I'm
that?
asking you, Ryan. I often don't know what you think. I know what you
Come
say.
on. I'm not
I
an
literally
idiot.
know what you say. I don't often know what you think. And if you think what you say, I wish with your level of education, you could think better. And it's not necessarily a criticism.
I don't think that, though. Honestly,
You don't get to put. Hey, you're not going to get this kind of pushback on B Brave's panel. I understand.
Look, no, listen. You know, I don't think that though. Seriously, like you seriously know that I don't think it's just. I mean, number one, the
Okay,
statistics don't say
stop
that.
that moral posturing bullshit. I think you're fine. You're a friend of the show.
You
If
know
I
that.
thought you
So
were shit, I wouldn't have
well,
even
sometimes I
brought
don't know
you
when
up.
you're joking. Sometimes I don't know.
I often don't know myself.
Well, then it's hard for me
What
to
I
know.
what I am saying, and I'm not joking, is, dude, you have the tools. Think better. And what you need,
I want people to work.
what you need, and this is my theory. God damn it, you're a 50-year-old man. I don't know what you need, but I wish people would be more willing to be challenged instead of just going, "Oh yeah, be brave." Orthodox guy, all these motherfuckers. I'm gonna be honest. 90% of the people that I run into in this particular YouTube Blackatopia, black conservative utopia, with a few, white overseers. They're not owners; they're overseers.
You're fucked up.
They don't own shit.
You're fucked up.
Dude, y'all are literally. Well, that was a joke. That
I think people just
racist
make
joke.
friends. People just make
The
friends.
white overseers. That was a joke.
You know what's funny? I didn't meet you.
Hold on, let me finish my point.
CT. Oh, go ahead.
I really wish people would just be more rigorous and challenge their own ideas. DEI isn't a problem. It was presented as a problem by people like Donald Trump who just don't want it.
Okay, but I will say that it was being maligned and it was distorted prior to him. He reacted to a distortion.
No, I think you react to a distortion with a bigger distortion, or this is one of my big problems, Ryan. People will see something like DEI and say, "Hey, this is a problem. We shouldn't fix it. We should scrap it." Why would
that's what he did for everything?
Okay,
that's what government does.
Listen to where I'm going. DEI would be better fixed rather than scrapped.
Much like 8 other things he scrapped, yes.
Don't know why you need to do the whataboutism, but he probably fucked up.
I don't know how you don't see that though. Like
I don't.
Both of these fucking
because I have a brain,
other.
Ryan. I literally have a brain. Before you prove something's a problem, you try and fix it.
So with DEI,
money is not money. Throwing money at it isn't always.
Hold on, let me just do this. These two parties just react to each other, and he reacted to the other party.
Okay, now you want to make it political.
It is.
Bring it back down in the dirt. I was trying.
Well, you said Trump threw it out.
Make a larger point.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I wasn't trying to throw you off.
No, I just,
he should have fixed it. Yes,
it's always going to wind up being political, but that's because we elect Trumps.
Think about
this. Biden's. Biden was not. The politics sometimes is the biggest problem, and you can't avoid the politics. But what you can do is present a cogent argument that everyone can understand. And even people like Obama, even Obama wasn't really good at breaking down problems into, nugget-sized pieces. Obama wasn't, he was very eloquent, but he wasn't that good.
He was good. I think.
He was he was never like, this is why it matters to you. And we've lost that in politics.
But he was very moderate and thought.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
I have yet to hear a politician, and to be honest, Reagan was actually good at this. Jimmy Carter was good at this. Why does it matter to you watching TV in your den?
I got you.
Politicians don't do that.
Gotcha.
They literally, and I'm not a Reagan fan, but you know what? He used to be able to do it. That fireside chat mentality, Jimmy Carter, fucking FDR. this is why it matters to you.
Yeah.
Okay, politicians don't do that. They make these grand narratives that they're incapable of understanding.
That's true.
Be Brave would be a great politician.
I feel like probably he wouldn't, but
no, he would, dude. He is the bottom feeding version of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I feel like he probably wouldn't do a good job, though. I mean, just based on the.
Oh no! Well, no.
Character.
Part of the job, he would make a good congressman, possibly a senator. I'm thinking seriously in the vein of a Marjorie Taylor Greene, not like a grand politician, but like a House of Representative person. Dude, he would literally I guarantee you, if Be Brave decided, hey, I'm running for politics in my district, that motherfucker would be a shoo-in.
I would only argue that I believe that American politics is so broken that if
that's because of the voters. Don't blame the politics, blame the electorate.
There's something, it's the media. I don't know what it is, but it's very broken.
Not the media. We've had this conversation before. The blame lays squarely.
We're flip-flopping.
The electorates and the customers. Okay, media presents news as entertainment because it's what's demanded by their viewers, customers, whatever. Politicians, it's literally a two-way street. So you can't blame everything on the electorate, but I'm inclined to blame, let's say, 80% of it. Politicians just give the people what they want.
Just imagine.
And the bad parenting in the United States has raised a bunch of people who don't even understand what they want. And to know
I agree.
These people will eat fucking processed foods till they get type 2 diabetes and then blame the food company.
I know. Believe me. And so you tricked me.
The food company just gave you what you demanded. And hopefully I didn't step on a toe because I understand, what you're going through. And it's not.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah.
Well, good. Well, you know what? I haven't actually asked you about that. Tomorrow morning.
Interfere on, buddy.
Are you actually feeling good and all that stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing these shots at my stomach.
Make your wife do it. I've had to do them. Dude, your wife will love you more.
Yeah, she's doing them. I don't do them.
She will be able to cause pain.
Yeah. Well, it's just
you
a weird
are actually able to give yourself shots?
No, she doesn't.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
now I can consider you normal.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do it. I can't do anything like that. So she does it. I just close my eyes. Go ahead.
Dude.
Go ahead, honey.
Dude. My wife, I had a blood clot like fucking 15 years ago.
Yeah.
I'd fallen and it just went bad. So I had to get like it's not Coumadin, it's like a big deal clot, blood thinner. And I'm such a fucking horrible patient.
I know what Coumadin is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all I have to say is my wife's revenge were the 2 shots a day, subcutaneous in the belly fat. Because it
belly
hurt
fat,
like
that's right.
motherfucker. That shit is horrible.
Yeah.
And but my wife thought I was a bastard at the time.
Well, I'm a bad patient too, so I get it. I think
you're a lot like me in that way.
Yeah, I'm a bad patient. Just hurry up and do it.
Does your wife smile?
Does
she
my eyes are closed.
Does she go, hey, Ryan, this isn't going to hurt a bit?
My eyes are closed, man. My eyes are closed.
That doesn't make it better.
I don't want it. Well, I just know it's. I mean, I think that men overall are pretty. We're babies when
Oh,
it
we're
comes to this.
pussies.
Yeah. So if I'm sick, I'm terrible. If I had like, even if I have like the flu, I'm terrible.
Oh my Lord. One of these days, and I'm not going to even do it on a YouTube show, dude. Oh, for better or for worse. And I see, at least I know I was a bastard. And I would apologize to my wife. I know I'm being a bastard. And she would just look at me and go, "Yes, dear," and walk off. It's like, motherfucker, that's not good enough.
Well, she has the flu. She's not bad. When I had the flu, I'm terrible. She's like, she wants to go away for a couple days. So
she doesn't get it.
I just think I don't. I just think men don't tolerate those types of things well. We don't. I'm not good. So women can really. They're tougher than men. I think overall. So
Well, yeah, if you've ever seen, dude, I wanted a cigar to be in the waiting room.
did you see it? Did you see it?
Oh, the doctor asked me to cut the cord. In my defense, dude, I make jokes when I get like stressed. And I was like, what did I hire you for? And the doctor laughed.
Were you feeling woozy at all? Were you feeling woozy when that was going on?
No. You know what?
I wasn't going well.
I don't know. It was a natural birth, and I know she had an episiotomy. So I know that had to hurt.
Yes.
No, I think she had an epidural. No, she was tired, and she was attentive enough to laugh at my stupid joke.
Dude, it
And
is so
by the way,
bad, though.
yeah, I cut the cord. I didn't want to do it. I was literally serious. The doctor couldn't tell whether it was a joke or not. I don't even know. I cut the cord.
Did you say, what am I paying you for?
My wife was looking at me like, "You're joking, right?"
Do I get a discount for doing this?
Oh, that could have been the next question.
$500 off of this? Because it's going to cost a lot of money.
No. But look.
I'll tell you what, though, man. Seeing that,
let me just say this. I think I was more traumatized than my wife was. I was literally like, "Oh my God,
yeah,
holy fuck, dude."
Yeah.
And I'm gonna sound like such a quote beta male, dude. I'm like, nope. It says 6 weeks or whatever the time is.
No, I'm with you.
I'm like, nope.
I'll be good for a while.
We are literally gonna go to the day. It was my wife who was like, "Hey, are we ready?"
Yeah, no joke. You're like, I'm good, hon. I'll wait. I gotta wait until I get this out of my mind. This image out of my mind.
Oh my God. Oh, dude, it wasn't like it was horrible, but like, oh my God, this woman did this for me.
Yeah, something in it.
She was actually like awesome, dude. I'm gonna literally say something. It's like those 9 months. Oh my God, it was heaven. The vitamins, the joy.
Yeah, they're in good moods.
We were not celibate during that pregnancy.
Yeah.
Just no, I made the joke.
I don't think you have to be. You don't have to be. I wasn't either.
No,
you just gotta be careful a little bit.
I will remember those days forever.
Yeah,
dude. The joke was, well, can't get pregnant.
That's right. You do whatever. That's right. You go after it. Yeah, but seeing that
anyway,
I watched it too.
This is like dad joke. This is like literally dad porn.
It is. It is.
This is a new genre of porn. It's dad porn.
I'm gonna tell you right now, though, seeing her push it out, I was like, I can't even. It's got to be brutally painful. Man, if I get constipated,
You know what?
I start crying. I start crying and shit.
All I have to say is thank
Oh.
God I had the good sense not to like take film. It's like, dude, I'm
Yeah.
not reliving that.
Oh
It
shit.
is,
Hold on, man.
it is firmly cemented in my
What's that?
head. We do not need film.
Almost. All right, fine. I have to go, Stanley. I'm getting in trouble. All right, hey, I'll see you later, buddy.
All right.
I'm getting punished. All right, see you. See you.
Enjoy
Bye.
it, Ryan. We know you
Yeah,
will.
absolutely. Yeah, that's right. See you. Damn, I'm coming. Shit.
Well, there you go. Look, this won't last much longer. I'm actually really glad to see you. Can I call you Tamika? So glad to see you, actually. Look, I'm not all bad. I'm not evil. But you know what? I have a point of view. And this stream will not last longer because I'm hungry. And but I think it's important to hear a little bit more of this motherfucking racist and his little black friend.
And those are the whites that hang out with the blacks. They lie to the blacks. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Yeah.
Oh, I'll be out of town this weekend, guys. I'm gonna miss the parade. Y'all have fun.
Oh my
Praise.
Lord!
Yeah, I'll tell you what. This came up out of nowhere.
Pause this. Oh my Lord! You, boy, are we blessed? Hey,
Hi, Stan or
how
Stanley.
you doing?
Which one do you like, Stanley or Stan?
For you, whichever you decide to say, Stanley generally, but people call me Stan.
Oh, I just came to say hi. What were you asking me when I was trying to come up?
Oh, I was saying, oh my Lord, it's royalty. Can I call you? Can I call you Tamika?
Yes, sir, you can. Mhm.
Okay, that was my question. But
Oh,
I'm
okay.
honored to have you here.
Oh, I just came to say hi. I'm about to go outside. I just got off work. I was working at home all day today. So
Mhm.
I'm just about to go out for a little while.
Well, all I have to say is and I'm not bullshitting here. I'm actually honored. You don't go on many panels.
No, it's if I like the person.
Well, I'm honored.
Really hard. Yeah, I'm really shy, so that's why I don't like be on camera all the time. I hate my
I don't.
voice too,
Hey,
so
hey, the voice is enough. I know who you are. I
oh,
don't need it. You don't need the cam up
okay.
because I don't, dude. I need a haircut, and I'm not gonna get one.
Oh, I
I
need
am
to
working on an all white or gray haired bro. I, I am gonna, Portia would make the joke about, hey, you look like Frederick Douglass. And damn it if she wasn't right. Hence the,
Is that your wife?
I'm sorry.
Is Portia your wife?
No.
Oh,
No. You know who Portia is, right?
is she like a content creator or is she?
No. She's like a YouTube creator, entrepreneur. She's kind of famous in Black conservative circles. Like, she is the person who kind of got me even interested in doing a show. So, I kind of throw her out as everyone knows who Portia is, and if you don't, no problem with that.
Yeah,
But,
it's too many names to remember. I'm sorry.
oh, don't worry about it. So, people don't understand complicated arguments. And this is one of the reasons I have like 8 people in these chats. I bore people, but the complications are where the devil is in the details. And too many people don't understand that. So, and I bore people with the devil in the details, but it's what I do.
Well, it's good for some of us who are not political because I'm not. So like when you start explaining things, I start to understand more, even though I probably won't listen to another political type of show again.
Well,
But I'm learning.
the thing is American politics is so faceted. You know, my perspective, there might be another good perspective. So I'm never going to claim, you know, to be omniscient. This is how it should be done. I try to do this is how I think it should be done. And then, you know, I may pull in a historical perspective, but you know, I try and be as honest. I don't know everything, but this is why I think it, and then I try and back it up with some stuff. So that's literally what I try to do is a modus operandi.
That makes sense because that's how I like to learn to show evidence or show my work.
Right.
So,
Oh, I see you, little troll. No, you know, you and Sugar Bomb, y'all are funny.
Oh dang! Oh, so I'm putting in a category with the master troll.
No. Hey, I'm a troll.
Oh dang!
Oh no! Why go into a chat? There is that. Look, I appreciate a good troll, an eloquent troll. Like, dude, I call you dude. It's a thing. If you can troll and people have to ask you, what do you mean? You're effective. Like, what did you mean by that? Well, you figure it out. I'm not going to explain it to you. See, that's like the gold standard of trolls, and you are one of those.
I used to be real bad at first because, like, when I first came into being in a live where people have lives and stuff, because I've been like on YouTube since like 2009. Whenever Beyonce came out with that "Put a Ring on the Finger" song, I don't know.
Put a ring on it.
When that song came out, that's when I remember first figuring out how to use YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, so like I used to just watch videos. I was so addicted to music videos. Like I just love music in general, so I listen to it all day long. And when I'm not listening to it, I'm listening to you guys on YouTube. But
Aw.
but I just kind of, gotten into your area and stuff. Like I just started doing panels like in October because it took me a while to actually talk because I didn't want people to hear my voice or anything. And it's just because I'm
That's
just
interesting.
shy and stuff. And then I just watched for years because I've been in the Black sector doing lives since like 2020. So like, I was with Taz and Nyla for a long time, but I figured out who they were through Cynthia G, and I think I figured out who she was through Chrissy. So I think Chrissy was the very first live I ever got on. Do you know who Chrissy is?
No. I think I know who Cynthia G is.
Yeah, you know who she is. So like I had went to her channel one time and then it was just she was doing a lot of yelling and I didn't understand what was going on, so I didn't listen. But her show kept getting recommended to me, so I went back and that's when Nyla and Taz was on there. So I don't know, I just loved them as soon as I heard them. Like I just liked them so much. And then the fact that they were married just made me like them more. So
Well, the odd thing is, and I've been kind of doing this for a little bit over a year. And I've kind of had to figure out my niche and and then come to some realizations. I just don't even go to 9 people up on a channel yelling at each other. I'm just not going to do that. Having my own show gives me a lot more control, which can be a problem in and of itself. But going to say, I don't know. I just if I were a music star, I would probably generally never do stadiums. It would always be, kind of an intimate setting, a more acoustic setting.
That's show. Those are nice.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I feel about YouTube. I'm never gonna have a million viewers, but the people who kind of get me and can actually like argue points. I'd rather talk to 12 people who actually have read a book than a million people who just want to talk in Fox News talking points. And by the way, the left can be as problematic, but talking points are not an argument, and this is why Ryan and I just had this epic conversation. It's literally, dude, you love statistics, but you don't understand statistics. And this is like literally 90% of people who make these arguments don't even understand their own arguments. And even worse, they don't know why they agree with the arguments. You have to do some homework.
Yeah, like when I was in high school in debate class, you had to be able to argue both points just in order to participate in a true live debate.
Who was?
When I was in high school and we had
Oh,
debate,
yeah. Okay, I got you. Really? You were a debater?
I tried, but I got tired of the arguing and how much work it took. So it just took too much. I
Well,
don't like
I
to
don't.
read that much. I mean, I do read. I know how to read.
Right.
I read things that interest me, and a lot of things that we debated about wasn't really interesting to me. So
Interesting. Well, you didn't have a good debate teacher then.
yeah, I didn't do
Or
good in any
it
type
was a
of humanities or anything like that. Like I don't like it.
right.
But I do have a book right here in front of me that I've been trying to read for like
What's
the
it
last
called?
few months. It's called The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind.
Oh.
And
Well,
I haven't even get past the first chapter, man. Every time I start reading, I go to sleep.
well, that's the other benefit of reading.
Mhm.
I don't read anywhere near as much. I literally have like probably 20 books. I have discovered the beauty of Kindle.
That's
You
what
don't
you
have to have a whole stack of dusty books, but don't being an adult is not necessarily conducive, especially once you have kids. Yeah, you just don't get to read like you used to. Kids are way more important, and so that you get behind, if it puts you to sleep and you are able to wake up the next morning and be refreshed, hey, read it a sentence at a time. As long as you're reading, that's the point.
Right. And you know what? My mom, I think she kind of helped discourage me a little bit, even though that was a long time ago when I was a child. But like one of the things she made us read was the autobiography of Malcolm X. And I used to have to go up to her job and print copies of that big old book for me and my three brothers to read. And we had to read it out loud to her. So that was like really stressful. I used to hate that because just listening to my brothers read and
Was
how
your
much
mother a black militant?
my mother, no.
That's interesting. Okay, now I have all kinds of questions. Why Malcolm X? Why
'Cause
not the Bible?
she wasn't really religious, and I think that has something to do with my grandmother because she was like a Jesus fanatic. So that, I mean, and that helped me not be religious too because I used to have to stay with her a lot when, like, if she went out of town or something with my dad. So it was just kind of weird. It used to freak me out. Because she had Jesus pictures everywhere. And then when
Mhm.
I started growing up and actually getting into church as a teenager and stuff, I learned that she wasn't supposed to have all those pictures and all that weird stuff.
What was she, a Seventh-day Adventist?
No, she called herself a Christian. But she
Inter-
kind of was like, I don't know. You know how some people are just, what is that called when they're
Weird.
different? Yeah, weird. Like if her plants was dying, she would say the devil's in her plants. Like she was nutty, like nuttier than. So she was a nightmare to be around sometimes. And she listened to the Jesus channel all day, like Benny Hinn and all that stuff. Yeah,
Mhm.
she watched all of it. TBN, I think was her favorite channel.
Wow. Well, Malcolm X being a NOI then Muslim,
Hmm.
an interesting choice.
Yeah, she always liked him a lot. I think she found him attractive for real.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
No, that was such a sad
Now, the
movie.
bad part is like, I find him attractive. Now you read him. That could be traumatic.
Yeah. Hmm. And plus, just learning about his life and stuff, that just had me really sad as a kid. So, but I do like Malcolm X and stuff. I know Taz, he had actually debated somebody over in the HOK about Malcolm X, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, he was like, Malcolm X was a bitch. I was like, what? Like, I was so
Wow.
shocked. Like, that caught me off guard, but he wasn't lying. So,
Yeah.
he let those people push him around. So, yeah.
I don't know. If he actually thought that, you said it was a debate.
Yeah, he was debating somebody. I think his name was
Okay, so he
Maury.
just said that for dramatic
Yeah.
effect.
Yeah, but like when I started thinking about how he lived his life and basically just how he grew up being different than his class, being taken away from his mother, just all the stuff that he went through, and then he got with those people. He was supposed to be the strong guy, but he watched the leader do wrong, and he just, turned a
So
blind
which
eye
part
to
of the bitch did how do you justify a statement like that, knowing how he came up,
it. Mhm.
knowing how watching people do wrong? I mean, we do that all the time. I just think that characterization is literally more for dramatic effect than
Yeah,
actually than thinking through it, dude. Sometimes you have to do.
what he said when he got on that show talking about the chickens came home to roost, and then when he got scared, he did turn into a bitch. But hey, that was a movie and that was a book. We don't truly know what all occurred. So
Well, let me ask you a question. There are other books about it. There are other interpretations.
mhm.
Um, I don't know. I just think one of the things that I do probably not enough of, but sometimes when you look at a historical figure, you have to read, the one book about Malcolm X, even if it's his own autobiography, because autobiographies are gonna be biased, it's by nature. You got to read a lot about different perspectives, and then you think about which one kind of becomes clear. So I don't know, hearing someone say Malcolm X was a bitch, I just think that's kind of a bitch move, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, he does like talk like that to shake the guys up to actually get them to challenge his points and stuff. So yeah, the way he may come across may seem like he's purposely being a jerk, but he's just trying to get the guys to open up and talk. And maybe that might be the wrong
And
approach.
that's his method? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He actually changed a lot. He's mellowed out so much over the last couple of years. So yeah, he still laughs that he said that.
Yeah, well, I might have done the same thing, but you know, we live and we learn.
Yeah, we do. I know he definitely has. I know I
And
definitely
you know what?
have.
Well, good for you. That's all one can expect.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to keep you because you do need to go eat and take care of your household. So I'm going to get
Well,
ready to go.
the nest is empty. I just need to take care of me.
Okay.
What I am going to do is listen to a little bit more of this video, but you're right. I do need to shut this sucker down. We are at 9 hours. So, but you don't honestly, you'll never believe this, but in my opinion, you're kind of royalty.
Really? Oh, that's so sweet to say.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
makes you think I am royalty?
Well, no, you are. I see you in several different channels, and
Oh.
you're always cogent. You're always funny, which is much more important sometimes. And look, I like I think women trolls make better trolls than men trolls. If I have to be sexist.
Yeah, I like Sugar Brums trolling. She'd be so cute, but then when she gets like hard on,
I bet she pulls the claws out.
yeah, he when she do that because like one time she was doing it to somebody and I felt like that person was innocent and she would not stop. Like, oh my gosh, she bothered me so bad that day, and I was actually mad at her for it too. But I had
Well,
to
you
take
know
it
what
back and
though?
then apologize
Look,
to her.
she reminds me somewhat of myself. I don't know her that well, but dude, I'm scorched earth. Once you piss me off, I need to make sure that the earth is scorched. We will start anew, but I need you to understand the depth of my contempt.
And I actually kind of used to be the same way. I was very vicious because I don't think I'm truly innocent, but I don't really bother people to the point to where the kind of drama that comes to me doesn't make
Mhm.
sense to me.
Mhm.
So the fact that I'm willing to defend others, others aren't willing to defend me, and that bothers me. And then when I get attacked for no reason, that bothers me. So sometimes I can go to hell. I haven't really done it online because I've actually changed that part of my personality because I was like that more like in my 20s. But I started noticing lately that it's been coming out because I've never had videos made about me. I'm not a content creator. I've tried to make content, but I'm
Mhm.
not like, confident in what I actually want to do. And
Mhm.
then the actual computer that I was going to use, I can't use it right now. The programs don't work. It's just too much going on to where it's discouraging me more. Um, but I do want to eventually make content, but yeah, I just kind of feel bad for even just acknowledging anything. I should have never said anything for real. Because, when you
Well,
don't say
you know
anything,
what? I honestly have an inkling of what you're talking about, but I haven't had a chance to even look at it, and I'm not sure that I care.
I know,
Um,
that's what I'm saying. I shouldn't have
um,
cared.
well, let me put it to you this way. Someone asked me, did you see this or did you see that? And my answer was no. I was
Hmm.
busy doing my own show, and I I literally never go back and look at like today's show
Hmm.
is for history. Unless I want to clip something, and usually it's people that will go, well, hey Stanley, this was funny, clip it and turn it into, a shorter clip or something, I don't ever go back and look at, but and as a history person, you would think I would, but I hate the sound of my voice. So I just don't. And what happens today on September 2nd, 2025 stays on September 2nd, 2025. We move on.
Yeah, today's my dad's birthday.
Mhm.
Yep, he just turned 71.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. There are people older than me?
Yeah. My mom, she'll be like 65 this year.
All right. Well, I feel like a baby. I'm only 60.
Oh. Then I guess I'm a newborn baby. Somebody started calling.
Well, at least
Are you still there, Steve?
I am. Well, don't be a stranger.
I won't be. I don't really talk too much. I can go days without talking, but it was definitely nice talking to you though.
You too, ma'am. And you are always welcome on this channel.
Okay. How much does it cost for a wrench? Because I'd like to have a wrench so people
Oh,
can
we don't just ask and that's the cost.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, no, why would I want this channel to be monetized one day. And my prediction is maybe at this point 7.5 years. Let's see, what do I have here? I think I have maybe 197.
What? No, you got 199.
Oh, do I? Well, I got a couple today. Dude, I don't it's a hobby. Monetization will be a luxury. I do it because I like doing it. And my son is in college and I am an old widower. And you know what? It's an empty nest. So if you want a wrench, ask for it. And I absolutely respect you. So of course you'll have a wrench.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it because I feel like
Now use it.
everybody
Do use it wisely. And let me also tell you this: generally, people who will contribute content to the show, videos, news articles, the wrench should be put to use for kind of general education, if that makes sense. Educate us. Tell us what you're thinking. What news article? What did you read? That's kind of my vision of what a wrench is about.
Yeah. And I always used it as because, like, as soon as I started joining lives, I started getting wrenches. It's weird. I think because I
You
always
started
tried
getting what?
getting wrenches from like Taz and I.
Oh.
They like have multiple channels. So
Mhm.
like everywhere I went, I just automatically got it. And I think it was because I used to
Well, some people
talk
do
to
that.
the chat all day. Oh.
I mean, some people do it, but like I said, use it wisely. Tell me what you're thinking about. Drop an article, drop a video. There is nothing wrong with helping me out with the content because I'm not a fountain of creativity. If you look at the crawl at the bottom of the screen, show ideas, contact, show titles. I usually title shows after one-liners that people put in the chat. The titles literally have nothing to do with the show most of the time. If someone drops like a one-line joke or just something that makes me laugh, it's possible it'll be the title of the show the next day. Make me laugh, and I am literally impressed.
Okay. Okay, I'll
All
try.
right, man. Good talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, we will listen to the rest of, well, not the rest. This is a 4-hour debacle, and we have gotten through an hour or so. We'll listen to a few minutes, and then I think my point will be made. Racists are stupid. That's generally the point.
Oh,
I guarantee you don't see rich whites bailing out when the St. Patty's Day parade hits.
And part of the thing again, Bray, like the raunchy behavior, the music that these people are engaging in their own neighborhood. You understand? There should have been, like, again, I've seen white people after festivals pick that shit up. This is their neighborhood. And I asked you on the phone, Brave, I said, if the city wasn't picking the trash up, do you think the blacks would pick it up? Or would it still be here this morning?
My guess is I don't know, John. I think they would hire, somebody's got to be hired to do it. So whether it's black or white employees, it would be probably more black employees actually picking the trash up.
No, my question to you, do you think blacks could collectively, without the
No, they wouldn't. No. It wouldn't occur to them to go out and pick that up because they had a good time and now they want to clean up in front of their fucking house.
Right.
No, it wouldn't. A white person would go, "Oh shit, man! This is that's my tree lawn. I've got a 50 or 60 foot frontage. I'm going to at least pick up the trash across that 60-foot frontage." You can bet whites would do that by the thousands.
But again, as I say to you, Bray, like the way blacks and whites socialize, the Hispanics too. Here in New York, Bray, they basically told the police, do not arrest the Hispanics for pissing on the side of buildings, like public urination. That could be a problem if your child is walking down the street and some man is pissing on the side of the street, on the side of your building. But a lot of the Hispanics socialize on the street corners, on the street. You understand? They sit on the corner, play dominoes or cards or whatever, and they drink beer. And so when they drinking beer and they playing cards, they got to piss. They ain't gonna go all the way back upstairs to take a piss, so they piss on the side of the building. Well, they used to get arrested for that. The Hispanic council members said stop arresting the Hispanics for pissing on the side of the building, public urination. And so, there's that degradation there. The whites aren't demanding these type of relaxation of, rules like this, but the blacks and the Hispanics are. And that's kind of where you end up.
Not even that they demand it. It's just it's a matter of the system is overwhelmed. Clowry Piven, I think it was.
Look at this motherfucker. Like he is literally sitting in judgment of a guilty John Galt. I think what I'm going to do is take a screenshot of the white trash hero sitting in judgment. This is disgusting. Ryan, shame on you for even if you and I'm going to say this is a larger point. If you appreciate the racist points of a racist, then you are part of the problem. Black, white, indifferent. If you think Be Brave is smart, even if he's entertaining, dude, I have a problem with you. This motherfucker is literally the problem with America. Be brave and think. Those who think like Be Brave and Think are why America is having a problem now. And notice how the screen aspect is. John Galt is literally the servant talking to his white trash massa. This is problematic. This is why people get pissed off at me, because I'm pointing out the obvious. So with that, folks, this show has gotten long in the tooth. So TMKC, Tamika, thank you for being here. Dude, it was an honor. Dirty Dude, as always, Brian Nichols, Kelvin. Certainly our weekend show sponsor forever, Lupin. J-Dub, Speak Radio, my buddy. Dude, you are actually a voice of reason. In the Admiral, CKJ3, and of course, the great Ryan. I am gonna try to be on time. I was late today, but it will be an actual morning show. So see y'all later.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.